crystalline armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points.
Enemy has been slain.
In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed.
Triple kill has been destroyed.
Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faithful.
the fugitive. Time for a high caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide.
You have slain an enemy. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Legendary. Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points.
Enemy has been slain.
In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed.
Triple kill has been destroyed.
Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role, to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build, to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with!
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot! I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot!
There is no more Monkey King! No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide.
Slain an enemy. Double kill. Triple kill.
unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery.
free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's only week 2 of MPL Malaysia, but we have already been graced with a dominating crescendo of gameplay from the MPL stage. What else will these players orchestrate for us here today? We on the English desk are honored to bring it to you. My name is Staffa, alongside the wonderful Gideon Q once again.
It's good to be back here on week 2, day number 2, and oh boy, do we have a bunch of great games here today, especially with some of the newer teams that we've been very excited for, and you've recently done a power ranking of your own. Remind us real quick, what do you think about Team Hawk, or maybe even Team Lunatics? Where do they sit on your standings?
Those who have already seen my ranking on my social media, if you haven't followed me yet, do so. Team Hawk currently sits at the top of my team ranking. Yes, they lost against Todak yesterday, but I still believe they're definitely one of the strongest teams in this season. As for Team Lunatics, I put them a little bit lower. I put them, I believe, at 6th place. But that's only because we haven't gotten to see enough of them yet. So far, they've only played 1 match against Team CARACAL, who admittedly isn't doing too well. So this is going to be a true test of what this new team has to bring to the table.
Well, that was a lead up to my initial point here, but let's show today's schedule so we have a better idea. Starting things off, it's going to be Team Lunatics from Group B going up against Red Esports, followed by SUHAZ Esports up against SMG, and finally to end the day, it is going to be Orange Esports from Group B dealing with CARACAL. Team Lunatics specifically, right? We haven't seen enough of them. It's great that we're starting off today here. And I honestly, when they're up against a pretty stable, consistent team, Red Esports, I would say they've got some pretty good odds here, don't you agree?
I do agree, honestly. And this is definitely the match that I'm going to be most excited for today. Obviously, every series has brought exhilarating performances here in Season 10, but this is something I'm really curious about. Lunatics, they've been doing a really good job against Team CARACAL last week. Will they be able to pull off the same kind of performance against Red Esports? As you already highlighted, a very stable and consistent team.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had a good showing of Red Esports. Even though they weren't able to net that win just yet, they were so very, very close. They did a very good job, and I think, you know, it kind of shows the style of team that they were trying to be. They were trying to be a very gold-centric team. Speaking of which, what about you guys here? What are you here for? If you're here for codes, simple. All you gotta do, share the stream no matter on what platform you are on, and you can help us with our share milestones.
Indeed, you can see them at the bottom of the screen right now. We got Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, and Tier S. It's so special, it doesn't deserve a number, it deserves a letter, that S rank right there. We've actually been hitting it quite often so far. Thank you very much, everyone, for enjoying the MPL, but we're going to hit it again and again. So click on that share button to make sure that all your friends and family with enthusiasm for the MPL scene will not miss a single second.
And that way you guys can get rewarded with sweet, sweet codes. But speaking of which, with this upcoming game of Team Lunatics as well as Red Esports, let's see how they are coming in towards our little studio, our little hub, our little MPL.
It's always nice to see these players come up together, huddle around, talk about strategies, because I think for a lot of us who don't have the experience of playing on one of these teams, and I think I'm speaking for the majority of us here, we have no idea what is being discussed between these players, what kind of strategies, what kind of metas, what topics are being discussed before they enter the game, before they walk up on stage.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of the way that they're going to be playing, it's definitely going to be heavily centered around the gold laners. And, you know, that means it's going to be Mint as well as Mal. Mint currently, after his very first debut game of a best of 3, still currently sitting with a perfect KDA of 8-0 and 6, and he's looking great.
It really is, but you know what else is looking great? These players, as they're going to be walking up on stage right now.
Red Esports.
To kick things off is Red Esports making their way on the stage. Even though they have accepted their very first defeat yesterday, they did not make it easy for Orange Esports.
Yep, we saw an interesting Benedetta pick from Zayed yesterday, and he certainly made it work out quite well, but we're not too sure if it is a comfort pick for Red just of yet. But we know snowballing is the key to victory for Red Esports. That's what they're gonna try and achieve here when they are going up against Team Lunatics.
Team Lunatics.
The underdogs, the dark horses, as teams have been calling them. The fans love their personality, but here they come on stage for their second game of the MPL.
After only a single series, this brand new roster, this brand new team has already been making rounds as the underdogs, the dark horse of MPL MY Season 10. Now that they're up against Red Esports, one of the veterans of the MPL MY stage, they will truly have a chance to prove themselves to the world.
This is going to be a very big limit tester for Team Lunatics. Will they be able to take out a veteran team like Red Esports? And if they do, they're going to be looking mighty fine in Group B.
I am very excited for this, and as the players fist bump showing that sportsmanship, walking over to the desk, we also have to talk about the people who make these drafts and these lineups work out well and beyond. It's going to be the coaches and analysts walking up on stage.
The brains and the bronze, with Flint and Imon as the coach and analyst, Sora Byong and Dragon as coach and analyst for either team. Get ready, because this is going to be one epic battle.
Ooh, I'm excited. Make sure you guys have your snacks right now, ladies and gentlemen, because you're not going to want to take a step away from your seats. Starting things off, let's have a look at the player stats that they've achieved so far. Team Lunatics right now up on screen.
From Team Lunatics, it's Yamichi, Rain, Emal, Goldilocks, as well as Mint in the gold lane to show themselves and show that they are potentially the best team here as the underdogs as well as the dark horses. No matter what name you know them as, you have to keep an eye on Mint here, who has been famed to be a very deadly gold laner. His Brody, as we've seen even in the fan audiences, people want to see his Brody.
Absolutely, Mint has been making names, making waves, but the same could be said for peeps like Yamichi, like Amal. Yamichi previously getting the 4-man Tyrant's Rage into the Turtle Pit, and Amal, interestingly enough, going to have that mall in his name as well. This town ain't gonna be big enough for the two of us, as Red Esports is right now up on screen.
Their main lineup here with Ren QT, Ash, Zayed, Hakimi, Miral, and as well as Mal. This is not going to be an easy battle. And yes, they did take a loss yesterday, so I think Red is even more invigorated to be ending this week 1-1.
Indeed, this is a very consistent team. As we mentioned, they like to snowball. This is a very late game centric lineup. They all play around Mal. They want to make sure that the gold laner gets all the farm in the world and then instantly turn any deficit that they may have around. Because of that, you will see that they tend to be a little less aggressive in the early game compared to other teams. But Miral, the new player here in the lineup, has been doing a pretty good job on his signature Franco.
Well, I mean, it can be considered a good job, or it could be considered the Red playstyle, right? They like to play around this gold lane. They like to hover around it, make sure Mal has every single resources. But let's talk about the keys to victories for both of these teams, and obviously prioritizing the gold lane, counter enemies' rotations, and finally, jungler needs to secure neutral objectives.
We've already talked about prioritizing the gold lane. We know that that Mal versus Mint matchup is going to be a very interesting one to keep an eye on. But besides that, we also have to look at these other keys to victory. I think countering the enemy's rotation is going to specifically be more important for Red Esports, because in comparison, Team Lunatics seems to be a team that wants to peak around the early to mid game. They like to fight. They like to be very aggro. And that is why Red Esports needs to make sure that if they want to play a slightly more passive early game to allow Mal time to farm, they cannot allow Lunatics to take control of the map and rotate around freely.
Honestly, I feel like it really boils down to the draft in these sections, right? Because if you're talking about lane priority, you're talking about control over the game and making that first rotation. Knowing how Red likes to play, yes, it is gold lane eccentric, but it's going to be dependent on Zayed, and most of the time he's doing it alone. Sometimes Miral cannot help him. He has to protect Mal, or whether Mal's calling it on his own is a completely different story and probably internally talked about by the team. But I want to see Red kind of expand from that, you know? Develop themselves and actually go outside of the gold lane.
That is a good point here. As we can see right now, we have the audience predictions right up at the bottom of the screen for y'all, and it does seem to actually be pretty split, with YouTube as well as our QR code results being completely 50-50. But otherwise, Team Lunatics seems to have a fan base.
Yeah, I mean, everybody loves an underdog story, but it's time to show your support because they need you.
Indeed, if you guys can see up on screen right now, we have the hashtag 10Bersama. If you guys want to show support to your favorite team together with all of us here at the live venue, make sure to drop your comment in the comments below, include the hashtag, attach your game ID, attach your server ID, and your comment may be selected to be up on screen at the end of the match, and you stand a chance to win some gifts.
Yeah, based on what I've heard, some of those mystery gifts might even be an epic skin. So please show your support as we jump into the drafting phase to kick off game number 1. Team Lunatics on the blue side, Red Esports on the red side.
So far, now that we are 2 weeks into MPL Season 10, we can definitely see how much of an impact that the drafting phase is having in the game as a whole. A lot of these teams are really upping their standards, upping their game, and it's become a lot more competitive from how tight some of these series have been. And because of that, because of how well matched these players are in terms of skill, having a good lineup makes a world of difference.
Yeah, and I've been talking about this, we've been talking about this a lot in previous seasons, that lane control is about whether or not you can get that first rotation. What can you translate that control into? And the draft really predetermines that before the game even starts. Based on what we're seeing so far, Team Lunatics, they're banning out the Masha, they're banning out the Wanwan. Red Esports respond by banning out Valentina, as well as banning out the Fanny. Priority being held by Lunatics so far. Do they want to get rid of the Akai or take it for themselves?
It is a good question here, because if we look at the junglers on the side of both teams, Amal as well as Zayed, this is a rare matchup where both junglers are known for exclusively playing more assassin-type heroes. We really don't see Amal or Zayed play tank heroes, and even rarely we see them play fighters as well. So assassins are going to be heavily prioritized here since Lunatics has priority. They ban out the Ling as well, and the fact that they banned out the Wanwan does seem to indicate that Mint may not be comfortable with this hero.
Possibly here. I was going to bring up Farmis because we know that Team Lunatics like to ban it out when they are on the red side, but even Red Esports are giving that respect, saying, no, we don't want to deal with the cult altar, we don't like the temp HP, we want to be able to punish you wholeheartedly. Akai gets locked in for the side of Team Lunatics. And you mentioned that Emal specifically likes to play around these assassins, so Akai possibly in the EXP lane and the support lane.
Indeed, I do feel like it's more likely going to be Yamichi playing it as a roamer, but instantly Red Esports counter with the Diggy, the bane of Akai players everywhere. Time Journey means that heavy spin does nothing, and once again, returning to their old habits, the carry heavily prioritized by Red Esports in the first phase.
Benedetta gets locked in. I saw a hover over Yi Shen. I'd be very excited to see Yi Shen come back because, again, after the changes to the jungle, technically marksman junglers are allowed to play the game. Yes, they still are generally weak to assassins, but I think it's fair to say that having some form of scaling, especially in a power farming jungler like Yi Shen, would be cool to see. But instead, they're leaning more towards Beatrix. Let's secure the gold lane first.
We actually haven't seen a lot of Mint Beatrix just yet. But again, Team Lunatics have only played 1 match so far, so maybe it is something that Mint is alright with. Red Esports gonna be completing off their first phase with the Esmeralda, pretty classic Ren QT hero. But the Benedetta from Team Lunatics is interesting. I feel like they did pick this hero specifically to make sure that Zayed wouldn't be able to play it.
Yeah, I think it's a good shout. And I think more importantly here, this does give a option for Emal specifically to go for a pseudo-tanky build on the Benedetta, because most of the time when we've seen Benedetta, she hasn't been built full damage just yet. Most of the time it's, hey, take the Demon Slayer, build a whole bunch of tank items, get in and out of fights fast.
Akido gonna be banned out by Team Lunatics as well as the Dirov from Red Esports. The Dirov makes sense. They already have the Esme, want to make sure NQT has a comfortable lane. And they actually even banned the Khalid as well. So they want to make sure that their EXP lane will retain control. And this is what I mentioned earlier. Maintaining rotations over the map, countering enemy movement is coming from being able to at least go even in lane. So Red Esports are just eliminating all lane dominators from the EXP side.
I think that's fair, and I do have a sneaking suspicion that Red Esports might try and pull out a Thamos jungle this time around. That'd be very cool to see coming in from Zayed. But let's not forget that Julian is kind of wide open here, and Red Esports being on the red side have that priority.
That is interesting. It's quite a thing to kind of realize that after the recent update, Julian's damage has been nerfed so much that he's actually no longer a priority pick or ban for a lot of these teams. You still see him here and there, still very strong. But it's very interesting to note how quickly teams have veered away from what used to be a very popular hero, even a Lancelot being the final ban for Lunatics.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, I was excited to see Lancelot personally, but hey, it's Red Esports. They still have many more options to go with. We've seen Zayed play Julian before, but instead they're going to be locking in the Lilia first before anything else.
Okay, and that does make sense for Red Esports. They want to make sure that Rain won't have access to this hero, and it's just a very safe mage overall, since they're not too certain what they're up against just of yet. Ashe so far has been playing a very consistent mid lane, so I'm expecting this to work out well for them. When you combine that to the fact that Red Esports have the time journey, this is going to be a very difficult lineup to break through for Lunatics, but they're going to start things off with the Yu Zong.
Okay, alright, Yu Zong. That, I don't know how effective it's going to be with the time journey as a whole, but as soon as that time journey is gone, there are a lot of ways for Team Lunatics to get into the fight. And even locking in the Harith. Oh yeah, we are playing on the 1.07 patch.
Oh, Harith gonna finally be making his debut in the Land of Dawn, not just in this season, but I think in many seasons. We have not seen this hero, but he was just recently buffed in the patch that came out a few days ago, doing more damage with Synchro Fisher now, getting more shield from his Chrono Dash as well. I'm curious to see whether or not this will work out. And will this be a mid lane Harith as well?
Yep, I'm hearing a lot of ooh and ahs in the audience already, and it's the Hayabusa, the famed Hayabusa that helped Zayed rise in popularity during his run in Season 9. This is going to be some fun stuff. Personally, I think right now Team Lunatics, their composition is very they have a good amount of damage here. The Harith is the big question mark for me because we haven't seen it in a very long time. But Red Esports, this feels like their classic lineup.
Yeah, this is a comfortable lineup for Red Esports. Good scaling, good ways to counter initiation from the opposite side as well. And if I'm not wrong, I saw at the end of that draft that Harith is staying on Amal. So this could be a jungle Harith and a mid lane Benedetta. Not confirmed yet, but we will see as we enter the Land of Dawn soon. Team Lunatics has a very interesting lineup, very mobile, wants the team fight heavily, but the time journey on the side of Red Esports is gonna make that difficult, and they're gonna be playing around skirmishing and kiting out the members of Team Lunatics so that they cannot fight together. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be our first game of the day as we now prepare to enter the Land of Dawn. Make sure to show these teams your support because they are going to need it as they go head to head.
Welcome to the first BO3 of day number 2 here at week number 2 at the MPL MY Season 10. We have Team Lunatics on the blue side and Red Esports on the red side. Now, a lot of the questions that are being asked here is whether or not TL is going to be able to bait out or at the very least waste that time journey early on in a team fight and then look to re-engage while minimizing their damage. It's not an easy task to do.
In addition to that, Red Esports have picked up 3 sprints on their lineup, so they're just going to be trying to avoid fighting at all here. We do also have confirmation. Rain is playing that mid lane Benedetta. Yamichi trying to disrupt the purple buff, but he is getting surrounded here.
Yep, he's in some trouble. RenQT is trying to get hold of him, but Goldilocks is going to proc his passive to ensure that he pushes him away. Can he steal the purple buff here? No. TL is just going to back off, and that means that they are denying early aggression, but notice that Mural, he's just playing on that top side. Mint unfortunately can't take full advantage of Beatrix being so strong in the early game.
Yeah, Beatrix should definitely be dominating a lane against carry, but just look at these auto alarm bombs. So annoying. Mint cannot walk up anywhere near lane, and this is allowing Mal to get a very comfortable early head start, already level 3 over his opponent.
Now, looking at how the lanes are going, and even with the sub-emblems, a lot of movement speed being picked up by the side of Red Esports. They want to get in and out of that fight, but with mid lane control, Zayed unfortunately can't really make his way into the river very comfortably, considering that it's Benedetta and Akai.
Yeah, that's not very ideal for Zayed, considering that Hayabusa wants to be able to start ganking once he hits around that level 4 mark, but I don't think Red Esports minds this too much because they are having pretty comfortable side lanes overall. Goldilocks still gonna come out on top in the EXP lane in terms of EXP earned, but Rencutie, as long as he can remain even, he's fine.
I think this is some really good timing from Team Lunatics as they chase down RenQT, making sure that he gets zoned off. Zayed, unfortunately, can't go for the top gank, but instead tries to steal it away and is able to take away the turtle. First turtle of the game going over to Red Esports.
Beautiful timing from Zayed Hakimi right there, timing the Shadow Shuriken to make sure that he would be in retry range. And unfortunately, this is one of the weaknesses of Harif as a jungler. His early game is even weaker than heroes like Hayabusa, who definitely don't have the best starts. So it's going to be difficult for him to contest these objectives until he gets a 1 or 2 items.
Goldilocks doing some really good trading against RenQT, who's running out of mana. Goldilocks has out-sustained him for now, but I think they have to be careful, right? The gold lane getting attacked pretty heavily, but with the timings that Team Lunatics is taking advantage of, hey, we need to take the turtle, go for a recall, you're a little low, we can't afford for you to get dove under turret, and therefore, now we're going to shift our attention to that top side until turtle spawns.
You can see there's a lot of pressure on Lunatics to make this happen. Rain now jumping in, but Miral is constantly attached to Mal's side, making sure that the carry is safe. Yamichi low, forced the pop, heavy spin to make sure Zayed can't get the kill, and Amal gonna get pulled back, meaning that he has no HP to re-engage. Rain going in, he sees that. Oh! Miral gonna drop as the first blood over to Team Lunatics.
Nicely played by Rain here. He was going on his little solo adventure, trying to zone off the rest so they could not press an advantage against Amal. I don't think Red Esports was going to go for it, but Miral losing his battle spell on top of his life, very well worth it. Emal now trying to get rid of RenQT here. Unfortunately, the Salmon Force being popped. He's got more than enough damage. One more Chrono Dash will put him out of his misery. As the Frostboot heal comes out, Goldilocks with a single knockback tries and saves the day. Team Lunatics walk away with a kill.
That was pretty close for comfort, though. We do know that historically, Esmeralda counters Harif simply because she can deal damage through the shields, and he actually got pretty close to taking out Amal in his own jungle. Luckily, the rotation from Goldilocks was enough to make sure that he survived that, and that's a very important timing because it ensures that the Harif is alive for the next turtle spawn.
I mean, speaking of timing, where was Ashe in that fight? I mean, if that was going to happen, hold on, Miral getting attacked, using his ultimate as well, ends up dying once more as Myth was able to get the shots off. Yamichi looking to lock down Mal, and he finds the heavy spin of a lifetime. Mal still manages to get out of there just in time with Ashe to back him up to protect this turret. Team Lunatics forced to back away as Miral comes back to life, and that is going to be that.
A good retreat from Team Lunatics. Luckily for Red Esports, they weren't able to pick off the carry. Zayed using that information that most of Lunatics is in the top lane to secure a turtle for Red Esports. However, we can see that the net worth right now is very even, basically no difference at all.
Let's also not forget that Mal was able to get out of an awkward heavy spin angle by using his Phantom Step actually to get into a spot where he gets knocked away and instead of getting knocked towards a wall. I don't know how hard he spammed that because you would have to buffer that pretty consistently.
I imagine there's definitely a sense of panic, but at the same time, for a lot of these players, they're going to be used to those sort of situations. Yamichi, though, taking a lot of damage. I'm pretty sure he just walked into an entire pile of bombs. Zaman Force popped by Amal. He's going for Miral. He's going to be able to get it, but now Yamichi, aimed down by Ashe, going to get taken out. Ashe wants to chase him down, but Black Shoes forces him to retreat. Amal doing a lot of damage. Here comes RenQT, though. Disrupts the recall. Harif might be in danger. Diggy keeping vision, and the kill going over the Maul with that final auto attack.
Oh, and even if he didn't die there, Zai would have cleaned things up. Nicely played for the side of Red Esports to punish the initial dive onto Miral. Like, they're trying to farm him as much as they can to try and speed up their early game. But here we go, another engagement as the time journey is popped. The Black Dragon form going to scale right behind them. He sees Zai, he sees Ash. Goldilocks understands that he's in some trouble now, gets pulled back by the Versatile, and it's going to be the Oki shadow kill to put him out of his misery. Mal picks up another for himself, and Team Lunatics forced to back off.
Beautifully played by Red Esports there. There is just a difference in experience from that engagement. You can see that Team Lunatics, they tried to wait out the time journey with the Black Dragon form because they knew that once it ran out, they could actually make the engage. But Red Esports pulled him so out of position that Goldilocks wasn't sure if he should continue the engagement or not. And once the decision was made, it was too late. Miral managing to keep him in place to secure the kill for his side.
I think it was a good idea coming in from Goldilocks. I probably would have went for it as well. However, the moment you see Ash there and you see 4 people, you probably should back off. And Yamichi probably doing the exact same thing, but unfortunately, Carry just cuts through a tank like butter.
Yamichi trying to delay Red Esports in order to make sure his team can take the turtle safely. He succeeded, but giving his life away in exchange may not be worth. Now we can see Red Esports making an attempt on Mint. Rain gonna be able to stop that, but forced to use his ultimate to get away from 4 members of Red Esports. As now, Zayed even doing a little bit more poke damage with his ult.
Yep, they're still playing for Mal. They've already broken that top side, and they're probably going to do a cheeky lane swap down bot, but Emal is going to clear this lane up, help his team to catch up, and make sure that the rotations are going to be clean. Don't forget that Benedetta is really fast on this, so I expect a little bit of support on bottom side.
I'm definitely impressed so far with Rain's performance on the Benedetta. Definitely a very high mechanic hero, considering that usually he would play mages. And we can see he's actually going for a really heavy damage Blade of Heptases on the Benedetta.
Yeah, you don't get to see that too often, and he's building into the Molten Core. I'm assuming he's going to go for that Curse Town to help him speed up his wave clear. Now, Red, as expected, on the bottom side of the map here, and Team Lunatics responds shortly after. Yamichi face checks, gets chunked, but he knows and has all the information his team needs.
We can see now that this is quite dangerous for Team Lunatics, so even Yamichi cannot safely face check bushes simply because of how much damage Mal has. 2-0 and 2 on the carry so far, a 2k net worth advantage for Red Esports. We mentioned that Team Lunatics, they need to be the ones controlling the tempo when they're up against this team, but so far, the ones in control are Red.
Yep, Yamichi now going to die under the turret here unless RNG saves his life, and unfortunately, there wasn't enough stacks for the Oki Shadow kill to get and finish off Yamichi. Now, Red Esports, they know that he has the recall. Can they take advantage of this timing? 4 more seconds until the turtle spawns, but now they go for the mid lane fight. Lecto final blow is out. Zayed uses the time to shove the mid lane, but notice that bot side about to crack.
See as well, Goldilocks pushing the top side. Zaman Force from Amal, he wants to go on Mal, but he's get pushed back. The damage from Ash secures the kill. Yamichi in danger, and QD pick up the kill onto the Akai. Goldilocks too far to provide any assistance, and Mint chased back to his base means that Red will get started on this lore.
Very deadly combo here, and especially when Lilia does it again. When you're trying to kite a Lilia, as soon as she hits that first Shadow Ball, you might be in a little bit of trouble. But when you get locked down by the versing time, you're in even more. Now Goldilocks, can he survive the Oki Shadow kill? He takes so much, but still sustains just enough to survive. With Lord crashing, with Lord empowered minions coming on every lane, Red Esports want to break mid-tier 1.
This is dangerous for Team Lunatics. A single Oki Shadow kill nearly killing a Yu Zong is never a situation you want to be in. You want him to be able to survive that comfortably. And now Red continuing to press the advantage. They know they have the control over the map. They're going to make sure that Team Lunatics just gets no farm at all for the next few minutes.
Yep. I think they're going to lose the outer turrets here. And I don't know if they want to defend it or let it go, but Rain, he takes a significant amount of damage to try and clear that bot side. He has one more wave to deal with. However, Red Esports, you can see what their eyes have been set upon. They're realizing a lot of resistance down by the mid lane, so they try and attack the back line. Mint taking way too much damage than he should, as Zayed is already out with the quad shadows as mid-tier 2 falls. Now, if they get an inhibitor, this could mean everything for Red Esports. Rain jumps into the fight as the Black Dragon form will zone the rest off. Goldilocks probably doesn't want to make the same mistake again as they back away. Outer turret succeeded. Red Esports have taken 3 turrets.
I think we have to know just how cleanly Red Esports made that play. They used the Ogi Shadow kill not necessarily to get a kill, but to force Team Lunatics to stand together with Mint, meaning that they can't defend the mid push, giving them a free tier 2 tower. The AI right now gonna be predicting a 75% win rate for Red Esports. Things are not looking good for Team Lunatics.
Red Esports are in great position with a 6k gold lead. Team Lunatics haven't even hit that 32k power spike. Red Esports have a very small window right now, but they can't do too much. If they get picks, that would be amazing. But Team Lunatics, Goldilocks, unfortunately, is going to be the pick of the century as Amici jumps in. The heavy spin doing nothing as the time journey stays alive. Oki Shadow Kill takes out Harathan, but a triple coming in from Mal himself. A double coming in from Mint as he's able to find a few back, but they've already traded up in Red Esports with a man advantage. Taking 4 for 2, are looking to crack open an inhibitor. They lose their siege minion. A little sad, but mid-wave going to crash in. 5 more seconds until Goldilocks is back.
Red Esports still wants to pile on the pressure. They know Mint is the only one alive. Yamichi joining him, but they've already taken their first inhibitor. Will easily walk away. A beautiful engagement from Red Esports, picking up Goldilocks and then saving the time journey. Yamichi definitely made a wrong decision there to try and jump in, and Miral instantly snapped up on the opportunity.
Yep, I mean, Red Esports, they have priority. If they have the pick, you just have to let it happen. And unfortunately for Goldilocks, there's nothing much he could really do there except to not be overextended in the mid lane away from the safety of his mid turret.
Right now, though, the Lord gonna be spawning up yet again. It feels like it was so soon ago that the Lord was just pushing down the base of Team Lunatics, and it's already back. That's how much Red Esports were able to achieve with that first Lord of the game. They'll be able to take it easily. Team Lunatics are now forced into a hyper defensive position.
Yep, and this is honestly not looking good with the 7k gold lead and Red Esports now at 42k to Team Lunatics 35k. That 8k gold difference is going to mean a full item here, at the very least for... Oh, he didn't take Mystery Shop. He went for Magic Worship, so he isn't going to get his 4th item. He only has 3, but he's got the Ice Queen's Wand, which is very, very good.
Yeah, just some utility items on the Lily is more than enough, considering the damage that's going to be coming out of the Hayabusa and the carry. Maul now 5-0, already getting his final item. He's maxed out, and this could be the final push.
Here it is, with the Luminous Lore going to be crashing into the base. Electo final blow to look to slow things down. They lose all their inhibitors as now Ren QT looks to push them. Goldilocks tries his best with a Black Dragon form to get into that backline, but the Monster Kills already accepted his fate. Carry with a double kills Goldilocks as well, and that is going to be game. Red Esports take away game number 1.
A clean victory from Red Esports, securing early game momentum and then keeping control over it all the way until they cracked through the crystal of Team Lunatics. A good attempt from the brand new participants in MPL, but it looks like the veterans come out on top today.
Yep, when they have control, when they can play their game, Red Esports, slow and calculated, take full advantage of Team Lunatics. GG, well played for Red Esports. Again, very cold, very calculated.
Yep, just really good performance from Red Esports. I feel like historically, this is a team that probably has one of the best team fights out of all the teams in the MPL. They're really good with the positioning. They know exactly how they want to death ball. So if you give them an early game lead, they're just gonna instantly death ball together. You will find no openings. And that's exactly what happened to Team Lunatics. There was no way for them to engage because the Diggy pick was just too much of a counter.
Yeah, no, I think Team Lunatics had the right idea. In a situation like this, as we look at the item build, the best person to punish if you cannot get Maul is to take Miral, because this is not a feeding Diggy strategy. He is going to be worth every penny when you get the kill, but unfortunately for Emal, he wasn't able to get to that key point. Yes, he was able to get 4 items, but at what cost, right? By the time he got his 4th item, it was too late. Red Esports had already built Magic Defense. They already had inhibitor turrets taken away from TL, and with that final Lord push, even for Emal, he doesn't have the space and time to Chrono Dash around.
Yeah, Now, this is one of the harsh realities of playing something like a Harith jungle. Yes, he does a lot of damage, but the hero is so incredibly squishy and his range is so short. This is one of the reasons why a lot of marksman heroes are not picked up in the meta. This attack range makes a big difference in how safely you can output DPS. And then besides that, I feel like Team Lunatics may have put too many eggs into one basket, because besides Amal on the Harith, all of their other heroes do physical damage, which makes it so easy for someone like Miral to just pick up that Antique Cuirass. Instantly, the rest of the team is going to have way less damage when they're team fighting.
I mean, we're talking about eggs in a basket here. I think Red Esports is pretty guilty of that too. They literally have Diggy in as well as Carry, and a whole team designed to peel for that carry. Now let's look at the MVP of this game from Red Esports. It's gonna go over to Mal, of course, when you have an entire composition designed to chunk everybody out, to slow them down, to make sure he can't get CC'd. An expected match KP of 93% and a perfect KDA is enabled.
This is just ridiculous numbers right now on screen. A 93% kill participation on a carry, the gold laner, is already ridiculous. When you tack onto the fact that he was still able to hit a nearly 900 match GPM on top of that, Mal was having the easiest time of his life. Red Esports, we've already highlighted, they are the masters of the 4 protect 1 strategy. And yes, you usually put too many eggs in one basket if you're focusing everything on the gold laner, but Mal is the linchpin that makes this strategy work. His positioning is always perfect, and you can see that the Diggy pick did so much to empower him because he doesn't have to worry about CC at all.
Let's look at the highlights. And speaking of that CC, right? Again, we were talking about earlier the way to punish Red Esports. In the early game, it was about punishing Miral specifically. Even Ren QT had a couple of slip-ups. He was very close here. We are not going to lie, but Rain is just a little bit faster on that rotation. Red Esports understood, hey, even if the early game doesn't go in our favor, we've got the mid game to play around, and we just need to make sure that the gold lead isn't too far away. We can't be super far behind, because once they start making mistakes, once they can start taking control and let Team Lunatics take the initiative, that's when the punishments can happen. Look, Goldilocks can't get out. He has Petrified Black Dragon form already used, but even when the mid lane gets to rotate first, Red Esports had some really good defensive options.
I do feel like this Yu Zhong pick overall just wasn't the right choice for Goldilocks, because there's really nothing he can do. The time journey makes it so that he can initiate. Maul is a perfect counter to him in team fights as well, so Goldilocks was basically rendered useless the entire game. I do feel like Mint did a very impressive job, all things considered. He ended that game with 3-0, so the Beatrix actually didn't die at all, despite Team Lunatics being behind for most of the game. But simply because they have no front line, they have no one to take the brunt of the damage because of that carry, and that's just a really big difference when you're up against a team like Red Esports, who will allow Maul to safely sit behind their iron frontline wall.
Yep, it's pretty ridiculous here, but don't get confused. Yes, they did have front lines, but with the carry involved, the more HP you have, the more damage he's going to deal, and you are going to get melted. Unless you're playing the new hero, Fredrin, who's able to sustain through all that damage, guys. If you weren't here yesterday, you don't want to miss this out. For the next week, Fredrin, as well as his skin, is going to be at a discount. You're only going to have to pay so very few diamonds to pick up the entire bundle. And I've heard you've tried it out a little bit. What do you think about the new EXP later, possibly jungle? Possibly, I don't know what else you could put him in, honestly.
I have actually tried him. I've already bought the hero. I've bought his skin as well because, yes, it is very cheap. And I've gotten to try him out in a few games. He's very strong, but there's a good balance to him. I've played him in the XP lane. I've actually played him as a roamer too.
Oh.
And all things considered, he is not bad.
As a roamer?
Yeah.
All right, let's keep this in mind because Fredrin is going to be unlocked in 2 weeks for professional play. And until then, must patiently wait. So expect MPL week number 4 to be very exciting. Now, both teams giving their cheers as they re-strategize. Red Esports very comfortably at match point right now. It's going to be up to Team Lunatics to decide how they're going to punish this very gold lane-eccentric team.
Team Lunatics obviously is already aware of what they need to do to disrupt the flow of Red Esports. Obviously control that early to mid-game. That's why they banned out so many assassins from Zai to make sure he can't do too much in the jungle. But the Hayabusa still slips through the cracks. You can't ban every assassin in the game.
Absolutely, but I think Red Esports had some really good decisions, right? When it came to the second phase, they started banning out counter matchups for Esmeralda, which they picked up in the first phase. relatively quick, and I think they understood that, hey, if we limit his options, if he plays for team fight related heroes in the EXP lane, specifically if it comes down to Yu Zhong, he's gonna have a really tough time because the Diggy just makes sure that you can't get locked down. The Petrify essentially was useless, and unfortunately for Team Lunatics, they could not punish Mural enough.
You could see that this was just really smart drafting from Red, and we already highlighted how important the draft is in this current meta, on this current MPL. They knew that Mural is going to be mainly sticking with Maul the entire game, so they don't have to think too much about the gold lane. They don't have to think too much about banning out counters to the carry. Instead, they ban out counters to the Esmeralda because they know that the support is not going to help the EXP lane at all throughout the entire game. So getting rid of the Dirov, the Khalid, means that Rank QT doesn't need help. And that way, Red Esports secures control in all 3 lanes at once.
A possible adaptation coming in from Team Lunatics is to look for these gaps. Knowing that Mural is going to be on the top side, yes, punishing him is great, but consider the times where, oh, they weren't ready for it. They could have looked to attack Ren QT down by bottom side because they did have Rain on Benedetta, who has an execute, which is one of the few things that can go through these shields, especially the Frostmoon shield, when Ren QT is getting doved upon. So I think that Team Lunatics, even though they're putting a lot of focus on trying to punish Mural as well as Maul, there are many different spaces and gaps that Red Esports aren't really closing up.
I do agree with you there. Team Lunatics had a really good lineup to actually gank the Esmeralda, but because they were so focused on Maul is going to be the win condition for Red Esports, they just put all of their forces in the gold lane, and Red Esports were fully prepared to respond in kind. You mentioned the Benedetta, even Harif, back a few seasons ago, was one of the best lane counters to Esmeralda as well, so they could have totally taken advantage of that.
I hope they do for this upcoming game here. I'm not sure which side they're going to choose to be on, but let's look at some of the team management comments for the Lunatics. Even though Emal is introverted outside, he is very vocal during the game. Due to his age, he possesses fresh gameplay and big potential.
I do feel like Emal is one of the more promising rookies in the MPL overall right now. He has really strong mechanics, and playing Assassins, while it is their meta right now, there's still a certain sense of difficulty to it, and you can see that he has the mechanics, he's got the dexterity, he knows how to play these heroes. Now he just needs to be able to work well under pressure, strategize with the team, and hopefully that's going to be enough as we enter the drafting phase for game number 2.
Shout out to you, Coach Iman, for giving some insight onto Emal from Team Lunatics. Once again, Team Lunatics going to be on the blue side with Red Esports on the red side. Love the color coordination. Wan going to be the first ban.
Looks like this does kind of confirm Mint doesn't want to play the 1-1. That's going to be interesting information, not just for Red Esports, but for every other team in the league as well, considering how popular and how strong this marksman is in the current meta. Fanny obviously going to be banned out by Red as well. Interestingly enough, they're not going for the Valentina ban first, but I'm pretty sure they're still going to get rid of it regardless.
They're going to get to it eventually here, and I think for blue side banning out the 1-1 isn't too bad, because let's not forget that in the meta right now, even though you have like 1 or 2 OP picks, it's not going to completely take control over the game. We've seen Valentina games where she goes 0-3 but still is relevant in the later stages of the game as well. There is a sort of team building aspect. This is almost like Magic Chess, where you need to have the right composition to get the right synergies.
Indeed. With them banning out the Masha as well, Team Lunatics have kind of maintained the same sort of bans we saw from them in game number 1, with the exception of the Akai. So they've actually decided to ban it out this time, even though they were the ones picking up in the previous game. Obviously, they don't want to give Red Esports an easy solution in the Diggy right now. So Red is going to have the choice of what the final hero they want to ban out is. What is a problem coming out of Team Lunatics here?
I think they might just ban out the Farmis again. Julian was untouched last game, but we might be able to see him this game. Farmis going to be the same ban for the side of Red Esports, as Team Lunatics now have first pick here. Let's see where they go.
Where would they go here? You might want to pick up something. Oh, right. The lane gonna get led through the draft. Team Lunatics banned this themselves in game number 1, so now they realize that they need a hero that has control, has mobility, will be able to exert map pressure. Red Esports, they really like this carry, picking it up in the first phase again, as well as the Lolita. Just a really good flex roam pick here. They know that whether or not Miro wants to stick with Maul or roam around, Lolita can do it all.
Yeah, I think as of right now, Carry has a lot of, well, how do I put this? There's a scale, right? It's either you go towards the left side of the scale, which is high burst damage, like Beatrix for an example, or high sustained damage, which is more to the right. Carry is right in the middle here, but Team Lunatics, this is interesting. They go for the Kadita as well as the Khalid. That's a lot of burst damage on top of the Ling. We're not seeing frontliners just yet.
Right now, I feel like I have to say that this is going to be a point of intimidation for Team Lunatics because Khalid is Goldilocks' signature hero. He makes miracles happen with this Khalid. He buys so much space, distracts the enemy really, really well. And I'm very interested to see whether or not he will be able to replicate that sort of performance considering the consistency of Red Esports' team fight.
Well, I want to see whether or not it's going to... well, is he tempered metal or is he brittle? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen too much of the gameplay coming in from Goldilocks on the Khalid specifically, but Red Esports, they really need to consider their options here. Yu Song, great pick coming in from Red Esports. Ren QT it refuses to give Goldilocks a good matchup. It's still a skill matchup though.
It is a pretty 50-50 matchup here. I think Khalid will still have slight advantage in the first few levels, but has to be careful not to take long trades against the Yuzong. And this is actually quite interesting. We have seen Ren QT play the Yuzong many times in the past, but it has not been part of his regular roster for a very long time.
Yep. Let's see if he can still do the magic. So it's going to be on both sides. The EXP lane is going to be quite exciting here, but let's look at the second phases of the bans. Kicking things off, Red Esports bans out the Brody specifically. All right, that's interesting. If they're banning out the Brody, I wouldn't be too surprised if they also decided to get rid of Beatrix as well, maybe even Clint?
I'm wondering if Beatrix is worth eliminating here when they already have a Lita and a Yuzong that can jump him quite easily, but I think that is probably the better choice as compared to Clint because it's going to be a little harder to deal. Oh!
The hunter of all the evil gods.
I think
what?
I believe that is a focus ban against Yamichi. I believe I've heard from some people he is very good with this Edith.
I mean, sure, but also why? Why? I know that Yamichi does play the Edith. That is fact, but I don't see the reasoning behind it. Is he that good to the point where it's like, I gotta make sure you feel uncomfortable? Because Yamichi has played Kufra before, and I would say Kufra has more of an impact than Edith.
But in this case, Kufra is actually not so ideal because yes, while it counters heroes like the Yuzong, it's very vulnerable if he doesn't catch out the carry. In comparison, Edith can really hard focus one individual down and deal quite a bit of damage herself with that Primal Wrath. So I think Red Esports wants to prevent Team Lunatics from having flexible heroes that can both disable and dish out damage.
Why not just Jawhead then?
Because Jawhead is not good right now. It's kind of sad, but...
It's a bit sad. I'm not going to lie. He is a bit sad. He's a huge sandbagger in pubs, but I think Team Lunatics are on the right idea, banning out the Paquito. Red Esports are going to start off the second phase picks with the Sicilian scaling. Very interesting. Very interesting.
So Red Esports right now are confident that they will be able to hit the late game here, and they do like this sort of shift. They know that they're going to be playing a more aggressive EXP lane with the Yuzong, so Ash will play safer, but Team Lunatics are going to pick up the Cho, most likely in the roam position here to pick off these squishy backliners.
I like that. I think that's more viable of a ban than Edith, to be perfectly honest with you, but hey, this is between the two teams. They've done their research on each other. They know a lot more than I do. But Team Lunatics now need to finish off their composition. We still haven't seen a marksman just yet. And it looks like it's going to be Irithel this time round. So Team Lunatics, very heavy burst composition that they have. If their initiation isn't followed up quickly, Red Esports can turn things around super fast. They've got a lot of disengage mechanics. And I think Ash is going to be very comfortable in his matchup against the Kadita.
Absolutely, but we know that Rain is most likely going to be roaming around to try and secure kills with the rest of his teammates rather than just going head-to-head against the Sicilian, because there's just not too much point going for that right now. So in terms of the draft from Team Lunatics, definitely going for a higher tempo composition as compared to game number 1, and definitely safer as well. but it does also put a lot of pressure on them again to make sure that they do not lose out the early game.
I think a lot of the pressure is going to be going on to Yamichi and as well as Mint, because they're going to be the, the forerunners. Mint specifically has to reach that late stage of the game and get so far ahead of Red Esports to burst them all down. Red Esports going to be locking in the Julian. Finally, we get to see the Julian right at the very end, and I think this is absolutely great because Julian has that flexibility of playing early as well as the later stages. He's going to be relevant throughout the game.
Indeed, Red Esports, their team composition is looking very balanced right now, but Team Lunatics also has a very scary early to mid game. Their late game scaling is not bad, but we know that Red Esports are the masters of late game team fights, so preferably Team Lunatics do not drag it out to that point. Right now, Red Esports are 1 game up over the newbies here on stage. Will they be able to bring things to a 1-1 tie and show these veterans what they truly have? Team Lunatics, really strong composition, going much for skirmishes, going for pickoff, lots of burst damage. Red Esports, good balance, good early game, good late game. This is exactly the kind of lineup you hope for when you play MLBB. So this is going to be a game worth watching as we enter the land of dawn.
Welcome back, everybody, and immediately we're seeing engagements coming in from both sides here. They're trying to take control over the mid lane, and this is something that they need to do because if we're talking about Ashe versus Rain, their matchup is heavily in Ashe's favor. You can't outpush me, therefore I'm just going to hold you hostage in lane and build up my stacks. Ren QT as well as Goldilocks already looking for an early engagement to proc that Sha residue. Ren QT has now successfully won that lane.
Yeah, that's just instantly the lane shifting in favor of the Yuzong. When you play a Khalid, especially with high and dry, you need to win that first trade. But here in the mid lane, a huge gank 3-man gonna secure first blood onto Miro, and Ashe follows up. Double kill going over to Amal.
Perfect. That's what you want to see from the Lunatics. They want to control that mid side, and if they're able to punish both of them, that is cash money. Now, let's see how they translate this, because now that Kadita's unlocked from her lane, she's looking to back up Yamichi to look for this huge kill on design. Can they finish it off? No! He's trying to get out of there, and he makes it. Rain still trying to chase him, misses the abilities, but now they're on the run as Ashe is here to back them up as reinforcements. Unfortunately for Team Lunatics, they couldn't get that kill on Zayed.
But I still think it's pretty worth for Lunatics. They're able to chase him out, they're able to threaten him in his own jungle, and when you have to note, Amal is already 2-0, so that is a pretty big lead for the Team Lunatics jungler here. Goldilocks gonna be making up that EXP difference, now actually level 4 before Ren QT as well.
Ren QT has been taking good trades against Goldilocks, but he sacrificed EXP for it. Oh, good move coming in with the Raging Sandstorm just before he makes connection with Zayed.
Mint could be in danger here. I'm not sure if he's aware Miral is in that bush, but based on his positioning, he's probably aware that the Lolita is nearby, not going to take the risk. Rain now gonna get started on the turtle, setting things up for Amal as Yamichi provides vision over the Red Esports jungle.
They know exactly what's going on here with Goldilocks in a good position. Ren QT starts off with the Black Dragon form, sees how it's going. It looks like they make the call to back off and give up this first initial turtle. However, bot side looks to be attacked right now as Ren QT now in some trouble as the Tempest ablaze as well as the Way of the Dragon to ensure his death. That is going to be Goldilocks picking up the kill.
Massive wins to Team Lunatics, securing the turtle, securing a kill on Ren QT, and even avoiding Mint dying to the 2-man gank on bottom side. And now Zayed gonna get caught out. Rough waves, will it be enough? No!
What?
He survives with the enhanced sword. Ashe wants to pick up Rain, but the passive comes online, so he will be alive there.
Oh my goodness, I thought the Magic Worship was going to burn him down, but Ren QT jumps in, and the Sha residue actually securing the kill onto Khalid. Amal backs off, goes back to power farming, but look at bot side, the engagement is about to occur. Yamichi sees it, but Miral tells his gold laner to back away, don't get involved just yet.
That last trade was just a mistake by Goldilocks. He calculated the amount of time it would take for that knockup to occur, and that meant that he stayed within tower range for that one last tower shot, securing his death. Not ideal for Lunatics, but they are still in control. They've already taken all the gold shield from top side.
Well, they're looking for a possible engagement onto Yamichi here, but again, it is going to be a Cho, usually not an ideal target, and he has plenty of ways to escape the CC, so they back off and look for another lane to punish. I think Ren QT is now at an okay position against Goldilocks. He just wants to control this lane as much as he can, but with the next turtle coming up in about 27 seconds, hopefully Team Lunatics successfully pull off this dive.
They're now jumping onto the bottom side. 4 members of Lunatics. Red Esports trying to respond. Rain gonna find him in the back line. Maul out of position. Instantly executed by the rough waves. Yamichi, he's looking for Ash. He gets the kick onto the Sicilian into the Tempest of Blades. 2-man Numenon Blast means nothing because all your DPS is dead. But they do get the pickoff onto Mint in the back line. So that's a 2-for-1 trade.
Oh boy, it is getting rowdy here in the arena. Miro holding onto the lane as long as he can, as the rest of the team of Lunatics are going to be rotating towards that turtle side to kick things off. Ren QT taking a really bad trade here, and he is gone. Execute as Goldilocks is able to get the solo kill in the EXP lane.
That's how he is on the signature hero right there. I think a lot of fans have been looking forward to seeing the Khalid in his hands right now, and we're instantly seeing proof of why it should be feared. But now Mint gonna be ganked by 3 members of Red. No chance for the Irritel to escape.
I was wondering where the rest of Red Esports was after that solo kill, but it looks like they were making money moves here as the River Crab going to be contested. Yamichi hovering over here, but Zaya using the enhanced sword to not only take the River Crab. Oh, he tried to take the River Crab, but Yamichi got it at the end of the day. A little sad, but hey, you can't win them all.
That was pretty tense for Red, though. You could see Rain waiting in the tri-bush, hoping to catch out either Zayed or Maul. It's luckily that neither of them walked close enough for the full combo. Otherwise, that would have been a kill.
The mind games of Yamichi. He walks in by himself. Rain would not be able to get there in time, but he finds it! The mind games! It worked out! He thought it was in the lower brush, but instead, Rain was waiting in the tri-brush for someone to face check it. More than enough damage. A nice play from Team Lunatics.
Typically, you wouldn't want to catch out a tank with that combo, but any kill is worth for Lunatics right now. They have a 3k net worth lead, and now Amal is going to be taunting Red Esports right to their faces, actually.
Yep, the mind games once again. Emal is going to start the engagement on Ren QT, knowing that Khalid is going to join him real soon. Tempest of Blades being used, but Goldilocks tells him to back off. You don't need to do any more than this. We have got what we came for, as Rain now waiting to ambush somebody else. Bad impact doesn't connect. Rain gets out just in time.
Good response from Miral to get the stun, forcing out the Ocean Oddity from Rain. Amal, does he secure that? He actually did!
Wow.
He stole the purple buff from Zayed from the wall!
Big Sag. Big Sag there. Unfortunately for Red Esports, Zayed is going to be walking away with no purple buff for himself. It's not like he has a mana issue.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, the Raging Sandstorm. But why? Why did you go for this? It would have looked cool, yes. Would you have secured a kill? Maybe?
A lot of much respect for Goldilocks, though. Just going for that is just a really big ego challenge from the man. And even though, admittedly, it really wasn't a good idea, a big props to him for trying to do that on the MPL stage. However, with his death, he does set up a distraction for Red Esports. They're gonna take the top tower in exchange for this turtle. And now Yamichi, he's looking for Ren QT. 3-man gank, nice 2-man knockout from the Yuzong. They do finally catch him, but it sure took a lot of effort.
Oh, that's so sad, but the killing spree, Cecilio gets one shot, and Goldilocks is able to find Zayed. He's out-leveled him and is using his lane advantage against him. Zayed cannot breathe as Goldilocks looks to try and protect this tier 2. Mid-tier 1 falls, and now the snowball is out of Red Esports' hands. Team Lunatics with a 5k gold lead, looking to crash it against tier 2s.
The instant increase in tempo from Team Lunatics, they knew they had an opportunity in front of them and took full use of it, picking up multiple catches across the map and even securing a few structures for themselves with the mobility from the Ling. They can see now that Red Esports is going to be mainly playing as 5, and this is their strongest positioning overall, but they are quite behind in terms of network.
Now here's the problem for Team Lunatics, right? They have to take the initiative, they have to use the snowball to punish Red Esports, and they're doing just fine. but there is a limit. There is a clock. RenQT getting some good damage on Yamichi, isn't able to proc the Sha residue, but Red Esports understands they will eventually outscale them.
The problem right now is they've already been forced basically to reside in their base exclusively for the rest of the game, so it depends how much scaling they can get. Concealed play from Yamichi, but a good read from Red Esports to be able to escape from that. We can see the items right now. So far, Red Esports only really has 2 items complete on their main cores, whereas if we look at Amal, he's definitely the richest person on the map right now, already completing 3 items, and these are not cheap either.
Yeah, these are not cheap items at all. Oh, I hate to be in Team Lunatix's position because unfortunately, as much as they want to take the initiative, if they fail and they get wiped out, that's a 5k gold swing in favor of Red Esports, and all that early game work was for naught.
That's why they gotta be able to maintain that discipline here. First Lord going to finally spawn on the land of Dawn, and Team Lunatics are in a very comfortable position to go for this, so I imagine they will prioritize it. But this is the first Lord. I don't think they're gonna get much structural damage over this. They need to come up with a plan to break through the base of Red Esports.
The problem is that Team Lunatics can't wait for the 12-minute mark. They have to press the advantage. They have to take every little thing. Wait, RenQT. Oh, Yamichi can die! He doesn't get the auto attack off. He gets the recall for free. Oh, that's a feel. That's so annoying. That's so annoying. Mint purchasing a Scarlet Phantom for himself. He's got more than enough crit damage now.
Mint is definitely going to be dishing out a lot of DPS, but you can see that he has 2 deaths on this Aerotel. Red Esports has definitely been prioritizing this hero on the side of Team Lunatics so far, so they need to be able to maintain better positioning to ensure that they make full use of the farm that their gold laner has been able to accrue.
Yeah, Red Esports, however, are looking to push Goldilocks outside. Oh, wait, the Petrify actually lands. He's caught. He can't get out of there. Even the Quicksand Guard is not enough. As Red Esports find their pick, they move on backwards. Now Team Lunatics, a man down with a Lord Wave pushing as well. This is such bad timing.
A beautiful hit and run by Red Esports, but that's not going to deter Team Lunatics. They want to get structures with this Lord push. They've already taken out the final external tower for Red, and now they want to see if they can take an inhibitor as well. Red Esports, they have to be careful not to group up too much. Yamichi jumping in. That's a nice Ikundo onto Maul with the Petrify. Unstoppable. Going over to Amal. They break open the inhibitor. Numenum Blast gonna miss completely. RenQT dropping real low, but he escapes, and Team Lunatics will pick up what they got. They're now going for another inhibitor as well, and looks like they will secure it. They sacrifice Yamichi for that, but I don't think they mind at all.
Yeah, I think this is hugely worth it for the first Lord of the game to get 2 inhibitors on top of mid-tier 2. They sacrifice 3 of their members, getting a kill on Tamal on top of it. Lunatics, whew, they're living up to their brand name. They're crazy.
That's just insane, the concealed play from Yamichi. Someone needs to teach me how you get a 3-man Jeet Kune Do, and then out of everyone, you kick Maul. How do you even pick that target in that massive pile?
He didn't even use his flicker. That's what I don't get. I don't get how Red Esports kind of allowed Yamichi to walk in where they just did they not see him? Is he unfocused? And even with the conceal, you can kind of see their after image walking towards you. So like, I don't know. Red Esports, they definitely dropped the ball there.
I think they just had too much on their minds there, but that's an amazing Lord push advantage. 20k damage with the first Lord, and now they get the pick off at RenQT. They say, well, you picked off Goldilocks last time. Here is our revenge story. They're aiming for that final inhibitor.
Yeah, just like how we saw in that Lord advantage, we did see a 2k gold swing, and now Team Lunatics are in prime position. A lot of teams aren't able to make it out. It's 42 to 32 right now. That's basically, if we rounded up, a 10k gold lead. Team Lunatics basically can win as many fights as they want, and Red Esports just have to take it.
But we have seen teams come back from this sort of deficit before in the past, and I think if any team is going to do it, it is going to be Red Esports. They are most comfortable once they hit that late game and can take these big 5v5s. They're now engaging to try and take the Lord.
Yep. Way of the Dragon, just to kick Miro out of position. They're not looking to fight. They're looking to keep all their members alive and to get that final push down. This is going to be crunch time for Red Esports.
Now we officially have a 10k lead for Team Lunatics. You could see that Zayed as well not able to safely contest for his purple buff at all. So Amal, we've seen a lot of Lings in the past be constantly pressured by the enemy team's stealing their purple buff away. But Amal, he is not in that position. He is very comfortable, 6-0 on this lane.
Yeah, he's really far ahead, and now they're going to have to sync up these waves. Yumichi not touching in the mid wave as they synchronize it. Yes, perfect.
Beautiful.
Everything crashing in at the same time. Last inhibitor will fall as Ren QT turns into a Black Dragon and looks to try and push them away. But Red Esports unfortunately can't do too much as the Tempest of Blades hits the backline. They get the kill onto the carry and look to finish it off. GG, well played. Team Lunatics take game number 2.
A great base rush by Team Lunatics, just perfectly matching up all 3 waves at once. That's probably the best lane synchronization I have seen in a long time. And then knowing that they're not going to 100% win the 5v5 against Red in their base, they just throw their bodies at the crystal and it works out in their favor.
Really nicely done as Team Lunatics take off the key cornerstone of Red Esports in that last fight to ensure their victory. Nicely done as they bring this game 1-1.
I just don't know what to say about this season. Something is up with these teams. The competition is fierce. And I think we have to note, for the past couple of MPL days, the trend has been whichever team wins game 1 loses the series. Is that trend gonna continue today?
I hope not. I do like my 2-0s. I like clean victories as well, but the competition has been extremely fierce. I cannot guarantee that will happen. With that being said, I don't know. Do you think Red is going to take this away right at match point, or do you believe in the curse and Team Lunatics is going to go 2-1?
Well, admittedly, you gotta root for the underdogs here. I really love the sort of gameplay we've been seeing from Lunatics so far, but they definitely upped the stakes here. Their draft working out a lot better for them compared to game number 1, and unfortunately, Red Esports going for a slightly greedier lineup this time just wasn't quite enough to deal with these signature heroes of the newbies up on screen.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Team Lunatics, I didn't really believe in a dive composition, but wow, they really made their efforts shown here. They were effectively taking out the 3 deaths that Mal have were caused by Emal, Goldilocks, as well as Yumichi. Unfortunately, Rain, he got close, but he was punishing Mural most of the time.
Yeah, but Rain was still doing a really good job with the ambushes on the Kadita. This is the strength of the hero, especially when you know you're up against an enemy mage that wants to just play safe and farm until the late game. It allows you to take a lot of control over the mid lane and roam around to secure kills. Speaking of roaming around to secure kills, Amal definitely going to be the star of this game on that link, 6-0-3.
Yep, really well played coming in from Amal. And even in like, what, the second last fight? After Yumichi got the kick onto Mal, Emal was dashing around perfectly, picking up his Divine Sword so he could just keep doing it again and again and again, chunking out a large majority of Red Esports. And I think that gave him a lot of confidence in that very last fight, knowing, hey, I've got more than enough damage. This is going to be easy.
Yep, but let's have a look at who our MVP is going to be for game number 2. I think we know who it is. It is Amal. On that Ling pick, a 69% match kill participation. Nice. And a 967 match GPM.
Yikes. That is, wow, that is a lot of gold. He was able to farm his own jungle. He was able to farm the enemy jungle. He was even able to farm Red Esports. Well done coming in from Emal. A very good showing on this Ling. We don't get to see Blade of Despair get built too very often, but he knew this is all or nothing. We built up a huge lead. If I don't get a Blade of Despair, I feel like I'm disrespecting the assassin role.
Indeed. You typically, when you see a Ling go for full damage like this, it is very risky for him to just jump in the middle of the enemy team, especially when you're under a tower as well. But Amal made it work. We can see in these highlights here, Team Lunatics, they really upped the tempo in this game, starting off with an amazing double kill for Amal that just propelled him into absolute control.
Yeah, I think a lot of this, it does show that, you know, how specifically Mural is a little new to the team, right? He's trying to play these lane matchups, and if he's not looking to just hover around the gold lane, we see punishments like that where Team Lunatics really understand the dynamics of the 2v2 a lot better. And you can tell that Mural, yes, he's at the right place at the right time, but unfortunately, it doesn't make too much of a difference when there is a man advantage coming in from the Lunatics. I think Red Esports really need to consider their options here.
Yeah, and you can see here this dive into 4 members by Goldilocks, a little bit greedy, but I suppose we can accept a little bit of ego challenging. It is again their first ever season here on stage, and being able to take a game away from Red Esports in such a handy fashion is a testament to their capabilities here. This final catch from Yamichi really set the victory in stone.
I mean, look at it. Look at how much damage Imal was doing in that fight. Oh, so very, very good. And the double ulti to ensure that carry dies. Team Lunatics, they understood exactly what they had to do to finish off this game.
That's a really good game. I feel like we've been getting a little bit spoiled this season. So many good games, so many good series. And again, it is only week 2. That's what's incredible to me. The level of MLBB has increased so much since last season.
Hey, look, the MPL MY, we're catching up. Hopefully, we're catching up to the rest of the regions out there. And maybe it might interest you guys too, but for the time being, the score is 1-1. Match point is going to be happening in a little bit to finish off this best of 3. You're watching the MPL MY Season 10. We'll be right back after this very short break.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua rock star.
And we're back from our short break. Match point here for Red Esports as well as Team Lunatics. Only one of these teams are going to be walking away. Maybe it's going to be Red Esports who gets that 1-1 by the end of this week, or Team Lunatics taking down a consistent team. My name is Giving Q. This is Staffa. You're watching the MPL MY Season 10.
And what a series it has been. We've already witnessed from our first 2 games victory in the form of consistency from Red Esports, as well as absolute chaos from the new team Lunatics, joining us for the first time here in Season 10. So the series now comes down to a single game to determine who is going to get that victory.
I'm not gonna lie, it's hard not to like Team Lunatics. They are a team after my own personal heart of play styles when it comes to compositions. We haven't seen dive compositions in a very, very long time, and this has been one of the cleanest dive compositions we've seen coming into the MPL. Team Lunatics, look at that! Look at what they have!
Just really well played. Amal obviously being the primary carry for that entire game, dishing out nearly 30,000 damage by himself. And then I feel like we didn't get to see Mint do a lot of that game. He ended the game with 0, 2, and 2. Not ideal for an Irritel, but his damage still speaks for himself, actually dishing out more DPS than any member of Red Esports.
Well, a lot of this has to be due to the fact that Team Lunatics, when they take their team fights, either they wait for the Black Dragon form to be down, or they fully initiate first, wait for the Black Dragon form to be used defensively before Mint comes running in, having all the space in the world, has the Queen's Roar if anybody gets close, and starts gunning them down one by one.
We do have to note as well that with the Irritel, there is a lot of armor shred for Team Lunatics, and I think that contributed a lot to the damage that Amal was able to output. But a lot of it comes down to his control over the hero as well. We know that in the late game, Ling does a lot of damage, but he's also very easy to burst down, especially considering the type of heroes that Red Esports has. The fact that he was able to dance around that and pick up kills along the way is a testament to his skill here. This may be a newbie, but you gotta respect it.
Well, if we're talking about newbies, let's also talk about Zayed, who recently just graduated from being a newbie. He is now slowly becoming his own person, a veteran even, coming in from Sora Bion, the coach from Red Esports. Zayed is a very friendly person and loves to make jokes with his teammates. He is gifted with high mechanical skill with precise timing and aim. He's eager to learn and wants to strive for more. I feel like a very friendly person, and even though his mechanical skill is really high, he is a giant IRL. He is a tall man.
He's gifted with high mechanical skill and also high just in person overall.
Yup.
But you do sometimes forget that Zayed, this is only his 2nd season here in MPL as well, so he's still got a lot to prove. But now that the drafting phase is officially commencing, we are gonna be preparing to enter game number 3.
Once again, Team Lunatics going to be on the blue side with Red Esports on the red side. Same bans all across the board. Valentina Fanny for Red Esports, Mashan as well as Wanwan for Team Lunatics. Do we see the Akai band, however?
Well, it worked out for them in game number 2, so if it's not broken, don't fix it. Team Lunatics gonna be sticking to that. Red Esports, they banned out the Fairness in this situation last game. Will they continue on with that?
Oh, respect. Respect, I respect that. They banned out the Ling this time, and you can see that on Team Lunatics' face, they're like, yeah, they're scared, they're nervous because they let go of Faramis.
What is interesting is the fact that despite this hero having 6 picks and 22 bans, he only has a 17% win rate. That's kind of abysmal considering how meta the hero seems to be right now.
Well, let's not also talk about like its death per kill rate. I wish we had a stat for that because Faramis dies a lot, like so many times. But the thing is, with Faramis, this is a big enabler for dive comps, for big daddy comps, comps that want to run you down and not be scared. Similar to Diggy, but brings a lot more utility in terms of just having big beefy tanks that can sustain. Red Esports, they respond with Beatrix. We're not seeing carry this time, and as well as Ashe on his signature Lilia.
Looks like Red Esports are in serious mode now. Gonna be finally going for the Beatrix instead of the carry, but instantly the double signature pick response. Khalid currently 100% win rate on Goldilocks and Mint. We're gonna be seeing that Brody once again.
I'm surprised that Team Lunatics didn't look to pick up a jungler just yet, but Red Esports going to be denying an enabler, making sure that Yamichi isn't going to start causing havoc in that backline and looking for those big picks, especially since Ashe is playing Lilia. You can die before you can hit that black shoes.
Indeed, that's something they gotta watch out for. Red Esports now actually gonna be banning out the Sicilian for themselves, and I am kind of curious about this Cho pickup. In terms of the player hero pool on Red, it does feel like this is going to be Ren QT's hero because I don't think we've gotten to see Muriel playing on the Cho yet. And if this does go into the EXP lane, it's gonna have kind of a hard time against the Khalid.
Yeah, a little bit of a hard time. I'm thinking of matchups against Khalid that's actually favorable for Ren. Uranus out of the picture. Esmeralda out of the picture too. Generally, it's a high damage. I mean, I would have expected Ren QT to do pretty well on the Youth Song, but it looks like Goldilocks really understands his position, the position and how to trade from early as well as mid game.
I think the Vendetta is a good shout. That is a hero that would have a pretty okay time against the Khalid. So Team Lunatics, again, focusing on that EXP lane. They want to make sure that Goldilocks can extend his lead in the lane to map pressure as Red Esports continues focusing down on possible Rain hero picks, banning out the Eve here. So it looks like they're anticipating that this is going to be Yamichi's Faramis instead.
I think, it's most likely going to be Yamichi here. I feel like for the Lunatics, going for the Kadita again doesn't seem too bad. However, Red Esports, I do think the Cho can be flexed. Ren QT has played Cho before, and I don't think that's too bad of a matchup against the Khalid, which does suggest that maybe Team Lunatics might want to ban out, either the Diggy or the Franco here.
I actually still think this is going to be Rain's Faramis here. I think we could see a Yamichi Kufra.
Ooh, Yamichi Kufra. Let's see what Red Esports' first pick is. I'm like 50-50 on Kufra right now. Ooh, you know what?
I'm like more.
I'm like 75%. I'm like 75% of the way now. Paquito, not bad. However, Team Lunatics can look to counter it.
Yep, if they go for the Kufra here, I think it would work really well. It obviously means a little less damage in the late game since Faramis, his scaling is going to be a little less than other mages, but not by much. I think it's still a pretty balanced comp, and they are still looking for a jungler for Amal as well. Wondering what they might go for. We are seeing that Yisa Jin there.
That's the thing, he's hovering over it. He did that the last time but changed at the last second. So that I'm not 100% sure. He could be hovering over fighters. I'm not 100% sure where it's going to go, but I'm seeing the Kufra already getting locked in. Yes, Lancelot! Finally, I get to cast a game with Lancelot in it. He already has 100% win rate, 2 picks, 3 bans.
I think that means that Team Lunatics actually has 3 heroes with 100% win rates on their lineup right now. A lot of pressure on them to see if they can keep these percentages maxed out. Red Esports now going to be looking for their final pickup, and we can also confirm whether or not this is an EXP Cho or a Roam Cho, because we actually are not certain of that yet.
I think taking the Thamus here wouldn't be too bad for Red Esports, honestly, because if you get Cho in that side lane, you're not going to have as much impact, but instead, they are going to go for the Atlas. So if you want to dive us, we have tools to try and stop you and maybe turn this fight around, because we know how Atlas really is a table flipper for team fights.
This is gonna come down very heavily to how each team wants to take the fight and how they approach it, because there's a lot of team fight capability on both of these lineups. The Cult Altar comboed with the Kufra is going to be really strong, especially with the Khalid jumping in as well. But if they set themselves up for the Fatal Links, that's a very easy kill score for the AoE damage coming out of Beatrix, the AoE coming out of Lilia. So Team Lunatics need to not fall into that sort of trap. as we now prepare to enter the final game of the series. Recapping the lineups once again, Team Lunatics still going for that dive composition. But if we're talking about late game, it is all Red Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Will the Fatal Links be the final nail in the coffin for Team Lunatics, or will the brand new upstarts show us an upset here against a veteran MPL team?
Welcome back to the Land of Dawn for game number 3. Shucks. That's some awkward timing. That's an awkward time for a game pause here. Well, this gives us a little bit of time because I feel like the name of the game for Team Lunatics is how much value are you going to get from the Cult Altar. The temporary HP, or how I like to call it, temp HP, it's not bad, but if you get hit by that by the perfect match into the Fatal Links, is that going to be enough to really change the tides?
Typically, yes, it would be enough, simply because when that temporary HP is destroyed from the Cult Altar, it takes a moment before you're actually able to DPS them again. But in this case, if too many of them get caught in the Fatal Links, it sets up perfectly for a Nibiru's Passion, which is going to do a lot of damage, and they want to avoid that at all costs. So it does kind of put a wrench in the plans of Team Lunatics. They can't exactly front to back it. They can't just jump in willy-nilly without concern for themselves. They have to make sure they catch out the DPSs before they are threatened by the Fatal Links.
Oh, but that's the thing. I feel like if you call Altar and you get hit by the full combo of Fatal Links, I don't think that's enough to take away the temp HP. So that brings up the next question. Somebody else is going to have to chunk out the temp HP so that Nibiru's Passion is going to get maximum value. Because you don't want to like, oh, Nibiru's Passion, the person goes down, becomes invulnerable for a second, comes back to life, and Nibiru Passion is done.
Well, if you set up for a good 4-man knockout strike, that's pretty good as well.
That's money. That is money. All right, let's see how this game goes, because immediately you are seeing Yamichi looking to punish this early. Miles getting very early trades. He's not even in lane, and Yamichi probably going to be forced to recall very soon, as Goldilocks and Ren QT, they are not backing down from this street brawl. Ash, however, cannot afford to die.
I do like the slight sort of change from Red Esports there, rotating Mal over to dual damage to the Kufra, but Yamichi already forcing Zayed to use his Retribution on a regular jungle camp. Not gonna have that up for the purple buff, which means Goldilocks can threaten it and just chase the Paquito away.
Yes, this is what we want to see. Zayed uses Retribution so early, and now they're looking for this punish. Emal is going to get it. Ash, and as well as Hakimi are looking to try and take out Yamichi, who turns a different direction, but Goldilocks finds first blood, goes for a second. Emal unable to finish it off, but now Mural is all by himself. They were able to get the trade back on Yamichi, but losing out on Ren QT, on the EXP lane is going to put Goldilocks in an amazingly good position.
Yeah, that's a massive trade for Team Lunatics. Ordinarily, trading the EXP lane for the tank isn't actually that big of a difference, but when you are in a situation where you have to go even against something like a Khalid, a little bit of EXP difference is going to make a lot of difference for Ren QT. Luckily, the lane did kind of build up there, so he still has both of the EXP cannon minions.
Yeah, that's a little sad, I'm not gonna lie, but as you were mentioning earlier, these slight EXP leads, most people are gonna think, oh yeah, but then you're not really, there's not gonna be much of a difference in the stats. However, it does make a difference in terms of who gets the next level first. Now, Yamichi is gonna get attacked here as the retaliation from Red Esports is successful, giving Zayed the kill he needs to get back into this game. Yamichi pays the price as Red Esports will dive the top side, mid actually flickering away, and it's going to be a perfect combo. Torn apart memories with the help of the Ghostbuster from Fire Mist to secure the kill on Mural.
That was beautifully timed by Mint, flickering behind Zayed the moment he used Jab. That is a timing you usually will not be able to catch out on. They secured a kill onto Mural, and not only that, because most of Red Esports was up in the top lane, Amal got the turtle for free.
Yep. Now, Team Lunatics looking to punish one more time here, and I think Mural has been given the signal. He is waiting patiently, knowing that Team Lunatics are looking to make something happen on top side. However, TL, I think they're very aware and understand the behaviors now. They can kind of read this.
And Ash, I think he's aware of where they might be in the bush as well. Mural now jumping in, but the perfect match is gone. Yamichi still has to be careful about engaging though. Fatal Links is still available. They're trying to use the Lancelot as bait to force the Beatrix and and Atlas to come closer, but they are giving up a lot of priority in the bottom side as well.
Exactly. This is taking way too long, and Red Esports knows for a fact of how many people are up top side if your EXP laner rotates to mid. So this is, again, it's all about patience, but Team Lunatics looking for the engagement. Mural with the perfect match, looking for an opportunity. He still has that Fatal Links, though. He could look to turn this around. He finds two. Temp HP comes up with the Cult Altar. Played perfectly coming in from Rain as he tries to back away. Zayed is going to put a lot of trouble as they already lost Lancelot. Now Mint on the run, tries to get away, but Zayed refuses to let him run any further. That is going to be the turnaround for Red Esports.
A disaster for Team Lunatics means a great boon for Red. They took that fight perfectly. This is what we talked about. The way you engage and initiate these fights determines everything in this sort of lineup, and that means a lot of farm going over to Maul on this Beatrix.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, Goldilocks is going to be stealing away camps, and he is going to use his Raging Sandstorm to get on out of there. He is not he is not letting this get to him for now. He's playing very individualistically, but that's what you want to do as Khalid. You will look for any advantage to get ahead, to give yourself that bit of edge for the upcoming fight. But RenQT makes the play onto Yamichi, getting a great kick. Yamichi forced the flicker out, losing out on an important battle spell.
I like this increased tempo from Red Esports. They are threatening Team Lunatics on every front because they know that they now have the gold advantage, no matter how slight it may be. And if they can continue this sort of pressure, it's going to be very difficult for Team Lunatics to make up for that difference in momentum.
But TL are already on the turtle. Red Esports could look to contest here. Unfortunately, doesn't fall into the hands of Zayed, who ends up dying. The Cult Altar to protect the rest of the team. They back off, and Red Esports, unfortunately, bite on the bait.
But in the top lane, there's an engagement onto Mint. He's nearly taking out Miral, but it's not quite enough. I saw from what happened on the mini-map, he did try to flicker out of the Fatal Links, but you don't flicker out of Fatal Links. And now Lunatics trying to make an attempt on bottom side. We can see a Raging Sandstorm landing on top of Ashe, forcing out the Black Shoes, but now Goldilocks is taking a lot of damage from the Lilia, forced to use the Quicksand Guard. Amal now jumping in. He knows that Ashe doesn't have his revive, but Zayed is right there. The 1-2 combo executes the Lancelot. A nice Tyrant's Rage from Yamichi, but it's not enough. It's going to be right after Goldilocks falls to Red. And now here comes Miral tanking the tower. Triple kill going to Zayed.
That's what you want to see from Red Esports. Now they are changing the game plan. They're not dedicating all their resources to the gold lane. They are allowing Zayed to play his game.
This is pretty bad for Team Lunatics now. 6 minutes in, a 2.5k lead for Red Esports, and we already mentioned that Lunatics with their lineup needs to secure that early game lead. They don't scale nearly as well as Red. And that means that something needs to happen pretty soon, or Red are gonna walk away with this game.
Oh, Ghostbusters is gonna be pulling back here with the Shadow Stampede, but Zayed, he's trying to get away. Unfortunately, it's gonna be Miral pulling back into Nibiru's passion. Goldilocks, unfortunately, Sandstorm Guard is all his Quicksand Guard is only gonna hold for so long as Mal picks up a triple. Red Esports changing up the play style, going back and forth.
That's the combo we were talking about. Fatal Links into Nibiru's passion, not even giving them a chance to pop that Cult Altar. Red Esports has instantly turned their lead into full map control. Nearly 4k net worth lead for Red. Turtle coming up. Lunatics in no position to contest.
This is what I've wanted to see from Red Esports for a long time. They cannot just keep playing for Mal. They need to be able to utilize their time better, and this is the results of it. They're looking for good fights, but now RenQT able to dodge the initial engagement with his Shunpo, and now he's looking for an opportunity to get on top of Mint. He's zoning him up, but here comes Miral with the Fatal Links. Cult Altar already popped into the combo. The Cult Altar valuably used, but the third hit of G Kundo is gonna stop any kind of retreat. Zayed pushing the mid lane as RenQT kicks Mint. He's trapped. He gets pulled back. It's too late for him, but the rest of Red now in some trouble as Goldilocks is able to get some good damage, but Miral gets away. Here comes Emal. He wants to get a kill, but unfortunately, it's too late. Dodges this. The last shot coming in from Mal.
My goodness, that was tense from both these teams. A nice engagement with the Fatal Links, but this is the power of the Cult Altar. Because the Nibiru's Passion was used to take out the temporary HP, it wasn't enough to kill them. And that last kick from RenQT, that was just an unfortunate mechanical misplay. You could see that he tried to flicker to kick him in the other direction, but it didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, he tried, but let's not forget that Mint, he's got some fast fingers too. Mint was able to kind of flicker into his own position, and that kind of made the angle really, really awkward. RenQT should have been careful, and I think he was spamming the Way of the Dragon pretty hard there. Let's have a look at the items, though.
We can see that right now, Red Esports in a pretty comfortable spot. Mal already having his VOD and Malefic Roar 6-0 on the Beatrix. So he is pretty farmed in comparison. You can see that Mint only having just picked up his VOD, being forced to build slightly more defensive items to ensure he can survive.
All right. I would say right now Red Esports isn't in a position where everybody has hit their power spike just yet. And I think even for Team Lunatics, they understand that, yeah, we're going to have to give away a couple of these turrets. There's no real point in contesting them until we get them where we want them, which is going to be this upcoming Lord fight. But now, Red Esports looking to make the play here. Mural, unfortunately, doesn't find anybody. Yamichi finds it, though. However, he gets pulled back by the Fatal Links. The temp HP from the Cult Altar is going to be enough as the Raging Sandstorm cancels on Nibiru's Passion, and they turn this around. Emal dashing with the Thorn Rose already finds 2, but they need to get 1 more to even up the odds. They don't find it yet.
That was crazy right there. I don't even know how to describe what happened, but you could see that there was an attempt onto Mal there, and the Tyrant's Rage actually nearly caught out the Beatrix, but the Fatal Links from Mural was perfectly timed to disrupt the Kufra, keeping not only the Beatrix alive, but the Nibiru's Passion up to instantly clear up the temporary HP on all 5 members of Team Lunatics. It does look like we're going to be getting an instant replay of that as well.
Yeah, let's see it one more time, because again, when we saw it happen, it was just too late. And even when the second cast after the initial, Lemichi still has his ult. He was not able to get his ult off. That would have been a huge game changer for Team Lunatics. But now it's all up to Red to take control over this Lord Pit.
That trade, however, did reduce their net worth lead to only 1.5k, so they're still able to make engagements. You can see they're now going on top of Mint. Fatal Links finds the Brody, but Yamichi is stopping Zayed from engaging, meaning that Atlas is out of position. Cult Altar is out. Mural is down. Tyrant's range onto Zayed means that his is going to go down. Shut down onto Ash. Double kill going over to Mint. They're jumping in on RenQT. Way of the Dragon. Will it keep him alive?
Ooh.
No! He dies to the passive damage. Double kill picked up by Amal.
Nicely done. Emal, he did use his retribution to finish off RenQT, who had barely any HP left. A very good play coming in from Team Lunatics, and an unfortunate mishap for Red Esports. This Lord falls into the hands of TL.
That's a bit uncharacteristic of Red Esports there. Just a mistake. Mural wanted to catch out Mint, but Yamichi, knowing he can't stop the Fatal Link, stops the follow-up damage instead. And once they know that a bunch of cooldowns have been used, instantly re-engaged with the Cult Altar. No setup for the Nibiru's Passion this time. The net worth lead is now in Lunatix' favor.
Yep, fleeting time already purchased here by Rain. The kick comes onto Yamichi, who flickers on out of there. A good initial punish, but I don't know. It doesn't feel too worth it to me. They're going to still lose this Tier 2. Red Esports, unfortunately, don't want to risk it for the biscuit as the Lord Empowered minions are slowly creeping in.
What a turnaround this has suddenly been, but we can't stop holding our breath just yet. Red Esports still can come back from this. 2k lead for Lunatics. They now want to take this next tower. They will take the Tier 2 mid. Lord should guarantee the Tier 2 top as well. Will Lunatics be able to pick up inhibitors?
Well, let's find out. They did it the last time. Maybe they can do it again. They use the concealed. They're trying to go. Bennett is already out. They find the initial hit, but the Cult Altar is going to go for the protection. Unfortunately, it's going to be Mal who is able to get the kills. Flickers away, saves his life. Unfortunately for Emal, doesn't find the execution, but this does mean that they get 2 inhibitors for a trade. Do they want to go in some more? Emal, he's playing it very carefully. He has nothing to dash to just yet. And Red Esports, the punishment has been laid upon them.
Lunatics might actually want to go for one more here. They're shoving out another wave, but okay, that's smart. They don't want to go for that again, but that was a beautiful engagement. Yamiti jumping in, finding a 2-man Tyrant's Rage. Unfortunately, the tower is not fat enough, so they didn't get stunned, but the shift in position was enough to catch Red Esports out of guard.
Yep, it's taking the opportunities. The mini stuns just stopping them in their tracks. I mean, that's why Grok's knockup with the Wild Charge is so good, even though you don't necessarily get the mega stun when you collide with a wall. But looking at the items so far, you can definitely tell the differences here as Team Lunatics now on their 4th item compared to Red Esports, who are still stuck on their 3rd. They have enough components. Some of them have their 4th item, but not everybody.
We can see that Maul and Ash are still at the top of the damage dealt rankings as well, but Goldie Luck is actually the one doing the most DPS on Team Lunatics. Again, the Khalid on this player needs to be respected, and that is 36,000 tower damage with the first Lord push of the game. That's gotta be a new record.
Yeah, with a 4K goal earned in that time. Nicely done by Team Lunatics here. Red Esports getting close to their next item power spike with 13 seconds left on the clock before the next Luminous Lord is going to spawn.
This is going to be an important one here. If Lunatics claims this Lord, they can probably end the game right there. So Red cannot give this over to them. We can see it from their positioning. They're making an attempt over from the river side. Not aware. Yamichi's behind them. He fights Maul. He fights 2 with Tyrant's Rage. Cult Altar going to be popped. A kill on the Maul instantly. Miral follows very quickly. The stun from Ren QT will be able to keep alive with the flicker, but not enough. Mega kill going to Amal.
Huge play coming in from Yamichi. A well-timed flank, and Red Esports didn't check their homework. Ash uses the Black Shoes, falls back into TL, and they get sucked in by the Shadow Stampede. TL looking to end this game as they take out Zion. It's a 2-1 victory. GG, well played.
The comeback from the newbies have shown the veterans exactly what they've got to bring. The MPL Season 10. That was a game for the ages. That was the game they were looking for.
That shows you the value of the Cult Altar. Doesn't matter if you got Fatal Links. Doesn't matter if you have Nibiru's passion. Cult Altar protects all who come and bow down.
I don't know what is happening this season, but I don't want it to stop. The trend continues. The curse continues. Yamichi flexing on the team. He knows they did good work today.
He is so good. Well done. Well done. For a new team entering and qualifying through playoffs, a semi-professional team earning the mantle of a professional team now here at the MPL. What a game this was. They show their respects to Red Esports like real sportsmanship should be. But goddamn, that was a good game.
That really was a good game, and I can't believe this is only week 2. This is between a new team. What else can we expect? Let's see what the host has to find out for us, passing it over.
Kalah sekali, tak puas hati, nak menang lagi. Tim Lunatics berjaya untuk mengunci 2 mata meretang Red Esports, dan bersama dengan saya kali ini adalah Min, marksman goal laner untuk Tim Lunatics. Okey, apa khabar Min?
Khabar baik.
Nampak macam gugup ya? Okey. Okey ya? Nampak macam Okey, kita lanjutkan ke soalan yang pertama terlebih dahulu. Okey Min. Apa yang jadi punca untuk Tim Lunatics menang pada perlawanan kali ini?
Bagi saya, first game tu yang kita orang kalah tu maybe sebab kita orang still tak dapat momentum. And then for the second game and the third game, kita orang reset balik buat apa patut and control the game lah. And kurangkan mistake kita orang.
Yes, itulah yang menjadi punca kemenangan pada anda yang tertanya di rumah. Okey, untuk soalan yang kedua kat sini Min. Dah minggu kedua, momentum cucunya untuk Tim Lunatics. Ada tak rasa sedikit gementar, takut ke? Senang cerita, gayat lah, ada tak gayat?
Gayat tu still ada, mesti ada. Tapi kok mana pun kami kena atasi lah rasa gayat tu. And Alhamdulillah dapat menang hari ni.
Alhamdulillah. Dan ada tak kata-kata terakhir untuk fans-fans Tim Lunatics yang datang di Cool City Mall kali ini?
Pada fans Lunatics, saya pun tak tahu fans Lunatics ni ramai ke tak.
Ramai. Ultras ni.
Tapi terima kasih banyak-banyak yang mana support kami, yang sanggup datang, and kepada yang di rumah yang support kami, and especially to the ones yang support kami daripada second tier lagi. Terima kasih banyak-banyak.
Saya tu, saya support daripada second tier. Okey, saya akan lepaskan Min untuk raikan kemenangan ini bersama dengan rakan-rakan beliau. Okey, terima kasih Min. Okey, itulah dia. Tanpa melengahkan masa, kita akan terus ke mic check untuk dengarkan seluruh tim Lunatics dalam perlawanan sebentar tadi.
Okay, dia tak ada tau.
Dapat.
Ni dulu.
Mati Man. Mantap Man. Jangan Mik, jangan.
Nikat. Mati.
Nice.
Nice! Okay.
Cepat.
Mati.
Botol.
Dah, wait. Jangan
Jangan fight me.
Jangan bagi dia kill. Kita nak bagi dia dah letup lah. Belah. Tu je kita punya objektif. Atas pula. Akai.
Apa boy?
Ni boleh
Mati apa boy?
Ni boleh ni.
Jangan hati boy!
Dapat victory ke?
Nice! Wow!
Dapat.
Wah, position lah boy!
Ada kick bosku.
Gas Yarin!
Dapat.
Bye-bye dek! Bye-bye!
Tengok apa tu.
Woi! Baiklah!
Aku dah pakai carry bosku.
Siap Yami!
Kita macam mana?
Gas lagi.
I like to move it.
Discipline.
Awak. Tak, mantap. Datanglah lagi. Datang sini.
Banyak betul! Mari kau! Dah. Yaudah.
Nice lah.
Mantap.
Aku push. Aku tahu.
Tahu.
Dapat!
Datang sini. Apa yang push bola? Datang.
How can you not love this team? How can you not love this team? So much personality. They still feel nervous up on stage, but when they get that momentum, it just melts away.
The thing about Team Lunatics that really puts you behind them is it really does feel like this is a team of friends playing together, having fun on stage. Yes, it's their first time at MPL, but you don't really feel the jitters because to them, it's just like playing Pops. It's just like playing ranked at home, all together. You can feel that chemistry, that connection, and that synergy really makes a big difference in these sort of victories.
Absolutely. I mean, in this game alone, the way that they are communicating with each other, a lot of shouting, but more importantly, that is somebody who kind of grounds them, and that feels like Goldilocks based on the mic check alone. He's telling you, hey, objectives, we need to remember this, don't get too over momentum, don't take that momentum and run it over, don't start running it down. But let's have a look at the item build real quick before we go any further.
Yep, having a look at the items here, this was just an amazing game because it looked like it was going to be Red Esports' victory from the very beginning. They had such good momentum, but a single play, a single swing was all it took for Team Lunatics to suddenly take control. We can look at their items. I don't think there's anything too peculiar here. These are pretty default builds from all of their members, but they were definitely getting a big boost. Most of them already completing 4 items on their side.
Yeah, and let's talk about Raid for a second, because the farm is called Altar value that he was able to get off of this, and the fact that he wasn't in the support position means that he was able to upgrade it very, very quick the moment he got to level 12, and having that third, having especially the third upgrade onto his called Altar makes a significant difference compared to when he had a level 1 called Altar. Level 1 called Altar, as soon as that Fatal Links landed, you pretty much had no temp HP. Level 3 called Altar, you still have 50%, and Nibiru's Passion took out the rest, but when you respawn, you don't have to worry about it. The moment of invulnerability buys precious seconds for his team.
I think what happened as well was that there was a lot of pressure on Red Esports, especially on Miral. Again, this is going to be his first time playing on the MPL stage. So even though Red are the veteran team, Miral is as fresh as Team Lunatics. So when he's put in this situation where he has to get a beautiful fatal links every single time, it does feel like he got a little bit too giddy, like his fingers were moving quicker than he was thinking, and he tried to make plays that ended up costing his team.
I mean, if we're talking about how much it cost them literally all the stats. In terms of damage taken, Red Esports were topping the charts worth of damage, but TL was able to get the kills that mattered. When it comes down to total heals, I'm not sure if that's part of the calculations when it's temp healing as well, or whether it's literally just Rain getting a little bit of a heal from the souls and Goldilocks just using the quicksand guard.
Yeah, but we can see that just in terms of individual damage dealt, Maul and Ash were miles ahead of Team Lunatics, and I think they would have held on to that too if not for the turnaround. Just Lunatics instantly recognizing that, hey, this is an opportunity. We've caught people out. We're going to run with it. And after that, being very wary of how they wanted to engage, allowing Yamichi to just take the bullet to put Red Esports out of position made all the difference.
Yeah, I mean, Team Lunatics, their playstyle, they are very brave. They want to fight. I've never seen Team Lunatics take a sacrificial play like, oh, we have to take this loss. No, they never feel like they're doing that. But let's look at the MVP of this game. Coming in from Team Lunatics, it is going to be Rain on his Faramis with 100% match KP.
Yep. Faramis finally showing why this hero is on the forefront of every team's mind. 17% win rate means nothing when it is used correctly. 100% match kill participation. Every single kill that Team Lunatics got in that game was joined by this player right here. And although his GPM is not very high, he makes up for it in just supporting his team, making sure that those cult altars hit when it mattered the most.
Yep, it really shows why a lot of teams want to play with Faramis specifically. That alt range is kind of ridiculous. You can be literally at the edge of a screen but still be able to affect everybody, every single person on your team with the cult altar effect.
But having a look at the highlights to relive these moments here in game number 3, we can see at the beginning of the game, there was a lot of aggression from Team Lunatics, which is what we expect from them. And this first invade did work out very well for them to gain advantage in the EXP lane. But then Red Esports started fighting back when Zyd hit that level 4 and getting a massive damage boost on the Paquito.
Yeah, I mean, just look at these plays being done by Team Lunatics, right? They're taking the initiative. They know they can be really aggressive. And Red Esports, they responded in kind. For every single kick that they got thrown at, a punch would come their way. But these neutral objectives were extremely difficult for Red Esports to turn around, because again, they can't force out that cult altar, and Rain is really, really slippery. With that being said here, let's look at the updated standings of Group B. Unfortunately for Red Esports, and I'm sorry to the fans out there, they're going to be ending this week 0-2 as Team Lunatics start to soar up in their own standings with 5 aggregate points.
Yep, but Red Esports were still able to take these 1 victories against their opponents, so they still sit at the top of Group B with 6 aggregate points. Team Lunatics now taking 2nd place, overtaking Orange Esports with that effective victory, pushing Homeboys and Team CARACAL down to the bottom of the standings.
This just shows you how important it is to actually get a 2-0 in your BO3. That 1 extra aggregate point makes all the difference. If not, Red Esports would not still be sitting on top of their group.
Indeed, but you have to note, Red Esports, they have 4 matches so far, and they're only 1 point ahead of Lunatics. They've only had half their games.
So keep an eye out for the rest of Group B, because it's only going to get more interesting from here on out. I can't believe that was only like the first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah. Who knows what else we can expect from the rest of today, considering what we've already witnessed throughout the season. And when I say throughout, I mean 2 weeks. It doesn't feel like it's been 2 weeks. It feels like it's been ages.
Oh, it has. It really shows the increase of quality in the games here at the MPL MY. And with our very close making it into almost top 4s in international tournaments, things are changing. One of which is specifically the keys to victory. For both of these teams, they've been prioritizing these gold lanes. You can tell by Team Lunatics, Mint specifically was getting a GPM of 750 above average than the usual gold laner. 774 for game number 2 and 772 in game number 3.
Now you can see that they did a pretty good job of countering the enemy rotation as well. Team Lunatics obviously took a lot of tempo into their own hands, but Red did still do a pretty good job. You can see here Muriel and Ash having really solid assist numbers even in the games that they ended up losing.
Yeah, looking to counter the enemy's rotations can be difficult sometimes because sometimes it can be a one-for-one trade, which is unideal. But let's not forget about the jungler to secure these objectives. Mostly successful here from both sides because the games that have been won by either team, total number of turtle kills was 6, total number of lords killed in a game would be 3. So honestly, very well done for both of these teams. They know exactly what they want and they know exactly what they need to end these games.
We're definitely seeing in this recent meta that games are ending a lot more quickly as compared to in Season 9. And I think a lot of that comes down to these objectives, especially that Lord. We're seeing teams become much more and more efficient with using the Lord to take as many structures as possible. As we saw in that previous game, doing to over 30,000 damage to towers with the first Lord of the game, which usually you just see it walk down the lane and then die without doing anything.
Exactly. Season 9, that was the whole story. The first Lord comes up, it's basically non-existent. It melts like butter all the time. But nowadays, and especially with Team Lunatics, as we saw before, really taking full advantage of their lead to get inhibitors. And I think that's already very, very big in their own right.
I really love that. It's just so fun to watch a team like this that just wants to run down the enemy. Yes, so watching people farm and play really clean and consistent MLBB, that's good. But I think a lot of us have a little bit of that wild side. We want to see more of it. And if you guys want to see more of it, these teams need you to show your support. And we can see here a lot of the comments that have been selected as our They Need You winners.
For all of you They Need You winners, thank you for your support for your favorite teams. And if you guys want to be a part of it and win some lucky prizes like these guys being debuted down here, do you see them? Do you see their comments? It's so simple. It's so easy. Use that hashtag 10Bersama and also include your game ID on top of your server ID so we can award you the gifts. Maybe even an epic skin based on what I'm hearing here. I'm not entirely sure which one of these guys got an epic skin, but just know that one of them has it.
And if you guys want to join any discussion, find more friends that watch MPL, scan this QR code you see at the bottom of the screen to join the MPL MY official group. Lots of fun discussions, lots of thought-provoking discussions, and lots of memes as well.
The memes come out way too quick. I don't know how you guys do it on the official group, but they're so fast. Like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, boom, instantly a full meme template down.
People just have their Photoshop open. They have MPL on one screen, they got their Photoshop open. Which of these memes can we use right now?
Well, speaking of potential memes, let's play Guess Who, a little fun segment between us and you guys here as we look on that. What is that? All right.
That's kind of terrifying.
That's some, ooh, that's an interesting, all right. I have no clue who this is right now. Hobbies and trivia. Played bola baling for his school, or handball, for those who don't understand Bahasa Melayu. Featured heroes Ling, Fanny, Paquito. Birthplaces Clang. Tomtify, Imal, or Zaid.
Ooh, this is interesting. And this is actually the first time as well we've seen two players from different teams as the options. This is genuinely kind of difficult.
Yeah. Also, who plays handball these days?
Well, this person does.
I think, I'm taking a wild guess here. I think this could possibly be Zayed?
I think it's probably Zayed, right? Because I remember mentioning that the reason Zayed is so tall is because he plays sports.
But why handball of all games? I'm not going to judge, but let's find out. And there we have it. It is Zayed. Whew. Honestly, I thought I was going to break my streak of guessing the Guess Who segment, but luckily, we're still 100% here at the desk.
Indeed, if you guys did guess correctly, and even if you guys didn't guess correctly, we still have a code for you guys to redeem up on screen. So make sure you guys use it at the link provided to get yourself some nice in-game rewards. And again, for those of you who want to get more rewards, make sure you guys brush up on your knowledge of the game's heroes, as well as all the players here at MPL, because we're going to consistently test all of you watching from home.
Hopefully, guys, you've been enjoying these segments as much as we have here at the desk, and claim your codes while it's gone. Gotta be fast on those, but don't worry, there's more prizes to be earned. Don't forget about the just before I was about to bring it up, we've already hit 500 shares here on the stream of the MPL MY Season 10. Thank you so much. Please claim your code while you still can. We're just handing these out. These are just like free flyers here at this point.
We're really glad that you guys are enjoying MPL. So if you guys want to share it out and allow more people to gain the sense of satisfaction you get from watching these games, make sure to click on that share button if you haven't yet to contribute to our further share milestones. We're still looking for 800, 1,000, and 1.2k share milestones. So we got a long way to go. You guys better get clicking.
There's still plenty of games today, and there's plenty of time to get there. So please share while you still can. If you haven't done it yet, be a part of the community. But coming up next, we've got our second best of 3 of the day.
Indeed, we have none other than SUHAZ Esports going up against Team SMG. Yet another new lineup to the MPL, going up against a veteran roster. And then later in the day, we're going to have Orange Esports up against Team CARACAL.
It's going to be an exciting one here. Will SUHAZ Esports get their first win of this season? And will Team SMG recover after their, well, interesting performance last week?
Team SMG right now is probably one of the strongest teams in the league. They are a champion team after all, and you can definitely feel they're hungry to reclaim that title. SUHAZ so far haven't been able to claim a victory, but we already see Team Lunatics taking out Red Esports, so anything is possible.
Hopefully you guys stick around for the second best of 3. It's going to be a real limit test for SUHAZ Esports. Maybe we might see them try to break away and get another game, or just another saber. With that being said, you guys are watching the MPL MY Season 10. Hopefully you've been enjoying the stream so far. We're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it is going to be 2 upcoming teams to show who is going to be the better one. We'll be coming to you right back right after this short break.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high caliber shot.
king. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. weak and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Our MPL-MY veterans have crosshairs on their heads, and it's the rookies who are pulling the trigger. Will SUHAZ Esports be able to replicate the success of Team Lunatics after our first series of the day? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's MPL-MY Season 10 brought to you by us on the English desk. My name's Staffa alongside Gideon.
Once again, week number 2 continues to give off the best that MPL-MY has to offer, but there are still things that need to go into the works for these absolute machines. A little bit of oiling, as some may say.
Indeed, a little bit of oil in those gears goes a long way to ensure that everything is smooth sailing. And speaking of smooth, we're going to be witnessing Team SMG go head-to-head against SUHAZ Esports in our second series of Week 2, Day 2.
Now, both teams are in particularly interesting positions, having a bit of a new lineups and incorporations of newer players. Well, in other cases, it's a complete change. But you guys, if you want to witness these changes for yourselves, all you got to do is to make sure that you grab the tickets to the MPL to fill up our stage here and watch the MPL Season 10 live.
Indeed, for those of you who don't know that all of the games for this season are being broadcast at the live venue here at Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur, where have you been? But it's not too late. Right now, we have the ticket prices up on screen. Original price going to be 15 ringgit, but if you grab the early bird tickets, it's only going to cost you 10 bucks. So, if you want to catch your favorite teams here live, watch the players shout and scream on stage, and contribute a little bit to the atmosphere of the hall yourselves, look no further.
Yep. If you want to make sure you're going for the right games and the right day at the right time, go for the early bird, and also check out the website of the MPL, or even join the MPL official page, and you can see the entire schedule so that you can pre-plan and purchase those tickets for 10 bucks between Friday as well as Sunday. Get it within that time frame, because after that, it's going to be 15 ringgit. But now, it's finally time for SUHAZ Esports as well as Team SMG to make their way here at Quill City Mall.
Looking at the performances of these two teams so far, SUHAZ Esports still has yet to claim their first victory after going up in 2 matches in week number 1, first against Todak, then against Team Hack. As for Team SMG, they're currently on a 1-1 record, taking a 2-1 victory against RSG, but then losing to Team Hack in a similar manner. So, SUHAZ, I think they're going to have a little bit of an uphill climb here, because even though Team SMG, their performance isn't as good as they ideally would like, they are still a champion team. And speaking of champion team, we're going to be witnessing both of these teams walk up onto the stage, so let us welcome the players going head-to-head.
Team SMG.
To bring and starting things off with the second best of 3, it's Team SMG. Last week, they allowed Valentina to go through to limit test themselves and really try to break that 100% win rate on Valentina. Was it a mistake? Was it a possibility that they didn't have the hero pool, or truly a limit test?
Well, who knows, but this is a former champion team, and they are bringing that reputation, that knowledge to the table. I'm also seeing a familiar face up on stage. Zion Sempoy might be reprising his role here.
SUHAZ Esports.
Coming onto the stage next, the challenger, SUHAZ Esports, with a newly revamped lineup, struggling to gain those points. They need this win to push their momentum for the rest of the regular season.
We've definitely been seeing some potential from these rookies here, but compared to many other new lineups in the MPL, they've definitely still been struggling to find some momentum. So this is going to be a harsh reality check for them here, going up against a former champion. will they have the skills and the chemistry to pull off a victory?
Let's see how much they've improved this time around. Both teams really need that secret communicational oil to get the gears moving to keep everybody on the same page.
They're gonna have to be on their toes right now because Team SMG, they're not safe either, so their coach is going to have some work to do to make sure they don't get the rug pulled out from under them by SUHAZ Esports.
Introducing the brains, it's Ryzen and Rex Vin as analyst and Coach James as well as analyst Lung for Team SMG to guide them through the drafting phase.
These are of course experienced coaches up on stage. James a little more so than Rex Vin, who is still trying to find his sort of proving ground as a coach here, only really starting as an MPL coach last season. It's gonna be an uphill battle, but having a look here at the statistics, starting off with SUHAZ Esports.
With their lineup, Abumon, Oxygen, Vinsmoke, Raisin, as well as Siti Norsana. These players have failed to find that chemistry between each other. However, we've seen a lot of unique picks.
We're definitely seeing much more aggressive early game gameplay from SUHAZ Esports here, mainly on account of Vinsmoke enjoying playing these assassin roamers, the first player to bring the Saber roam onto the field. As for the other players as well, Oxygen has been doing a pretty good job with the Julian in the mid lane, but now that the hero has received some nerfs, we'll see whether or not that's going to affect his playstyle overall.
I don't know how much it's going to change, but I'm excited to introduce our next team, their lineup from Team SMG.
It's going to consist of Sasa, Zion, Sempoi, Hate, Box, and Smooth. Zion Sempoi going to finally be reprising his role as the roamer, maybe, for Team SMG after relinquishing the position to Noir for the first week overall. This is probably going to be Team SMG's strongest lineup.
With his first appearance, I want to see whether Zyme Senpai can actually pull the team together, make sure they're on the same page. Because again, to all the fans out there from the MPLPH watching Hate and monitoring his progress with the team, the biggest issue is going to be communication.
Indeed, unlike many other teams where mainly they're going to be communicating in Malay, we are in Malaysia after all, there is a very international team on SMG requiring different languages to be used, and hopefully they'll be able to achieve these key to victories once they go up against SUHAZ Esports.
To kick things off, they need to snowball an early game advantage, and I think this is leaning more towards SUHAZ Esports because they know how to accumulate these small picks and turn them into gold, but they have to beware of the enemy's mid laner.
Indeed. In addition to the mid laner, I also think that the roamers need to be primary points of contention between these two teams here. Vinsmoke can be very aggressive, but in my opinion, Zyme Senpai was easily one of the league's best roamers in Season 9. And if they can use this to follow up with aggression from their junglers, that will allow them to claim a foothold over the early game.
All of these points, these keys to victory, is going to be difficult to achieve if the team isn't on the same page. It's going to be a collection of the roamer as well as the jungler to help press the agenda. But let's see what you guys at home believe is going to take this game away with the audience prediction with an overwhelming majority leaning towards Team SMG.
Wow, that's probably the most one-sided predictions we have seen so far in our first 2 weeks here in Season 10. And unfortunately for SUHAZ, I can't really blame them. Their performance so far hasn't been doing too well. But for those few SUHAZ fans out there, they need you right now. So put your support in the comments with the hashtag 10Bersama, attach your game ID as well as your server ID, and you stand a chance to have your comment featured at the end of the match, as well as potentially win a mystery gift.
I already told you guys the codes are coming in hot and they come in fast, so don't miss this opportunity because I heard one of the mystery gifts is an epic skin. You want a chance, you know what to do. Show your support. Turn those feelings into words.
Yep, and of course, QR code there as well. Scan it if you want to join our MPLMY official group. Lots of interesting things to talk about, lots of fellow MPL and MLBB fans to meet, and lots of memes to view. But with the 10 seconds on the top left of the screen now counting down, we are about to enter the draft for our first series, our first game in our second series of the day, my bad there, between SUHAZ Esports and Team SMG.
Let the drafting phase begin with Team SMG on the blue side and SUHAZ Esports on the red side. Julian immediately banned out. I think that's respectable. Oxygen had a phenomenal start, thinking that maybe, you know, Julian might not necessarily get picked up within the first week. He proved otherwise.
And that's quite interesting as well, considering our first series of the day, Julian was only ever picked up once, and that was at the end of a full draft. So we're definitely seeing teams have different priorities in terms of their banning, which just makes the game that much more interesting. The Fanny going to be another ban from Team SMG. We do know that Box, he's recently preferring tanky / fighter junglers, so assassin pickups are not actually that much of a priority for SMG.
I hope that has changed a little bit. I really want to see Box go back to his roots, go back to those marksmen as well as assassins especially, to show off what he's got. SUHAZ Esports hovering and utilizing the time that they still have to discuss about the rest of the draft, but it looks like they're going to ban out Valentina here.
I think that's just gotta be the answer right now. All of these teams now know the terror of this hero. Team SMG was basically the only team that allowed the hero to go through the draft, not just once, but twice in an effort to combat it, and still it was not enough. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Valentina basically 100% banned for the rest of the season.
I think it's respectable, but it looks like Diggy is going to be the follow-up ban here for Team SMG, which does indicate that Akai is jumping up in priority.
Akai has always been a priority pick for Team SMG since week number 1. Box's most played hero so far. I'm pretty sure he's only played like 1 or 2 games where he wasn't on Akai throughout this whole season. So Team SMG definitely want to pick that up. Really good enabler. SUHAZ Esports, they're definitely aware of this. But is Akai a hero worth banning considering everything that's still in the pool?
Well, I mean, there's a good amount. Ling is still up for grabs. Akai is worth banning out. It looks like SUHAZ Esports have figured it out, and they are hovering over the Akai for now. Let's see what the first pick is going to be for Team SMG. Are we correct? Yes, Akai gets banned out. Team SMG, what are they going to go for? I'm hoping it's Ling.
Ling would be a pretty good shout here. It was one of Box's original heroes back when he debuted in Season 7. Since then, we haven't gotten a lot of chance to see him on it once again. So yeah, I agree with you. I do hope we get to see Box return a little bit to his assassin roots, considering that the meta is now shifting towards those higher damage heroes. But we completely forgot about this actually. The 1-1 slips through the cracks.
Yeah, 1-1 is high value, and Sasa, he's comfortable on it for sure. Now SUHAZ Esports look to respond here, and there's a number of things that they could do. They could try to go for a Phoveus if they wanted to. Usually an assassin style is the way to go. I'm seeing a Minotaur hover. I don't necessarily agree with that, but hey, we don't know what it's going to be just yet.
I think Esmeralda is a good shout out here because giving that over the Smooth is not a good idea. But also if they lock in the Esmeralda right now, it gives Team SMG a very easy way to just draft up the Dira. They do grab the Ling for themselves and the Esme. So the Dira for SMG is on the table.
Oh, please give Smooth Diroth. I want to see how much damage he can put on that EXP lane. That'd be very exciting to see. But then again, they do have other priorities here. And now that Zyme Senpai is going to be playing this time instead of Noir, that does open up a number of options. Matilda, Selena. I mean, I would expect them to play Grok here, but hey, I'm just holding my breath.
I would love to see Zyme Senpai play Grok again. Easily the best Grok player in Season 9. But it depends on how Team SMG want to go about this. Zyme Senpai right now is sort of a renegade factor. They don't really know what is going to come out of this player, so Team SMG can easily leave him for much later into the draft to catch SUHAZ by surprise. And also because Zyme Senpai has a really big hero pool.
Masha, another pick that we didn't get to discuss too much about, doesn't really get to see play with 8 picks and 14 bans and a 62% win rate. Definitely is one of those heroes that assassins hate to deal with because they can 100-0 you so quick, and because of the 3 health bars, it takes such a long time to cut through.
That's most likely going to be Smooth's hero as well. This is very much his style. Just give him something that can split push, pull attention away, and run into the enemy without caring too much about whether or not they'll die, simply because Masha will outlive everything. I'm kind of curious. that the Lolita was picked up this early on, because we did mention Zion Point. I don't feel like they have to lock in the hero very early. It's possible that this is more of a deny pick from Team SMG because they know the Lolita can counter 1-1.
I think I would agree with that, right? I mean, Lolita is able to kind of block all projectiles when she drops her shield. However, SUHAZ Esports, now that they don't have these pseudo counters, they're going to go straight away with just long-range artillery with the Eve. That real-world manipulation has costed a lot of 1-1 lives.
This is also going to definitely shift the way that Team SMG wants to draft. Right now, their only form of CC is going to be the Thunderclap from the Masha as well as the Stun from Lolita, both of which are not the most reliable ways to stop the real-world manipulation. So SUHAZ are indirectly forcing Team SMG to pick up more crowd control in their kit. But I feel like they don't mind that too much. They're going to need it to lock down the Ling anyway.
Balmond gets banned out for the side of Team SMG. They want to make sure that they can contest for these neutral objectives. They banned out the Akai previously, so now Box's hero pool is getting smaller and smaller by the second. As Team SMG, they decide to ban out the Phoveus this time, which does give a little bit of questions, right? Because again, Phoveus is able to get on top of the 1-1, eventually will scale, but 1-1, 9 out of 10 times is able to kind of kite out the Phoveus, and especially when you have Inspire, is able to essentially kill the Phoveus as soon as you have the crossbow of Tang.
So that might imply that Team SMG wants to go for another hero that has a lot of mobility, or they've taken a page out of the lesson they learned when going against Team Hawk and simply don't want to take the risk of giving the Phoveus away. Because even if 1-1 can outkite the Phoveus, that's assuming the fact that the 1-1 is already ahead. And if the Phoveus snowballs, it becomes very difficult to do the same. SUHAZ does predict the possibility of dashing though, so the Paquito is banned.
Yep, they also ban out the Natalia as well for Vinsmoke. So now, with all these bans on the table, SUHAZ Esports have been really clamping down and cramping Box's style.
Yep, it's gonna be curious to see what he goes for here. The Baxia is still open, but recently not been working out too well, so I'm also hoping that Team SMG goes for something else, considering they already have two really tanky heroes. We could actually see Box back on an assassin like Lancelot here. SUHAZ though, what is their choice going to be?
I think SUHAZ at this point, they've kind of got dedicated lanes. The question is whether they can flex a little bit, but going for a marksman isn't too bad. Carry gets locked in for the side of SUHAZ Esports. They want to make sure that they lose a lot of that value from that Masha if she uses that Thunderclap on literally anybody else except Carry.
Smart idea. Carry obviously gonna counter the Masha, as you mentioned, counters the Lolita as well. Any tanky hero will just melt to this. However, he does have to be careful because 1-1 should have a pretty alright lane against a carry, unless Vinsmoke is able to provide Abumon with a little bit of help to ensure that Sasa doesn't get off the ground.
All right, let's see how Team SMG is going to round out their composition. They're still missing a mage here. What is Hate going to play exactly? Is he going to be looking for like a Kadita to cancel out the real-world manipulation? Maybe a Lilia like we saw in week number 1. No Faramis because it got banned out. And it looks like the picks are going to be Baxia, as well as Lilia.
Man, they really did just go for the Baxia again. I'm not a fan of this. They now have 3 super tanky heroes that don't really do a lot of damage. So all of the DPS is gonna come down to the Lilia and the 1-1. And yes, this kind of strategy has worked before for teams like Red Esports. But SUHAZ has a lot of heroes that can mobilize around the battlefield, and if they're able to kite out the tankier heroes of Team SMG, there's not going to be enough protection for Sasa.
Look, if Team SMG was Red Esports, that'd be a Benedetta, straight up, not even close to a Baxia. And that would have been a lot more exciting, but I think with the Baxia, the anti-heal, especially when you're up against like 4 heroes of which you can actually make a significant impact, it's not the worst pick in the world. I just personally think it's a little boring. SUHAZ Esports, however, take a really smart pick with the Franco.
Is it smart though?
I personally think that it's good because if you're looking to catch out 1-1 and not give her an opportunity to play the game, Franco is one of the few picks that can do exactly that. But not just that. Black Shoes, a way to stop it, easily done. 2 damage dealers can be shut down by this Franco.
But there's also a lot of heroes on Team SMG that can just walk up in front of Vinsmoke and say, "Hook me, I don't really care." not to mention the Guardian's Bulwark to make it so that the hook doesn't matter at all. I'm a little bit concerned with this pickup. Yes, the Franco works when you have one big target to aim for, but when you also have 3 even more massive targets relative, it's a bit difficult to land those hooks. Hopefully it works out, because right now Team SMG are fielding a super tanky front line lineup to make sure that 1-1 can get off those crossbow of tank stacks, while SUHAZ Esports are going for a slightly more default skirmishing style of lineup that want to control the battlefield against the tankier heroes of Team SMG.
Welcome everybody, this is going to be game number 2 in our second best of 3 series of the day. It's going to be Team SMG on the blue side and SUHAZ Esports on the red side.
I'm interested to see how this will go, but we are definitely seeing that Abumon's gonna get a lot of help here with Vinsmoke, but is...
Oh wow.
What? He's still... What is Vinsmoke doing here?
He's taking a terrible... Abumon's taking a terrible trade, and Vinsmoke is expecting Abumon to stop trading against it. But Sasa's taking full advantage of this lane. He's 2v1ing very, very well, and now that Abumon is below 50% HP, he's forced to recall, and Sasa is going to make him lose a siege minion.
That's going to be huge. I really don't know why Abumon went and continued for that fight. Yes, you have a lot of damage with the passive, but Sasa has Inspire, and now here comes Box. They're going to go on top of Vinsmoke. Not enough damage to finish him off, but here comes Hate as well, and that's going to zone SUHAZ completely off the orange buff.
Yep, despite Boxia being really boring, his clear speed is still rather ridiculous. He's already level 3, and they slowed down Ryzen. Box is already level 4, and Ryzen only hit his level 3. There's no way he's going to get this, right? Yep, Box is able to get that orange buff just in time, but Zyme Senpai might actually have to pay the price. Vinsmoke, does he have the Iron Hook? No, he does not. They just back away.
Team SMG just claims the enemy buff without any cost in return. Yes, Zyme Senpai loses some HP, but you don't want that to be the only thing you get in return for an invade like that. Looking at the overall emblem sets, nothing too out of the ordinary. A Box with Demon Slayer is going to amplify his farm even further, because SUHAZ has a lot of movement speed as well to try and kite Team SMG.
Yep, but right now Smooth is able to take so much damage. Ryzen unable to do much, as Box is able to intercept the gank. CT Norsana will now have to continue his fight against Smooth, who even pops his sprint to make this happen. He costed himself his life. An unnecessary turnaround, but CT Norsana, fast fingers, also pops his sprint.
That's quite strange from Smooth. He doesn't usually make mistakes like that, but Team SMG are still going full speed, instantly stealing away the purple buff. This could be the start of something terrible here. We've already seen what Team SMG can do against a Ling when they went up against Team Hawk last week.
Yep, Smooth now back into lane with Boxia nearby on the River Crab. Ryzen unfortunately hasn't hit his level 4 just yet, as Zyme Senpai is making sure he's keeping him in check. Hate getting control over the lane is great right now, but Yves caught out of position in the mid lane. Oxygen trying to get out of there. The flicker comes on through, and that's going to be Hate picking up the kill.
Team SMG are playing hard and fast right now. They know that they have a strong early game lineup with these 3 tanky heroes, and so they're not going to let SUHAZ Esports have any chance to breathe. And because of all this attention that Box and Zyme Senpai are buying, Sasa is having a free lane.
Oh wait, speaking of which, the flicker coming in from Vinsmoke. Sasa is locked down by the Bloody Hunt. Can he get the crossbow of Tank off in time? Manages to get protection as Abumon pays the price.
Oh, that's gotta be rough there. That was a flicker Bloody Hunt from Vinsmoke, and they still didn't get the kill and then lost Abumon in return. That is basically the worst way that trade could have went for SUHAZ Esports. And in 3 minutes, Team SMG have already amassed a 2.9k net worth lead.
Feels kind of good because Zyme Senpai managed to get there just in time to get his passive off to ensure that Sasa doesn't die with the extra bit of shield. Now, let's see, SMG just going to camp every single buff here, and this purple is the most important as Box is 3 levels up. CT Norsana doesn't want to go into the middle of that fight, but Team SMG slowly creep into it. Vinsmoke misses his Iron Hook, and now the timing is clear. Zyme Senpai getting into the middle of that fight as the Tortoise Poissons is already dropped on the floor, and it's going to be the ult from Lolita that secures that kill onto Vinsmoke as Hate capitalizes on it. CT Norsana jumps in the middle, but Hate takes his black shoes. Good timing. Real one manipulation, not doing too much, but Zyme Senpai now in some trouble. CT Norsana wants to get the kill, but can't. He just can't.
Team SMG is just completely trading up in every engagement right now, stealing the purple buff, getting a kill, walking out with no casualties right when the turtle spawns. They are growing their snowball at an incredible pace, and SUHAZ Esports are in a really tough spot. They really have no way of dealing with the dive composition from Team SFG because this Franco is too single target.
Yep, it's a little unfortunate. He really has to hit these important hooks. He can't just pick and choose. He has to target the damage dealers. Now, Abumon is facing Box off here on the top side of the map. Vinsmoke, no Iron Hook, which does give the green light as Hate already rotating in for this fight. Ryzen is hovering nearby, but he's not sure whether to go in as Vinsmoke takes the punishment from the rest of Team SMG. He goes down, and that's going to be top tier 1. Going over to Team SMG.
You can see that the way Team SMG is positioning is just not giving any opportunities to SUHAZ. Now Razin nearly getting taken out by Smooth, who is also 2 levels up on the Ling right now. The jungler on SUHAZ Esports has not been able to play the game at all. And Team SMG, they are not putting any brakes on this train.
After after Smooth dying to Esmeralda down on bot side after a small mistake, now taking full advantage and recovered even. He's ahead. Now they're going to be taking away the purple buff once more. Box just denying space and time, and Ryzen just falling further and further behind.
Team SMG are so good at this. It basically is giving a message to every other team. Don't pick Ling into us. We know exactly how to bully you out of submission here. And now they're even targeting CD Nursana. Numenon Blast gonna force the sprint in the other direction as the Iron Hook is blocked by the Guardian's Bulwark. Another tower falls to SMG.
Yep, 2 key items. It's going to be the Dominance Ice from Zyme Senpai and a Demon Hunter Sword coming in from Sasa. These are very big items with the 5k lead that they've developed over 6 minutes and 32 seconds. SUHAZ, I think they've got one more timing left to try and even the score, and that's going to be Eternal Side, but I think Ryzen, he's just so far behind.
They are way too far behind right now, and SUHAZ Esports is a very late game team. Here comes Smooth again, Thunderclap forcing out the Tempest Ablaze. Razin cannot take even the orange buff now. Team SMG are starving SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, this is quite a brutal game to watch here. SUHAZ are getting absolutely decimated right now, and unless they take a coin flip somewhere, somehow, this is just going to be a slow death as Team SMG wraps around their necks.
This is going to be pretty rough for them right now. Razin trying to get as much farm as he can wherever he is on the map, even behind Arumon in terms of levels. You never want to be in that situation. Oh, Vinsmoke actually did get a hook, but that's on Box. 2-man Falling Star Moon doesn't mean anything. No damage from SUHAZ Esports as Smooth comes in from the backline. They want this purple buff. Razin, I don't know if he got it, but he's already dead, so it doesn't matter. The real manipulation doing no damage at all. Team SMG just easily walks away.
What a brutal game this is. The Numenon Blast landing on 3 targets and Razin getting bursted down as soon as the Numenon Blast is confirmed. A stun. They've unlocked the lanes. Mid lane is down. SUHAZ Esports, this is going to be a really difficult recovery.
This is a full dismantling right here. If you look at the gold ranking, it's nearly split completely in half. Zyme Senpai, the least net worth on Team SMG, is ahead of 2 cores on SUHAZ Esports, and the rest are just miles ahead of their counterparts. They're gonna continue doing this until the end of time, basically.
Yeah, and in Team SMG, they have full control. They can decide not to take a fight. They can decide to take a fight. I mean, SUHAZ Esports right now can't really breathe in their own jungle. Nowhere is safe, and with no tier 1s, even Razin is forced to use his ult. He's not able to take his orange buff in time. Smooth continuing the oppression.
At the very least, City Nursana is the one that gets the orange buff away, so it still goes to SUHAZ. But Team SMG, they have one goal, and that is to make Razin's life miserable. The Ling has nothing. He's getting no chance to farm, no chance to scale up. So everything's going to come down to Abumon and City Nursana to actually do the DPS.
I mean, Oxygen needs a little bit. Honestly, he needs a lot more time. I think he needs about 4 minutes before he gets enough items to make a difference. But Team SMG, they can just decide to wait. Sasa, he's going even more for it. He's getting really confident here.
We have to know Zaza's already level 11. I didn't quite see how many items he has right now, but it's probably that he has completed at least 2. And at this point, 1-1 is in a very comfortable state to just walk up ahead because SUHAZ doesn't have enough damage to burst him down before he can safely get off the crossbow of Tang. Lord going over, Smooth in danger. He might actually go down here.
Yep, he finally goes down. His box looks for the return kill as CT Norsana pops his sprint to get on out of there. SUHAZ find 1 in return, but the death timers are really short here, and Team SMG can slow push this as Smooth is going to recover in 15 seconds and make his way. He has to spend another 20 seconds running down the lane.
But you can see that the way Team SFG are currently balancing out the waves. We know that the Lord is actually going to take a while before he collides into the inhibitor. And the AI already 80% predicting that SMG is going to walk away with the victory.
Yep, I mean, the timings are really good from Team SMG. They have an 8.8k gold lead. They almost had a perfect game, but a couple of deaths ruined it all. As they look to crack open these tier 2s, mid is going to start falling very, very soon.
SUHAZ are able to clear up that wave, but look at the way that SMG has synchronized these lanes. They have to defend every single one at the same time. They will most likely take all the external towers, and they're challenging the inhibitor now. Real world manipulation coming out, forcing out the black shoes. CT Norsana still alive. Sasa just breaking down the inhibitor, already going to the side of Team SMG, and they just back off.
This has been really good by Team SMG. A 10k gold lead as Senpai puts up the Guardian's Bulwark to block the Iron Hook. I think this is checkmate here by Team SMG. It's so hard for them to lose from this position.
They're now trying to go for another inhibitor box, jumping in with the shield unity, finds CT Norsana, but he's just buying space. Iron Hook misses completely. Numenon Blast finds CT Norsana and Razin on the side. He did not expect that. Crossbow of Tang on top of Vinsmoke. He runs to the base in time to survive all of that. But Team SMG are fully in their base. No minion wave to take the top inhibitor, sadly. Iron Hook gonna finally land onto the Lilia, but that's the worst person you want to look for. He goes down. Abumon taking a lot of damage in the base as Team SMG are just oppressing SUHAZ, taking down their crystal, and nothing they can do about it.
GG, well played. Going over to Team SMG, a clean 12-minute game here. Very nicely done, clinical from Team SMG.
I don't know what to say. That was pure dismantling right there. SUHAZ Esports found themselves completely outclassed by this former champion team. And if they want to even stand a chance going into the next game, there needs to be some major changes.
Yeah, I don't know. The draft seemed all right for the most part of it, but as we can see, these small micro mistakes in lane started costing SUHAZ Esports a lot more than it should. I mean, the early recall coming in from Carry, even though Vinsmoke was nearby, and then afterwards, just steal upon steal upon steal coming in from Boxia for the next 4 to 5 minutes of the game, putting Ryzen completely out of the economical rat race.
Some of us were wondering why Team SMG would go for 3 super tanky heroes, because it means that they may be lacking damage. This is why they're planning to just invade the jungle every single time with their pure bulk. And that means Razin, he can't get off the ground at all. If we look at the item difference between these two teams, this is probably one of the most large contrasts we have seen on a post-grade screen.
Yeah, I mean, I said it was 12 minutes. It's actually 11 minutes and 36 seconds here. Just constant oppression. When you're not using Box Hate and Zion Senpai, then they start sending Smooth to make sure that Razin can't get back on his feet. They swept it from under him. They stole his shoes, take his socks, tickled his toes, and made sure that he could never recover from the damage.
It's harsh, but from that game 1, it didn't even look like SUHAZ was on the same stage as Team SMG, and that's a really cruel reality to have to face here. You imagine that for this brand new lineup, that's going to be a big punch to the face, a real reality check that tells them, buckle up. You need to do something, or this is just going to repeat itself.
Yep, and this is why Group A can be really, really brutal. You'll see the top dogs sitting at the highest position in their own groups, and Team SMG, after going 1-1 last week, they want to make sure they end this week 2-0.
That would be a pretty good record for Team SMG. If we see on their items, most of their cores already completed 3 items, 4 items. Even the richest member of SUHAZ Esports only had 2 items completed. That's just not good. That's not fun at all. Team SMG, they're known for being a very methodical, very clinical team. They know exactly what needs to be done. They'll do what needs to be done to do it. This is just really harsh against these newbies. But the MVP of that game going over to Box on Labaxia.
With a match kill participation of 89% and a match KDA of 1-0-7, he refused to slow down and really abusing Abaxia's clear speed to make sure that Ling was non-existent in this game.
Obviously, this does take a little bit of effort. Box recognizes jungle patterns. He knows how long it takes for buffs to respawn, not only on his side of the map, but on the enemy side of the map. And even before the purple or orange buff has returned and Razin starts working on it, Team SMG are already setting themselves up in a position to support Box invading the jungle and taking the buff away. And because of how well they were able to do so, there was no opportunity for SUHAZ Esports to try and engage, to try and take advantage of opportunities, because their positioning was always spot on.
Yep. So well done to Team SMG. Let's check out these highlights and see how they dismantled once again, because if we're looking at SUHAZ Esports, right, when they come to these fights, they fail to see how ahead Box is and how quickly he can respond. Even though Smooth did give this kill over to CT Norsana, he recovers fairly well. I mean, look at his KDA. 1-1-0 at this stage. 1-0 for CT Norsana, but slowly you can see the EXP lead get completely extinguished.
The draft definitely played a role in this victory for Team SMG as well, recognizing that SUHAZ Esports basically has no early game presence. Vinsmoke, yes, he can get some hooks, but what does that matter? There's no damage to follow up on it because all of the cores need farm, and as long as Team SMG prevents them from getting that farm, they can have their way across the entire map.
Yep. Cleaning out this game wasn't too difficult coming in from Team SMG, but that draft, ooh boy, was it rough for Ling.
That's a scary draft. We did mention 3 tanky heroes, not a big fan because the damage falls off. Well, if you never reach the point where the damage is going to fall off, does it matter? If you constantly take away farm and make sure your enemy doesn't have enough items to break through your bulk, then your tankiness will never fall off and the game ends before the enemy has any chance to realize what just hit them in the face.
Yeah, unfortunately, Carry was just oppressed after that level 1 engagement and could never really recover after Team SMG started shifting their attention, like telling Smooth, hey, your job is now to make sure that Ling can't farm on this side of the map. We're going to go up by the gold lane and make sure that Carry never gets to that point.
The question now for SUHAZ Esports is what do they need to change in order to stand a chance against Team SMG. Their gameplay since last season has been described as almost robotic in nature. They take the exact steps that need to be taken to achieve victory. Nothing more, nothing less. Against something like that, it's very difficult to force openings for yourself unless you truly have the chemistry and confidence to do so.
Well, I mean, so far Team SMG ramping up as they are trying to reach their final form to make sure that Hate is on the same page as everybody else and even able to contribute to ideas mid-game. With 3 minutes on the clock here, what are we looking for SUHAZ Esports in this second matchup?
I feel like they do have to go back to comfort picks. They have to go for early game aggression, even if it means giving up a little bit of that late game advantage. They just have to go all in and hope that throwing bodies is enough to disrupt the flow that Team SMG is operating off of. Because if we just look at the damage dealt last game, it's so one-sided.
It really is one-sided, and I think, you know, for a lot of these hero picks coming in for the side of coming in from SUHAZ Esports specifically, I think they had the right idea in terms of their bans. However, when you start putting the picks together, then we do see a bit of an issue as to how are you going to deal with this Masha? How exactly are you going to deal with this front line, assuming that Abumon is not going to get ahead, right? And a lot of it just comes down to lane control and priority. Unfortunately for Vinsmoke, he's only one man, and Oxygen is unable to outpush Hate on the Lilia. CT Norsana fails to gain control over the map and tries to gank Smooth, instantly punished by Box.
Another example of not drafting in a way that gives you lane priority. And I do feel like, again, The members of SUHAZ Esports are very new to the MPL scene, and it's definitely taking a bit of a toll on their mentality. They need to refocus. We saw in that last game, Abumon knew that there was a lot riding on his shoulders once he realized that Razin isn't doing very well. I think it's because of that he knew, I have to get an advantage in this lane. That's why when he had Vinsmoke with him, he was confident, I can take this fight against Sasa, that early trade. But it didn't work out. There was a miscommunication somewhere. I don't know what happened, but that was not a trade he should have taken.
Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of things that could have been done better in game number 1, but I'm sure Rexvin is like, forget that game, we messed up, we can do better in the second one, but first, I'm going to give you a heads up, and maybe I can give you a good draft this game to make sure that you can shine. But thank you to all the viewers out there who helped out to hit our next milestone, the 800 share milestone. Please claim your codes.
Ooh, thank you very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you all are enjoying MPL MY Season 10. Thank you for clicking on that share button, but we're not quite there yet. We still got some more milestones. We appreciate those who have already clicked. So if you guys want to join this group, all you gotta do is click on that button, and maybe you will be able to help us hit the next milestone, 1,000.
1,000, and don't forget the S tier, 1,200. There's still more games to be had today, so there's plenty of time for us to accumulate that many shares. So be a part of the movement and join the community.
Now, we're definitely going to want to witness the next game as well. What will SUHAZ Esports change up in their lineup? Because going for the same thing again is not going to work. They put a little bit too much on the Ling, on the carry, and because of that, Team SMG knows as long as they focus down these two players, it's going to be very difficult for SUHAZ Esports to play around the lineup that they've already drafted.
Yep. All right. 5 seconds until the drafting phase begins. Let's see how SUHAZ Esports is going to recover from a devastating game number 1 here in the drafting phase.
Question is whether or not they switch sides in terms of drafting here, and yes, that does seem to be the case. SUHAZ Esports drafting on the blue side now, Team SMG on the red side. The Akai gonna instantly be banned out alongside the Valentina.
Alright, okay, regular responses. This time Masha is gonna get banned out for the side of SUHAZ Esports, making sure that Smooth is not going to be able to oppress the jungler and even pose a threat to the marksman. Team SMG responds in kind, getting rid of the Faramis.
It's just quite a thing to see though about how oppressive Smooth as a player overall is. Masha being banned out is not uncommon. However, we're definitely seeing a lot more improvement from this player compared to how he's been performing in previous seasons. I still remember when Smooth only played Esmeralda and Uranus, and now he is racking shop with basically anything you give him.
Yeah, I mean, Smooth has really developed into a world-class player. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to really show off what he had on the international stage for a very short run for Team SMG. But maybe this year, maybe during M4 is his time. First, they gotta qualify. Wanwan gets banned out for the side of Team SMG as Julian gets banned out by SUHAZ Esports.
Kind of curious why SUHAZ would ban out the Julian for themselves, considering this is a hero that they actually do pretty well with, indicating they might be prioritizing something else. The Beatrix are going to actually be locked in here. I guess they want to make sure Abumon has a good matchup against Sasa.
I think that's fair. I think that's really, really fair, in fact. Team SMG looking to respond. What are they going to lean towards now that these big picks are gone? Ling? Question mark?
Ooh, do they want to go for Ling? I feel like that's not really Box's style anymore, though. It used to be a signature, but now he plays tanks, he plays fighter. Speaking of Box as well, his average gold per minute at over 580 here is actually kind of low for a jungler, but you can understand that number when you see that the way he plays is more like a utility jungler for Team SMG rather than a main DPS.
It pains to see that. It really does pain me to see that, because again, if he was on Assassin, it'd be very dead.
Oh,
okay. Yes! Okay, I can't get too excited over this, but Team SMG just locked in Fanny here. I don't know whether it's going to be like a quick switcheroo like we saw case on Todak where Yums was playing it in the support positions. I am Senpai might be playing it. I'm just gonna hope that it's box, but Lilia once again locked in for hate.
I can absolutely see Zyme Senpai playing on this type of hero though. On the opposite end, we do have to talk a little bit about Oxygen. His average KDA is definitely not so high, but his DPM is actually pretty solid. So far, I do think that he is one of the stronger players among the SUHAZ Esports lineup, and he is usually able to make things happen alongside his team, but they need to give him a mid laner that can make aggressive plays.
Oh, this is exciting. We finally get to see Vinsmoke on that Natalia as Thamos gets locked in for Siti Norsana, both of which very, very comfortable heroes for the lineup of SUHAZ Esports.
Yep, things are looking much healthier for SUHAZ now. Beatrix and Tamiz are heroes that can easily win their own lanes, and if Vinsmoke can use his aggression to make sure that Box doesn't have a good time in the jungle, it's gonna make things a lot more difficult, especially if he's on a hero like the Fanny, which is a lot squishier than the usual Baxia or Akai.
And let's not forget that that smoke screen silences Fanny, and she won't be able to get out of sticky situations with the steel cables. But here we go, the second... Oh, Paquito gets locked in for the side of Team SMG.
I think I know what you're thinking here.
Fanny's going on smooth, isn't it?
No, I still feel like Fanny is most likely going to box or Zyme Senpai, but what I'm thinking here is that this Paquito is probably going into the gold lane. Sasa likes playing Paquito into Beatrix.
That's true. This is like a homeboy situation. When all hell breaks loose, you don't have any marksmen to play, just play Sun. In this case for Sasa, it's Paquito. Let's see how they're going to round out the compositions as we move on to the second ban phase. Karina gets banned out for the side of Team SMG. I respect that a lot as SUHAZ Esports now hold priority.
What will SUHAZ Esports want to ban out here? Now, one of the things that might lead to this not actually being a gold lane Paquito is how early Team SMG actually picked it up here. Because if they wanted to give it to Sasa, usually they would want to pick it up later in the draft. So there's still a possibility this is actually going to box because he does play on the Paquito. But at the same time, I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. There's just a chance that they pick it up to avoid it being banned out because they know Box can play the hero.
Fair enough. I mean, SUHAZ Esports did ban it out in the second phase, so fair enough. This could be an adaptation by Team SMG on the red side. SUHAZ Esports ban out the Matilda. I kind of like that. All right, you don't want escape mechanics. You don't want an extra sustain. But that does mean that... but then again, it is Natalia, though. They already have a support.
Yeah, the reason why they ban out something like the Matilda is to avoid the guiding winds being able to pull people away from the smoke screen and just generally save people from the clutches of Natalia. But if they're going for that kind of route, the Rafaela is actually, in some ways, a better counter simply because he can scout out where the Natalia is with skill 1.
Yeah, I mean, with the Holy Healing, it really helps you not have to walk into a bush and then just die out of nowhere. You can actually just, oh, Holy Healing, oh, you're not there? No big deal. As soon as the exclamation mark appears, Holy Healing, there you are. You're not going to be able to do crazy damage when you get out of stealth. But Balmond gets banned out by the side of Team SMG. Let's see what SUHAZ Esports would like to reply in kind.
With Team SMG banning out the Karina and the Balmond, this does definitely create better options and does make it more likely that Fanny is going to enter the jungle after all, because these are heroes that Fanny would have difficulty executing. SUHAZ Esports still going for the support route, but instead of the Rafaela, they ban out the Angela instead. And that does actually make sense. Heartguard, a very good way to save people as the Ruby gets locked in.
Yeah, still a lot of question marks here. A lot of flex picks going around for Team SMG, but I feel like Ruby more likely to go into the support position.
Yes, I agree. I think like Zyme Senpai is basically the only player on SMG that plays Ruby, and that's going to be in the roam position. I think it works out well. Another good option to deal with the Natalia as well, as he can simply use crowd control to make sure that the rest of his team isn't caught out. Now we're looking at the SUHAZ Esports players' screens. We can see them hovering over Benedetta and Cecilion. I don't know if these would be the best choices though.
I would have liked for SUHAZ Esports to take the Lilia a little bit earlier, but I think it's fine. Going for the Benedetta here is very understandable. High mobility, you can go for a tank build so you don't get one-shot by Fanny. But Kagura is a much better pick compared to Sicilian, because once the gap has been closed between Fanny and Sicilian, there's not a lot you can do as Sicilian to get out of it.
Not to mention the fact that Kagura does have an inbuilt Purify to ensure that he's not so easily caught out by things like the Ruby, like the Lilia as well. Team SMG gonna be finalizing their composition, which is actually going to be the carry. So this is not a Sasa Paquito. It is Box finally playing on an assassin once again.
All right, that feels really good. All right, the last time we saw Box actually play the Fanny, he wasn't able to clutch out a win during Season 9. But on Team SMG, if Coach James says, hey, you get to play Fanny this time, there's got to be some level of confidence.
Well, considering how handedly they were able to win Game 1, you can understand why they would be confident enough to try something, even if they may not 100% believe in it. And this is a chance for the players of Team SMG to try out strategies that they would not be comfortable going with other teams. So it is up to SUHAZ Esports to see if they can take advantage of this. Looking at their lineup, a lot of aggression, a lot of mobility, and a good amount of scaling as well. But Team SMG are just as, if not more, terrifying. Lots of early and mid-game damage transitioning into the carry to pull them through the late game. Will Team SMG be able to silence the plans of SUHAZ Esports, or will another rookie team upset us here today in the land of Dawn?
Welcome to game number 2 of this best of 3. Instantly, SUHAZ Esports looking to gain that information, but Hate and Zaim Senpai close out and funnel them away from the enemy, from their own jungle. Now, SUHAZ Esports, let's see how Vinsmoke, because I've heard so much from the MDL ID from when Vinsmoke is playing that Natalia is a very big signature pick.
You can see that there was a lot of respect from Team SMG for the pick as well, forcing 4 people over to make sure Box has a good starting buff, and he's able to deal a lot of damage over to Razin immediately as Vinsmoke actually gets chunked out to 10% HP in a 2v1.
What? How? We didn't get to see the interaction exactly. I saw him rotating up. I would have thought that at the very least Carry was going to get chunked out, but I guess Sasa made a very good guess. But now they're going to go and try and steal the orange buff if they zone out Ryzen, and they are successful in doing so. Good combination with Zaim Senpai as well as Hate.
That was a good eye for an eye by Razin in order to make sure that he didn't get caught out there, but he does still lose the buff. And because Box has so much mobility here, he's just as able to threaten these buffs as he was when he was playing the Boxia.
Yep. Now he's going to be moving forward here as Razin is trying his best to get as much farm as he possibly can, but Zaim Senpai looking to threaten that farm straight away as Box comes straight in and immediately shoves him out, trying to go for this kill, gets very close, but not enough to secure the kill. Right now, it's going to be Oxygen looking for the punish. Box unfortunately misses a cable, but he still makes it out alive.
Team SMG are being so annoying to SUHAZ Esports right now, and that's exactly their goal. They once again want to make it so that Razin cannot play the game, but on a Benedetta, he has a lot more options to ensure that he actually achieves this farm as compared to when he was on the Ling. So Team SMG's plans so far are not actually panning out as well as they would like to.
Yeah, and I think Smooth is doing all right, especially in a matchup between Thamus and as well as Paquito. That first kill makes all the difference, but now with the Yin Yang overturn, Zaim Senpai's in trouble, flickers out of the way into safety. Unfortunately for Vinsmoke, was not able to catch him just of yet, but Smooth shoves away CT Narsana. Box will be able to take the turtle successfully.
That would have actually been a pretty good play by SUHAZ because it made it so that Zaim Senpai would not be able to participate in the turtle take, but because Razin is behind Box right now, they weren't able to contest it, and Box now continuing to steal jungle camps away. Even look at that, flexing on the competition.
Yep, he's looking really good here, and especially when he has his purple buff uncontested, he's allowed to kind of do some crazy stuff with those steel cables. Smooth now keeping information onto Razin so far. Vinsmoke is going going to respond here, but let's not forget about Oxygen. He is here to respond, making sure that Razin is able to get his orange buff, and Smooth is forced to go back into his lane.
All things considered, this is a much better early game for SUHAZ Esports, though Razin is actually matching Box in terms of level, and Team SMG only has about an 800 gold lead, so things can still go either way. They need to maintain it, and they actually get first blood. Hate caught out in the river.
You don't get to see that very often, especially with the black shoes. He had an opportunity, but Vinsmoke made sure that it was difficult. Now, the rest of the team is going out of their way to try and adjust for the lack of a mid laner right now until he gets back and helps control it once again.
Because Esports are now actually in a position where they can contest Team SNG. So this is going to be the real display of their abilities here. Now that the net worth and EXP are even, how do they compete against Team SNG just in terms of macro and micro play?
Based on the positions here, I think they're just keeping check on where Razin is, so he cannot really participate. But for now, I think Team SMG will slowly start making their way. They figured out where Vinsmoke is, but with about, let me double check, 13 seconds on the clock, they're going to go towards Turtle, but Zymsenpoi is getting really low here. Can he make it out as Vinsmoke looks to try and punish him right on top? The Yin Yang Overthreat coming out of Oxygen switches his position onto Hate as Box looks to finish off the kill onto Abumon. Secures it, and now Box so very low. Vinsmoke, no, Sasa, he's trying to stop him. Vinsmoke secures the kill.
A beautiful trade by SUHAZ Esports, ending up 2-for-2 against Team SMG, and that is quite incredible. There, we have to note, Razin started off that fight with an eye for an eye, avoiding the I'm offended, and that allowed him to escape and the rest of the team to follow up behind him. Now, Razin is in position to claim a turtle, the first one of the game for SUHAZ, but oh no, Abumon!
He might be in a bit of trouble, but Zymsenpoi, he has to pull backwards. He doesn't have his items just yet, and I think he has to itemize a little carefully. He needs to have a good amount of armor, but a bit of magic resist to stop the burst from Oxygen. Right now, Smooth is doing a very good job at just taking control over this lane. He's a full level ahead of Thamus. And Abumon going to quickly clear out this side of the map as SUHAZ takes control over top side.
We can see now that SUHAZ has completely evened up the net worth difference. They are even with Team SMG, and that is great. That's exactly where they want to be in this game, considering that they do have pretty good late game scaling in comparison, as long as they can continue to keep Abumon alive and farming well. As for Team SMG, they're definitely a little bit out of their element right now. They were hoping to be much more ahead at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I would agree too. And Box, ooh, he's getting attacked. The Yin Yang Overturn actually misses. This might be the green light, but hey, not in position to capitalize on this. Wasn't expecting such a commitment from SUHAZ Esports.
Indeed, but whatever they need to make sure that they maintain the current status quo. They can't give any net worth advantage to Team SMG. And right now, Smooth still taking pretty decent 1v1s against City Nursana, but this is a Thamus. All he has to do is hold that lane and pull Smooth back over.
Ooh, Abumon so very low. Almost securing this dive, and Zymsenpoi going to make sure he stalls and make sure that Abumon isn't going to get his recall very comfortably, which buys more time for Team SMG to take control, and they have broken bottom side for the side of SUHAZ Esports as they trade turret for turret, top for bottom. Interesting.
Things are pretty even, yeah. The net worth lead pretty close. The tower score is even on both sides. Box now has a Malefic Roar. I'm personally kind of interested to see what his item build is, because he doesn't have high and dry. He's going for Festival of Blood instead, so I'm wondering how much he's leaning into damage on this Vanny here.
I would agree with that. Now, they're going to be sitting on the turtles. Zymsenpoi making sure that Vinsmoke is nowhere to be found. As SUHAZ looks to reset, this is some perfect timing here. A free turtle going over to the hands of Team SMG.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter too much. SUHAZ has actually been doing a pretty good job of keeping the net worth level. And Vinsmoke on this Natalia has definitely been creating a lot of space for SUHAZ. We have mentioned before, Team SMG, they tend to play very fixed, very clinical MLBB. But if they get disrupted, it affects them quite heavily.
Zymsenpoi, he's got to be careful here. He's been face-checking these brushes, and each time he gets caught, he's forced to use that flicker, which is putting him behind. But Abumon, so out of position, allows for Box to chase after. Smooth is willing to sacrifice a flicker to secure the kill. Box lets him have it as he continues back on his farming route.
kind of wonder if Box actually missed that right there because that was so close. I'm surprised he just flew past him without getting the kill. They were able to still finish up on Abumon. But in exchange for that, City Norsana is taking the tower up top. They're actually still trading objectives with Team SMG.
Personally, I respect the jungler. I committed a flicker, therefore I deserve the kill. And Box, he respected that. So again, well played for him. But now Ryzen as well as Vince Smoke securing the area. Box down in trouble. He's running out of energy here. How many steel cables does he have left? That purple buff keeps him alive. So he gets out of there, and the rest of the team needs to crack open this mid-tier 1, which Sasa is putting some good damage into.
The net worth lead for Team SMG finally broke 1K for a moment there, but SUHAZ are honestly doing a much better job than I would have expected of keeping up in farm. Zymson Point right now providing vision over Razin. I think they want the rest of Team SMG to come and contest this, but I don't think they're going to be quick enough. They're still going to make the attempt, but Eye for an Eye gets Razin to safety.
Yep. Box is going to continue farming as the rest of Team SMG is just making sure that Sasa is safe as he's pushing these neutral objectives. The First Lord is here, but Smooth getting attacked by Vince Smoke is able to buy some time with the Festival of Blood, but Box, wait, did he actually get it? Yes, he does!
Yes, he did!
He manages to take away the purple buff.
And now he's trying to make an attempt, but Oxygen honestly has been doing a really good job on this Kagura as well, getting the stun onto the Fanny and even being able to escape from situations where typically you would expect him to get first down. And even catching out Hate a couple of times there as well, forcing out the Black Shoes.
Yep. Oh, Zion Senpai tries to, oh no! He messes up! He doesn't get the ult off with Ryzen. He's still in trouble. He quickly uses the Eye for Eye to get out. City Norsana pops his ult to survive. Box is looking for the kill, but can't seem to get it as the Electro final blow gets him to safety.
Well, we were wondering how SUHAZ Esports matches up to SMG in terms of micro skills, and right now they're showing they can actually stand on this stage with the best there. The Electro final blow from Razin just in time to make sure Box couldn't finish off the kill. And Zion Zenpoi, that was a really uncharacteristic mistake from him there, wasting the flicker, not able to secure the kill for his team.
I mean, he had the right idea. He just needed, oh wait, he finds the ult and hooks in CT Norsana. Not the ideal target, but Team SMG, they respect that. They're like, okay, sure, not the right target. Let's back up. Vince Smoke looking for the execute. Oh, he even pops his execute. Almost taking out Box.
The Festival of Blood actually ended up saving Box's life there. If he didn't have that extra lifesteal from the jungle creep, he would have actually ended up dying to Windsmoke. So sometimes small things like this really do make a difference in the grand scheme of things. Team SMG do still have the net worth lead by a little bit, but SUHAZ are the ones applying the pressure.
Yeah, this is becoming a tough game here as Abumon, now unlocked from his lane, is able to use the Renner to shoot down and siege these turrets from afar.
And looks like the tower score is actually still pretty even for both sides. Neither is giving an inch. And when you consider their performance compared to game number 1 here, this is worlds apart. I don't know what Team SMG is doing differently right now, but SUHAZ are in perfect control. They are even, and they can comfortably challenge Team SMG.
Yep, they're realizing SUHAZ's position on the map. They've got a 3-2 split. 2 sitting by the Lord side, 3 on the top side, River ready to collapse and look for those big flanks onto Team SMG. But they have to play it slow here, as Team SMG can't afford to get flanked. They have no means of escape or disengage. If they go in, they have to call the lights, turn them off, and quickly press their advantage.
And that's not really to Team SMG's typical battle style. They want to be in control of the battlefield. They want to be able to go in and out when they can. And as a result of that, you can see that they're shifting to a much more defensive gameplay style. Smooth still trying to engage, but a really nice retreat from SUHAZ too.
Oh wait, Sasa, he's in a lot of trouble here. He takes a good amount of damage, but nobody to follow up. Vinsmoke gets a bit of damage in, but really is looking to execute more than anything else. I'm Senpoi making sure that he's feeding back that information to the rest of Team SMG. He's going to get zoned off here as Vinsmoke deep in the enemy jungle, looking for an opportunity to get to the back line.
This is one of the unfortunate weaknesses of Team SMG. They're a bit too passive. The concealed play gonna be disrupted instantly by City Norsana. Smooth forced the flicker away. He was out of position. Team SMG, do they still want to go for this? Zyme Senpoi, he's looking for the hook with Smooth. But SUHAZ Esports, they're aware of this, their positioning, and that's because Vinsmoke is giving that information.
I don't think they see Vinsmoke at all. No exclamation marks have been given away. Vinsmoke is making sure that he's keeping his distance. SUHAZ, unfortunately, need to have some kind of full vision as Smooth starts things off. The Amifended not actually hitting onto Abumon, which does give a bit of a question mark. Let's see as Benedetta on the top side of the map going to get a split push started.
This is an unfortunate bad habit of Team SMG. If they are not in a comfortable lead against their opponent, they're going to play as passive as possible until they actually get that lead. But because of that, they're not actually creating opportunities for themselves to come out on top and overthrow the enemy by getting more farm. They're just waiting for SUHAZ to make a mistake.
Yeah, let's also not forget that Team SMG will eventually scale, so they don't mind it.
Oh!
The shots coming out from Abumon, instantly putting Zyme Senpai in the dirt.
That's just not so good. Box nearly taking out Oxygen, but he's able to dance away once again. Vinsmoke, he's looking to cut off Box's escape route, and he will engage on it. City Norsana is fine. Abumon takes the Lord. Now the Tamis is under fire, but he has Vengeance, so he's absolutely fine.
Oh.
Vinsmoke still looking for Box, but I think he will be able to recall back safely.
Yep, he will not be able to find him just yet. Man, Vinsmoke was waiting in the enemy purple side brush for the longest time, but now he's still invisible. He's waiting for Box to run out of energy, but let's not forget that he does have that purple buff. He can get out of there if he wants to. Even with all of his abilities, based on his items, I don't think he has enough just yet.
Vinsmoke actually walked out of that bush without Box ever realizing he was there. That's pretty good use of the Natalia right now. Box in the enemy jungle, he needs the purple buff to be refreshed to engage on the next fight. Luminous Lord pushing in the bottom. This is a chance for SUHAZ to do a lot of damage.
Well, let's see how much structural damage they're able to get, because Hate is just chunking out this Lord. They're not going to get too much off of this as Box gets into the middle of that fight. Make sure that Abumon uses his ult, unable to make any kind of contact as he pulls away with the steel cables.
SUHAZ unfortunately not able to do a lot of damage with that Lord there. That was Luminous as well, so ideally they'd be able to take down a single inhibitor, but the in and out hit and run by Box was enough damage to make sure that they were able to escape. And I do like that he didn't full commit to that, because he knows that Abumon with Wesker is going to one-shot him.
Yup, but Smooth, despite the lead that he did have initially, oh wait, he actually finds out Vinsmoke. This might be initiation here as Box looks for Vinsmoke. He's looking to take him out, but he finds all three members. He's gonna steel cable the heck out of there, revealing all the members of SUHAZ Esports, but there's no reason for Team SMG to fight right now.
We mentioned in the draft that it's been a long time since Box has played on assassin heroes, especially one as mechanically intense as Fanny, and you can definitely see that he's lacking a little bit of that comfort right now, missing out on kills that regular Fanny players would have easily been able to pick up, and you can tell that that is making an impact on Team SMG's gameplay.
Well, to be fair, I think SUHAZ is playing it very smartly, on top of the fact that they all have their comfort heroes and they're really abusing the information that they find with Vinsmoke. However, Team SMG, as you mentioned before, they've got the habit of playing extremely calculated. No lead, no worries. We just push it all the way to the late game. We will eventually outscale them. Box will fall off, but don't worry. Carry is going to do a lot of the work, and the same goes for Lilia.
The question is whether or not they'll be able to output that damage, because yes, while Team SMG has pretty good scaling, so does SUHAZ, and if they're able to burst down the DPSs of SMG quick enough, they are in a good position themselves. As we can see, that last Lord push advantage really wasn't much. This is the kind of numbers you'd expect from the first Lord of the game, not a Luminous one.
That is true. Team SMG continuing to be uninteractive with SUHAZ Esports, and SUHAZ not really pressing their agenda just yet. They know that the Lord is going to be the objective. No point losing out on structures, no point on losing out EXP for the time being.
Zyme Senpai going to face check the bush up against City Norsana, who jumps away, gets hooked backwards. Zyme taking a lot of damage from Renner as well. Vinsmoke on top of Sasa, gonna distract him quite a bit. Box nearly dying to the shotgun, but he will get out, and they finally pick off Vinsmoke, which is going to be a lot of information not given to SUHAZ.
Yep, they could look to try and take control over the Lord, but they've got some housekeeping to do. Clear up the top and bottom lanes before getting back into this. Oh, the damage from Abumon. Zyme Senpai is just eating shots.
But as long as Zyme Senpai is eating the shots, that means that the rest of Team SMG can remain healthy and work on these neutral objectives. Right now, Sasa gonna be slowly working on the Lord. They know that both Benedetta and Fanny are down in the bottom side, so neither team is ready to full commit to this until they get a good pick-off.
Yep, Benedetta is almost there, but here comes Fanny. She needs to clear up that mid lane here. They might need to reset this. It's Smooth in the middle of the fight, takes the Yin Yang overturn, flickers away, but Zyme Senpai finds the offended onto 2 as the front line. Must hold on. Beatrix able to take out Zyme Senpai, but Box finishes him off. Abumon almost getting Box. He survives, but the front line now has to pull back. Smooth is a little low. Everybody needs a reset as they trade 1 for 1.
This is probably the most uneventful game we have had in the past, like, weeks of the regular season. Oh my god, they actually lost that.
They lost a mid inhibitor off of all that action. The 1 for 1 trade, no Lord, haven't been able to translate it. Now, at a lane disadvantage, Team SMG have reached the later stages of the game. When do you pull the trigger?
I have no idea, and honestly, I'm kind of lost for words right now because this just feels so sloppy from Team SNG when you compare it to their gameplay in game number 1. Are they really that uncomfortable when they don't have a lead? Smooth forced to kill a jungle camp to regen up his HP. Sasa resetting the Lord again. They do find Vinsmoke though. That's a nice catch. Killing spree going over to Sasa, and now SUHAZ has to play this quite safe. They do still have 4 people alive. They're now targeting Smooth. The shotgun doing a lot of damage. Smooth needs to dance around this. Immortality already popped down. He will survive as now Abumon is the next target. Box jumping in, nearly dying to a few Wesker shots, but he's still alive. Sasa forced to retreat though. Smooth still alive, but he lost his immortality, and that means SUHAZ actually have control over the river.
Yep, I mean, they're 1 man down, and they're going to quickly reset for the side of Team SMG before running back in. Zyme Senpai keeping an eye on this Lord as the mid lane contested. As always, SUHAZ Esports know that they have an advantage there, so they're going to keep utilizing it to keep Team SMG on their toes. A fight's about to commence as Zyme Senpai is in the middle of the Lord pit. Benedetta comes in with the Electro final blow as the backline is still okay. It's going to be, unfortunately, Abumon paying the price. Smooth it makes sure he's dead. City Norsana dies in the front line with no support from the rest of his team. A 2 for 0 trade in favor of Team SMG.
This is the opening Team SMG we're looking for, finally taking out Abumon, basically their primary threat on the side of SUHAZ. That means that he can safely start working on this Lord, but Razin is still alive, and Smooth has to be now forced to go back and defend the base as well, meaning it becomes a lot more dangerous for them. Box nearly getting caught by the Yin Yang overturn as well. He's still fine.
Coin flip.
Ooh, this could be a coin flip right now. Razin still has retry. Box still has it. The silence on Sasa, but the wind of nature keeps him alive. So they're still on top of Razin gets the Lord. Smooth chasing down Oxygen in the back line. Only the Benedetta and Kagura are alive now. Scratch that. Oxygen gets taken out, but Razin did secure the objective for his team.
Oh, they lost 3 members there. And unfortunately for Box, he was too low. Backs away a little bit, but Razin keeps aggro on this Luminous Lord. 21 minutes into this game. Team SMG, unfortunately, yes, they have scaled, but they still can't get their win condition.
And because they ended up investing so much time into taking the Lord, they now have to clear up every lane at once too, which means more time taken for them to group back up together and more time for SUHAZ to actually wait for their team members to respawn without taking any sort of damage.
Yep, with the AI winning prediction being 64 to 36 in favor of SUHAZ Esports. Let's see how this is going to hold up later into the game. It's both teams, unfortunately, don't want to drop the ball.
This is a very strange game here, considering the kind of games we have been witnessing in Season 10 so far. It feels like a blast to the past from Season 9, where teams are just too afraid of making a big mistake to actually try and engage for any sort of advantage. And because of that, Team SMG has allowed SUHAZ Esports an opportunity to actually even up this series.
Yep, and they're doing it well. Vinsmoke caught out of position once more. He's looking for Box. He gets pulled back by the offended, and a killing spree achieved by Box. But honestly, with an almost 1 minute timer here. SUHAZ Esports with a man down. At the very least, Vinsmoke will be back up for the next upcoming Lord fight.
We can see in terms of items as well, most of the players are actually hitting their full item builds, the only exceptions being the roamers on each side here. I'm offended actually used on City Norsana, but there's no way they're getting a kill onto the Tamas. And with another minute until the Lord actually respawns and the net worth difference still being basically nothing, we're in for a long haul here, folks.
Yeah, this is quite the long haul. As a matter of fact, it's Team SMG, housekeeping duty as always. Can't do much about it as SUHAZ Esports, making sure that Team SMG always has to clean up these lanes. And Oxygen needs to make sure he lives. He's a very pivotal part for the team comp of SUHAZ Esports.
This is honestly kind of curious because if you were to compare the lineups, the draft from Team SMG in Game 1 and Game 2, I think a lot of people would find it difficult to guess which is the game that they ended up dragging out and which one they ended early.
I mean, if we average it out, it should just be 2 normal games at this point, right? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Let's see how long this one's going to go. Is Team SMG going to rebuff themselves? Abumon actually in a very interesting position here. I don't think he's looking to one-shot anybody. Oh, no. He sees a Tata. He's down. And he's down for the count. Smooth tries to take him off, but misses the second KO strike. He walks away for free.
You thought it was Vinsmoke, but it was me, Abumon, and they get Box as well. The shutdown on the Fanny. Smooth finally gets Abumon in the backline, and now both teams are looking real low. Zyme Senpai gonna lose his immortality as well. The Paquito is now actually a problem as they finally pick up Vinsmoke on the side. Zyme Senpai still alive, but not for too long. That's a 2-for-3 trade in favor of SUHAZ Esports.
Oh my goodness, this spiraled out of control for Team SMG so fast, and this next Lord is going to be secured by SUHAZ Esports with no issues whatsoever. Smooth, he has to delay this somehow for at least 20 seconds or so that Sasa comes back to life.
Will he be able to do so though? Hate gonna be here to support him. He's aiming for Oxygen, but really nice zoning by the Kagura to keep him occupied. He now can't afford to spend more time on him. He has to go for Razin. They're getting knocked up by the Lord, but Smooth doesn't have enough damage. It's dropping into retry range. Electo final blow comes out. Razin secures it. Smooth dropping low. Immortality pops on City Norsana. Smooth might lose his as well, but he keeps it alive. They find the kill onto Tamas, and now they have to defend the next Luminous Lord.
They tried their best. It was a 2v3 situation. They did as much as they could, and this is why you build Benedetta as a tank.
Yep, it's just so annoying to have to deal with, and Smooth, no matter how he tried, wasn't able to stop him from taking it. Now, with the Lord pushing in mid lane, no inhibitor to defend the Crystal, Team SMG has to hold it back, and with waves pushing on both sides as well, we're going to be looking at a fair bit of damage onto Team SMG structures, and I think Box lost the purple buff.
Yup, Razin is taking full advantage of his build, making sure that Box is going to be buffless this time. Oh my goodness. This is sweet, sweet retribution for SUHAZ Esports.
But they are actually able to defend against the Lord. They just need to make sure they don't take too much tower damage from the next few Lord enhanced waves. They should be able to do so, hopefully, without losing an inhibitor. But that means we're probably waiting another 2 minutes for the next Luminous Lord.
Oh boy, this is taking forever. But both sides understand that a lot is at stake. A single death, you have a minute timer before you come back to life. And with the Lord coming up, dying within the next 30 seconds is generally okay. But ideally, as soon as that Lord timer becomes 60 seconds, nobody should be going out of position. Nobody should be overextending.
I think Team SMG recognized that as well. They knew that if they were going to take a fight, they had to take it immediately, which is why they went for the concealed play onto Abumon. But because they didn't find anyone now, I think we can expect them to be playing a lot more safely as the Lord is starting to hit that timer you mentioned.
All right, this is taking a while as Box will be able to get out of this position. 60 seconds has been achieved here. Now SUHAZ Esports and Team SMG cannot afford to die out. But we also have to remember that the lanes are extremely important. Team SMG are missing a mid inhibitor, so SUHAZ, they're going to pull attention to mid lane before clearing up that side lane, or at least one of those side lanes, before running it back to Turtle. Top side slow pushing in Team SMG's favor.
But Razen's going to have a very easy time just split pushing these lanes. Again, this is the strength of having a hero like the Benedetta. It's basically like a safer lane, and it makes it very difficult for Team SMG to try and group up to contest objectives because they constantly have to push out the lanes.
Well, speaking of which, both of them just hovering around nearby. Vinsmoke deep in the enemy lane. I don't know what's going to happen here, but 10 more seconds until the Lord spawns. Mid-control is established for both teams, and they're looking to take this even further.
Smooth literally just waiting for Razen to leave so that he can clear up the wave. They're playing as safe as possible.
Look at how deep Vinsmoke is.
Wow.
He's gonna wait for that wave to start shoving out and then maybe make his way into Team SMG's orange buff. If he gets a flank and is able to kill Sasa here, SUHAZ have the green light to start running it down.
I think we also have to note too, if they're able to get a wave pushing down mid lane, it's very possible for Vinsmoke to just go behind them and finish off the crystal on his own if the rest of his team is able to distract SMG long enough. Flicker
is caught!
Oh, he might not. He doesn't get away. Immortality popped on the Beatrix. He's still alive for now. Box has to back off as well, but they get Abumon. That's a huge catch for SMG so early on. Electro final blow going in. He wants to pick off the lower health members of Team SMG, but he doesn't know where they are anymore. He's gonna go on Smooth instead, but these two are never going to kill each other. That's a great pickoff for SMG.
That's a huge pickoff. They got Abumon's Flicker as well. Force Oxygen to use his Flicker, and that's a big advantage for Team SMG. Just continue up with the housekeeping and take down that Lord.
Will they take it though? Team SMG still has the tendency to wait until they know they can take the objective for sure. Yes, Abumon's gone, but the most important member of SUHAZ, Razen, with that retry is still around. Team SMG have to be careful. This could be their game-winning ticket. They cannot afford to give it away again.
All right, and they're man down. Are they going to give this away? Vinsmoke is in position to look for these big flanks here, and that's the problem. If Box gets silenced, he won't be able to use his Retribution, allowing for a steal coming in from Razen. All right, they're holding strong. They still have all 5 of their members. Smooth is doing his best to push them backwards. The coin flip is about to happen here as Razen looking for some angle to get in. The coin flip, here it is! Who takes it away? It's gonna be Box who takes the Lord. They kill Razen. He comes back for immortality, but they refuse to let him Electro final blow away. Vinsmoke does not participate in this fight.
We are now 30 minutes into the game. I cannot believe I'm saying that, but this is going to be a very powerful Luminous Lord. The thing is though, SUHAZ Esports has 2 more towers than Team SMG, so if they're able to hold the line, this may not necessarily be victory for SMG.
Well, let's see, because the wave clear coming out from SUHAZ Esports, yes, it's great, but Vinsmoke is not good at wave clearing, and so is Siti Norsana. So this might be a bit of an issue with these Lord-empowered minions, and the fact that Benedetta has generally scaled off, doesn't build any damage, goes for the full tank. It might be a bit of an issue as they try and crack open this top inhibitor. Zyme slowly itching his way. Vinsmoke in the back line looking to get a catch onto Sasa, but Sasa's not letting him through. They successfully cracked the inhibitor, and they also take out Vinsmoke. 2 members already down, and Team SMG look to end this game. The Luminous Lord is too strong, and SUHAZ dropped the ball finally. 30 minutes, GG. Well played for Team SMG.
In what may possibly be the longest game of the season. We'll see. There's still 6 more weeks. Team SMG finally closed things out in our first 2-0 victory in quite a few days here. And SUHAZ, despite putting up a good fight, just weren't able to finish things off in their favor.
Oh my goodness, for a second there, I thought I was watching MPL PH coming in from Season 9. Their games are long over there, man. Their games are long, but this one, it was almost there. It was getting there.
It really was. And sometimes when you watch games like this, you do hope that the end is a good payoff. I'm not too certain if I can say that because it did feel a little bit anticlimactic considering how long it took for him to get there, but this is pretty classic Team SMG.
Absolutely, but unfortunately for SUHAZ Esports, it's extremely clear that communication is not 2 ways amongst the members. I mean, Vinsmoke had opportunities to actually impact that fight, but honestly, what can you really say about it? Hesitation, it's really, really tough. With that being said, let's have an interview with the winners. Let's throw it over to our host.
Pasukan SMG kemenangan 2-0 di perlawanan yang ketiga. 3 mata penuh dirangkul oleh pasukan ini. Satu dominasi yang cukup bergaya sekali ditunjukkan. Bangkit daripada kekalahan ke atas tim Hak. Dan kali ini saya bersama dengan jejak ketampan Box. Dan kali ini kita nak interview sikit Box. Apa khabar Box?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Alhamdulillah baik. Okey. Puas hati tak dengan performance tadi? Rasa puas hati tak?
Tak juga.
Tak juga?
Ya.
Okeylah, ada satu soalan panas sikit nak tanya kat Box. Box dulu main dengan SUHAZ Esports. Apa Box rasa kalahkan SUHAZ Esports sekarang?
Biasa je.
Biasa je?
Ya.
Biasa je, nampak tak? Begitu yakin Box. Sekarang ni soalan yang kedua saya nak tanya Box. Okey. Untuk apa Box rasa kenapa SMG rasa terlalu kuat? Bukan terlalu kuat. Maksud saya kuat lebih daripada biasa untuk perlawanan hari ini.
Rasa kita orang banyak minum Nescafe kot.
Oh,
ya.
Sempat promo
Ya.
Yes. Mungkin untuk anda di rumah boleh dah try tips yang daripada Box ini. Okey, ada tak apa-apa sepatah dua kata untuk katakan kepada fans SMG yang datang di Cool City Mall?
Terima kasih yang mana datang. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
untuk
much.
tim SMG punya fan dan tim SUHAZ punya fan.
Okey, terima kasih. Terima kasih Box.
Dan juga kepada Nescafe dengan Maxis.
Wah, sikit shout out. Okey. Terima kasih Box di atas interviewnya. Dan itulah dia sepatah dua kata yang dikatakan oleh Box sebentar tadi. Dan apakah SUHAZ ataupun maafkan saya SMG mampu untuk kekalkan momentum ataupun tidak. Tetapi apapun kita akan beransur ke mic check untuk kita dengar apakah celoteh pasukan SMG sebentar tadi.
Nice. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Nice. Lee cannot farm. Almost 5 minutes now we can push Let's go boys. Perangkau yang flicker Lip. Dia gigi Lip. Back up. Lip. Spring lagi Lip. Lip. Thank you. Sorry sah. Nice.
TBS.
Tak. Dah. Tahu. Jangan terlalu dalam. Bok, boleh ke bok ni bok? Give us. Nice box. Give us. Back. Battery not flicker. Battery mati. Nice. Kakuran apa? We all end. Tengok lot Orang dulu. Lot. Orang. Tahu. Okay, lot. Back. Natamit. Can we go lot? Yeah, we can, bro. Tarik sini. Back.
Hey, we can kill Bennett and back. Nice.
Back.
It looks like Box has found his home with a bunch of AIs as well. I mean, that was the most robotic response I've ever heard to an interview in my life, and it feels like, yeah, that's very classic Box, and he joins a team that plays like the hardest bots on the planet. These guys are just killer. Absolutely killer.
You just compare the mic check from Team SMG to the mic check from basically every other team, and you see a world of difference. Other teams are just screaming and shouting, go! And Team SMG is just like, do this. Let's do this.
Input text. It's just lines of code that's going through these guys. Very systematic, very controlled pace, aggression, but more importantly so, they're very effective at it.
As we mentioned, if it's not broken, why fix it? Here, a well-fought victory for Team SMG, but SUHAZ definitely made them work for it. Having a look at the item build, this was a 30-minute game. I'm pretty sure everyone is full on items. Not too much to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, nothing too out of the ordinary here. I think everybody has their standard builds, but honestly, this has been a pretty good showing from SUHAZ Esports at the very least. They kind of got the composure together, and Oxygen, one of the few micro mechanics, actually, I'll talk about it during the highlights, but overall, if we're talking about the draft specifically, Abumon, unfortunately, he has to go start looking for these big picks, because unfortunately for Vinsmoke, he gets scouted out very often by Team SMG.
But I think Vinsmoke did do a very good job. Like you mentioned earlier, people always rave about Vinsmoke playing on this Natalia, and while his kill score isn't really stellar here, you can definitely see why people are saying things like that. Even if he's not necessarily picking people off from Team SMG, the information, the way that he's just kind of dancing around the members to make sure that he's not spotted out is really effective.
Yeah, I mean, it's the pressure, the fact that Natalia is in the game that Team SMG really respected a lot. So Vinsmoke had to think outside of the box, try to find his little corners into the enemy jungle, but unfortunately, Team SMG, they stayed as a unit. They made sure that if they get attacked by Vinsmoke, he will get punished.
But Team SMG definitely were able to pull off a pretty stellar victory here. There were some slightly uncharacteristic mistakes from them, honestly, in the early game. Hate especially getting caught out twice like that. You never see that on a hero like Lilia especially too.
Okay, I hopefully I will get to rebuttal that later on into the highlights, because I think Oxygen did some very interesting moves there. But if we're looking at the post-game stats, Team SMG, more damage dealt, more damage to towers, and more total heals. In terms of how they distribute the damage, it's good to see that, you know, Smooth, even though he is playing Paquito, is able to top the charts in terms of damage, because Sasa, unfortunately, when he is playing carry, is a little short-ranged. If someone is out of position and very close to him, perfect. They're going to die very quick.
It is pretty strange to see a Team SMG victory where Smooth has the highest GPN and not someone like Sasa, but it is understandable. He was very effective there, and that is a very interesting number that he's able to achieve for himself as well. But it's quite a thing to see. Smooth, even on a hero that's usually aggressive like Paquito, is still able to play the role of that guy you just can't kill.
Yeah, it's somehow, even when he's not playing Esmeralda, he still technically is Esmeralda at this point. Gold per minute, 666, the rich guy. Oh boy, let's look at the MVP of this game. Coming in from Team SMG, it goes over to Smooth.
I'm seeing a surprising amount of sixes on this screen here. 67 match kill participation, 616 KDA in a 30-minute game. He only died once, and the highest GPM as well. And while that might look low to some of you guys, you have to remember, this was a 30-minute game.
Yeah, this is a longer than average game based on what we've seen so far here at the MPL Season 10 in Malaysia. I would imagine that the data is going to shift as we go throughout the weeks. Hopefully it doesn't stick to this 30-minute sort of standard time.
I am hoping that as well. Honestly, right, this may sound a bit harsh to say, but I do feel like Team SMG shouldn't be able to get away with this. Playing such a safe game, they should definitely be punished a little bit more for being a little bit too by the book.
Look, not everybody can be like Torak and try and challenge Team SMG right at the grand finals. Even Team SMG have their moments where their cold, calculated line of play is super good. Now, let's keep an eye out here for Oxygen specifically, because when he picks off Hate, it's always because he throws his umbrella in an uncanny manner, looking as if he is going to try and one-shot Zyme Senpai, but instead actually goes straight for Hate. So when Hate gets distracted, he simply goes for the full combination, thinking that he's going to finish Zyme Senpai off, but no, he targets the mage instead.
That is quite interesting, and we've already highlighted that Oxygen is definitely one of the better players on SUHAZ Esports. A lot of potential on this guy because his mechanics really do seem to be on point. But overall as a team, SUHAZ Esports definitely still needs to work on their chemistry overall. While they did a pretty good job, a lot of the times when they are able to win fights, it's because the players are doing well individually and not because they're playing together as a coordinated 5-man.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm curious to see what a SUHAZ Esports as a coordinated 5-man may look like, because again, it feels like it's dangerous, but so far, and at the current state, Team SMG is just the better team.
Right? But you do have to note, they did still drag it out to 30 minutes. Yes, Team SMG is passive. Yes, they only really make an engagement when they know they can win. But because it took them so long to achieve such a thing, we definitely cannot count SUHAZ Esports out of the competition.
Yep, and still, it is very early on in the competition. Let's look at the current standings here as Team SMG is able to achieve 3 aggregate points in their 3rd match of the season, making them tie up with Team Hawk.
This is actually quite a rare sight as well, because if you look at Team SMG and Team Hawk, all of their numbers across the board are equal. So they're basically the same. They are both at 1st place right now, meaning Todak's gonna be pushed down to 3rd, SUHAZ unfortunately still without a victory to their name, still standing at the bottom of Group A.
It's a tough group. Group A is a tough group. But then again, we look down at Group B and it's no different. 6-5, 4-2-1. I mean, by the end of the week, hopefully they can keep up with their numerical aggregate points.
This is just really interesting. And yeah, it's only the second week. It feels like so much has happened in these 2 short weeks. And the second week isn't even over yet. I am very curious to see how these standings might shift in the final few weeks of the regular season here. But with that, we finally put an end to a very long second series of the day.
It was brutal. It was extremely brutal. And considering all that has happened, the important thing is that Team SMG kept in mind their keys to victory. Let's recap that one more time because we're talking about that early snowball. Game number 1, I mean, the duration of it is stellar. But then we start talking about game number 2, where even though it is extremely long, with a 31 minutes and 8 seconds of worth of game time, the goal difference was at least 6.8k.
And you can see just how much of a difference there is between Game 1 and Game 2, basically worlds apart. And that goes to show that SUHAZ were actually able to adjust a little bit to Team SMG. And we can see as well, beware of the enemy's mid laner. Oxygen, we've already highlighted him. He's really good. Those mechanics are on point. And while his KDA here is looking pretty low, considering the length of the second game especially, you have to note that only 2 deaths, despite all of that, is still very impressive.
Yeah, considering the amount of action that was happening, and especially during game number 1, where it was just a complete stomp coming in from Team SMG, Oxygen's KDA maintained. He understood his position. That was extremely important, and more so, he was looking to take out Hate as many times as he could before going down.
And then the final one, obviously, following up with the jungler's aggression. We know that Box nowadays is definitely more of a utility jungler, but he returned to his roots in that second game, playing on the Fanny. Because of that, he had less assists in game 2 compared to game number 1. But yeah, I don't think there's too much more to say about that game because we already had plenty of time to talk about it then. But if you guys want to show your support, put it in the comments, and some of your comments have already been selected as the winners of They Need You.
Show your support, turn those feelings into words, and share it with the rest of us. And make sure, if you are going to share it, use that hashtag 10Bersama on top of including your game ID as well as server ID, because if it gets selected, you get rewards.
Indeed, so everyone who sees your comment up on the screen right now, you can see it down there. Congrats, you guys have won some gifts. We as well don't really know exactly what you're getting, so hopefully you guys can share it with us, and maybe you can share it as well on our MPL official group by scanning this QR code as well.
I know the memes are already in the process right after this. As soon as the stream catches up to those memers, oh boy, it's going to be lit up in the group straight away. I swear, they are so fast.
Yeah, always a pleasure to see what you guys can come up with. Honestly, even my gears are kind of turning right now, thinking of what kind of memes are going to come out of this one. I imagine some people are going to say they were able to graduate while that game was going on.
That seems about right. But now it's time for our favorite segment here at the MPL MY. It's Guess Who? Oh boy, this one's a bit tough.
I actually know who this is just from looking at the picture.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I actually
hold
do.
on. Let me look at some of the clues. Gender, male, specialties, burst / support. Oh, element soul. Okay, that's a dead giveaway. Element soul contractor, and a relationship is Mentor's companion, Selena's enemy. Who is it?
Yeah, so as an additional hint for you guys as well, I'm pretty sure this is a skin. This is a very zoomed in image of a skin for the hero, so don't think of default hero looks. This is a skin, and honestly, I'm kind of surprised that they are a companion of Minotaur. I was not aware of that.
Oh, come on, you gotta read some of the lore.
There's a bit too much lore.
There's a lot. Honestly, it's a lot of lore. I am curious about the support section of things, but let's not forget that some of these are a skin. It's time for the reveal. Is it Aldios? I'm very confident about this. Yep, there we go.
Yep.
I only recognized it after you mentioned it, like, oh yeah, I get who the skin is, after the hint, on top of the fact that I've been playing a lot of Magic Chess and Lost Picado, and this is the Lost Picado skin. Yeah, it adds up.
It is a pretty nice skin though, but for those of you who guessed right, there is a code at the bottom. Those of you who guessed wrong, you can use it as well. Everyone gets a participation prize, and we all do hope you enjoy these Guess Who segments, adding a little bit of fun to the end of these matches here in MPL. So again, for those of you who've been having a little bit of difficulty guessing the answers, make sure you brush up on your hero and player knowledge.
Yep, I hope you do, because these are, so far here at the caster's desk, we are still, how many have gone? There's like 3 each game, so that's 3, 6, plus 2, and then times that by 2, that's 14. 14 out of 14, we have been 100% correct.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
Quick maths indeed. I feel like, judging on the level of this though, if there is one that we don't get right, it's a little bit of a shame on us as casters, really.
Okay, let's not put that kind of pressure on us right now. But with that being said, next up on the schedule, our final best of 3 of day number 2, we have, once again, Orange Esports up against CARACAL, who is going to sit up on top.
Indeed, the 2 teams in orange are going to be going head-to-head on the Land of Dawn, and orange did come out on top of red yesterday, proving who was the superior color. This time, though, this town's only big enough for one of them.
Exactly. With Orange Esports, some of their members previously ex-CARACAL members. Let's see whether or not they have a bit of a grudge match this time.
Indeed, Team CARACAL so far has been having a little bit of difficulty finding that standing, but it does feel like they're slowly improving over time. Will they be able to go up against Orange Esports though, considering that right now they've been displaying their ability to be quite a wild card, especially with Stormy in that mid lane.
Exactly. Stormy seems to be able to play pretty much everything at this point, am I right?
Yeah, it's honestly really entertaining to watch, and I love that it's showing that anything can work as long as you think about it, you fit it in the team comp with a specific goal in mind.
Well, that's fair. But with that being said, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be the match of the century. You are watching the MPL MY Season 10. Stick around, because there's more Mobile Legends action to be had.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal, stay humble. A true warrior, rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. Create unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyperblend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact. and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire! Rain down the fire!
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. unique and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The Fighter Emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high-caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high-caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
They call me a hero because I saved my nation from falling apart. Stay loyal. Stay humble. A true warrior. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire. Rain down the fire.
Hyperblend? What on earth is Hyperblend? Thrilling as Brawl. Strategic as Magic Chess. Unbridled like Overdrive. And versatile like Creation Camp. Hyperblend, another great game mode from MLBB. 50% skill, 50% luck, 100% fun. Skills and equipment, unlimited strategies. Heroes, skills, combinations are up to you to decide. and strong heroes with a variety of fun and powerful skill sets. Awesome is the new mode, Hyper Blend.
Hello, everyone! Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Fredrin, the Rogue Appraiser. Fredrin is a tanky fighter who not only possesses a lethal skill set, but also the ability to offset the damage he takes. Now, let's take a closer look. Hero skills. First skill, Piercing Strike. Fredrin thrusts his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies hit and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Piercing Strike grants Fredrin combo points. Second skill, Brave Assault. Fredrin dashes in the target direction, inflicting damage and a slow on enemies on contact, and enhancing his next basic attack. Hitting enemy heroes with Brave Assault also grants Fredrin combo points. Third skill, Energy Eruption. After a short delay, Fredrin deals damage to nearby enemies and immobilizes them. Hitting enemy heroes reduces the cooldown of the first and second skills. It costs combo points to cast this skill. Ultimate, Appraiser's Wrath. Fredrin slams his sword in the target direction, dealing damage to enemies in a cone and extra damage to enemies in the center. This skill costs 3 combo points. Passive, Crystalline Armor. Fredrin can deal damage to negate the damage he has taken recently. Pro tips. Piercing Strike has a long but narrow attack range. Carefully position yourself to damage enemy heroes while clearing minion waves so that you can get combo points. Remember not to waste the enhanced basic attack. Brave Assault has a short cooldown. After approaching the enemy, follow up with the enhanced basic attack to immobilize them. Note that the whole combo grants you combo points. Energy Eruption offers great crowd control while posing a threat to enemies in a large area. Not to mention, it only costs 1 combo point. Make sure you hit enemy heroes to reduce the cooldown of Fredrin's other skills. Though Appraiser's Wrath has a long cast animation, it comes with outstanding damage and attack range. Couple it with Energy Eruption or Flicker to ensure hit. The more HP stored in Fredrin's crystalline armor, the more durable he becomes. Combo tips. In the laning phase, approach the enemy with Brave Assault. Follow up with the enhanced basic attack to inflict control, then cast Piercing Strike for damage. Lastly, use Energy Eruption to reduce skill cooldowns. In teamfights, cut into the fray using Brave Assault. Then cast Piercing Strike for the enhanced basic attack and the combo points. Follow up with Energy Eruption for both damage and cooldown reduction. Lastly, finish off enemies with Appraiser's Wrath. Tactics. Fredrin excels at face-offs. In the early to mid-game, try approaching enemies and land as many skills as possible on them for combo points. In the late game, given Fredrin's passive, he can shield his teammates from damage. By combining skills and enhanced basic attacks to accumulate combo points, Fredrin can easily finish off enemies with his ultimate and survive unscathed. Since both the tank and the fighter roles suit Fredrin well, we recommend this build when he takes the tank role to further boost Fredrin's tankiness and recovery. Tank Emblem enhances Fredrin's durability, as well as his cooldown reduction, while Brave Smite grants him good sustainability. As for the fighter role, we recommend this build to improve his survivability and cooldown reduction. The fighter emblem boosts Fredrin's attack and HP, while Unbending Will grants him superb damage output when he's in bad shape. In terms of battle spell, we recommend Vengeance to max out Fredrin's durability. Our new hero, Fredrin, will join us in battle on August 12th. Don't miss out on a 30% discount in the first week of his arrival. Also, make sure you grab his skin at 51 diamonds in the first 2 weeks. Hope you all love this new hero as much as we do. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Rogue Appraiser Fredrin, coming August 12th.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI. Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL Malaysia Season 10. We are on our final best of 3 of today to close things out for day number 2, week number 2. My name is Getting Q. This is Sadafa here at the Casters Desk to take care of you guys for our final match of the day.
We've certainly come across some very interesting series here on week 2, day 2, after a very intense match to start off the day between Lunatics and Red Esports. We ended up with one of the longest games we have seen, not just in this season, but in MPL overall, when SMG went up against SUHAZ Esports. And now, finally closing off the day, we have, last but not least, Orange going up against Team CARACAL, which is undoubtedly going to be a match you will want to witness as well.
So far, based on what we've seen off of Orange Esports, Stormy's looking mighty fine. He's still consistent as ever since his time with SMG coming over to Orange Esports. But before we talk any further, thank you guys, everybody watching the English stream and everybody watching the MPL MY for our next share milestone. We have hit 1,000 shares already. Please take the code while you still can.
Thank you very much once again for clicking on that share button, guys. And it does mean that you are all enjoying MPL so far. There's still lots of fun to be had, so why not make sure that all your friends and family are able to participate in the action by sharing it out to them once again, if you haven't clicked that button yet. But as you guys can see up on screen right now, both teams already here, already preparing for their head-to-head conflict.
Yep, they're going to be discussing their strategies here. Coming back to Orange Esports, Stormy is looking really fine, but he's also what we call an enabler, because as we've seen before, there was many opportunities, and especially with yesterday's game, for AIM to actually pick up the Grok, but instead, Stormy takes control over mid lane with the Grok itself.
We've already recognized that AIM does seem to be a bit more comfortable with mage/enchanter style supports, and typically this is a bit of a problem because it does limit the hero pool, but Stormy does not have any issue with that, so he is actually able to pick up the slack on the physical damage by going physical heroes in the mid lane. But without further ado, we are going to have Orange Esports walking up onto the stage. Let us welcome our team for the last series of the day.
Orange Esports.
To kick things off here up on the stage, it's Orange Esports. Right now, Subway has transitioned from those big tank heroes and now picking up fighters as well as assassins to prove that he is a reliable, substantially perfect, well-rounded jungler.
As we all know, Orange Esports were second place last season, and although their lineup is looking quite a bit different now, they are still proving to be an incredibly strong lineup overall with their hero pool, the freedom in their draft overall, and I'm excited to see what else they bring to the table.
Team CARACAL, unfortunately, for them, they're going to have to take their time. They are playing from home this time. So let's introduce to you the brains of Orange Esports coming up on the stage to help them out with their draft. It's going to be their analyst Haru as well as Osh as their coach.
Indeed, once again, the brains of the operation, the ones responsible for deciding how they are going to draft their lineup to go up against their opponents. And it's going to be up to them to decide how Orange Esports wants to play today. Starting things off, let's have a look at the statistics so far. Orange Esports up on screen.
To kick things off, it's going to be Neo, Subway, Stormy, AIM, and Valence as the main lineup of Orange Esports, and they have been performing rather well. And it seems like this mix and match of players really come together once they are under the Orange Esports banner.
Indeed, I do think that AIM, despite having a bit of trouble transitioning into the roam position because of his inability to really master tank heroes, has been completely offset by just how wild Stormy's hero picks have been ever since joining Orange, starting off with the Hellcurt mid and then playing the Grok as a DPS in the mid lane as well. Orange are showing that they can make anything happen, and Team CARACAL now going to be the competitor.
With Rash, Ken, Bad Boy, Sino, as well as Zed for the main lineup of Team CARACAL. We've seen a lot of potential with this particular team. However, they haven't found that secret sauce just yet to make them all on the same page, but more importantly, move as a complete unit.
And we can see from this lineup as well that this implies Sino is going to be playing on the roamer position once again instead of Mianzal. Hopefully they're going to be able to find that chemistry here in this game today. Just for a little bit more clarification for those who may not be aware, Team CARACAL, they are playing from home today. We've heard some of their players not feeling too well, so wish for the best here as we witness the keys to victory.
To start things off, the mid laner domination here is going to be extremely important because, again, OE's mid laner has proven to be extremely intimidating, one of the big factors of Orange Esports' success.
Indeed, we gotta mention Stormy obviously is a really notable issue, not just for Team CARACAL, but for basically any team that's going up against Orange Esports. You never know what he's going to bring to the table, and because of that, it's important for Team CARACAL to play more aggressively to make sure that Orange cannot control that early game tempo.
They've got to stop the enemy's progression no matter what. It's about controlling and conquering the rest of that map. Through that aggression, they will be able to build up a lead. If it doesn't get into that stage of the game, Orange Esports are going to slowly wrap around Team CARACAL.
And that's going to be game over. We have already seen what this team is capable of when they have the advantage. They're going to shift the control over from Stormy in the mid lane onto Valens in the gold lane as well. And while his playstyle compared to other gold laners has so far been pretty unique in its aggressiveness in comparison, it has definitely worked out for them. Right now you can see Team CARACAL going to be playing from home. Don't worry, we do have marshals checking in on them, making sure that everything is still going according as planned.
Speaking of which, let's have a look at the audience predictions here, and it looks like a large majority of you are going to be favoring Orange Esports in this matchup. And after yesterday's games and the week before, it's kind of understandable. CARACAL are going to need to take a lot of notes and make sure that they've done their research against Orange Esports.
Yeah, Team CARACAL right now is also another team that has not yet claimed a single victory here in Season 10. So if they want to be able to claim themselves a good foothold going through the rest of the regular season, this is something that they desperately need. And they also need all of you at home, the fans, to show your support to your favorite team by using the hashtag 10Bersama, as well as attaching your game ID and server ID to any comment you put up, and you may have a chance to win a mystery gift.
Don't forget, it's the best comments that will be featured in the live stream. So participate while you still can to get yourself those sweet, sweet rewards, and maybe consider scanning to join the MPL MY official group and start talking with other like-minded human beings.
If you guys aren't aware, there is an official group. Now you know. And well, without further ado, why not scan the code? As we've mentioned many times in the stream, lots of stuff is going on there, lots of fun stuff, lots of thought-provoking stuff as well. So if you want to learn more about MLBB and MPL, make sure to check that out the next chance you get. But with 15 seconds left on the timer, we are going to be entering game 1 of our final series of the day very soon, and I'm definitely excited to see what these teams will be up to.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. How has CARACAL evolved from week number 1? As we say, jumping right into the drafting phase, let's see which sides they're on.
Indeed, it does look like Team CARACAL is going to be playing on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side today, and this does confirm it. Xeno is actually going to be playing on the roam position again compared to Mienzal, which we did see ended up being more effective the last time. So hopefully Xeno will be able to rough out some of the communication issues he may have had with his team previously.
Coming down to the bans though, Akai and Wanwan being banned out by Team CARACAL. Orange Esports holds priority as they've already banned out the Valentina. Do they want to get rid of the Faramis though?
I think Faramis is definitely something that they have to consider. Orange Esports, we know them to be a team that likes to fight. And when you have to think about the cult altar every time you want to engage on Team CARACAL, that is just not fun to think about. But before that, Fanny is going to be up on the chopping block.
Okay, so Fanny gets banned out. Team CARACAL can look to ban out... I'm thinking, do they want to look to punish Subway? Are they looking to punish Valence? Right now, it's just standard bans all across the board.
Indeed. Wanwan Akai, Fanny Valentina, all pretty common here. We do still have some pretty notable picks, such as the Masha still going to be available here. The Faramis hasn't been banned out yet, but Team CARACAL did just do so. So, do Orange want to get rid of the Masha? Is there anything I'm missing here?
I feel like Masha is a good shout. Although, I don't know, Ling has been pretty devastating regardless of what comp he's in. Unless you get to play Boxia and you get to steal every single pretty much purple buff in the game, then it's not so fun.
Yeah, but that is also a style that is known by Team SMG, and other teams are not necessarily able to replicate it to the same level of success. Boxia so far has not found a lot of success in the jungle other than in the hands of Box, so I don't really think that teams are gonna lean heavily towards that kind of strategy. Because of that, Orange do actually ban out the Ling.
Fair enough. First pick going over to Team CARACAL. Do they want to pick up the Masha, or do they have something else in mind to deal with Orange Esports? Now, speaking of which, when Zed was with SUHAZ Esports previously in the last season, a lot of his picks were eventually targeted once they figured out his hero pool. I want to see whether Zed is going to be able to bring anything else to the table, but to kick this draft off, the first pick from Team CARACAL is going to be Julian.
Alright, the hero so far is kind of in a 50-50 state. There are teams that prioritize him very heavily, and there are some teams that just ignore him from the outright here. But Team CARACAL definitely are quite comfortable with this. They typically will play him in the mid position. Bad Boy has been doing a fairly good job. Orange Esports now, what will they prioritize? So far, a lot of teams still do like picking up the Esmeralda quite early.
Yeah, Esmeralda has just been all reliable, super faithful. We don't get to see too many Dairoth picks in general, other than the jungle, to be fair. But now with the 2 picks already locked in, it's Esmeralda as well as Lilia from Orange Esports.
Oh, the Lilia pickup from Orange. That does kind of lock Stormy in fairly early. Yes, this could still be played by AIM potentially, but I do think that the mid Lilia is going to be way stronger than a roam Lilia. This is Orange though, so anything can happen. Hopefully they haven't locked in Stormy's hero a little bit too quickly here.
We'll see, we'll see. I feel like AIM still has a majority of his hero pool still up, and if they do lock in for AIM, then it's got to be within the first phase. But let's see what Team CARACAL is going to respond with. Franco is wide open here. They could go for a Cho, but it looks like it's going to be the Beatrix as well as the Grok.
Okay, an interesting choice here. Beatrix is pretty obvious, still one of the best marksmen in the game, but the Grok pickup, we have seen Sino play on this before, and well, he just did not have a fun time, especially against a Lilia as well. Part of me is wondering whether Team CARACAL locks this in to prevent Stormy from grabbing it himself.
Yeah, that is a fair shout because, you know, AIM as well as Stormy can technically switch roles if they want to, considering that Stormy has played some pretty outlandish mid laners before. Transitioning into the support role can't be too difficult.
Well, I guess we'll find out. The final pick for Orange Esports, seconds counting down. What do they want to prioritize here? Still looking for junglers, still looking for gold lane, but they're actually going to start off with the Franco for themselves.
Fair enough. I mean, Franco has a pretty decent win rate as of yet. 6 bans, 6 picks all overall, but with a 67% win rate here, things are looking very favorable for Orange Esports. Though, Grok can block those iron hooks and get in the way of this Franco. Maybe we'll see how the game progresses.
Yeah, definitely can do that, but it's a lot more difficult to try and deal with the iron hooks on something like a Grok as compared to maybe a Lolita, for example. So I think Orange are okay with this, and from what we have seen, this is one of the few tankier roamers that AIM is capable of playing, so that probably confirms that this is going to be a mid Lilia in the hands of Stormy. Uranus, the first ban from Orange Esports in the second phase.
Okay, I guess they want Team CARACAL to actually pick up. They might ban it out, to be fair, but let's see where Team CARACAL is going to put their focus on. Right now, Orange Esports is still missing a jungler for Stormy. Sorry, not for Stormy. I keep thinking he plays everything here, but for Subway specifically. Or do they want to start punishing the gold lane?
Considering they've already locked in the Beatrix, they might want to ban things away from Valence, and they're actually going to start with the Popol and Koopa here, which ordinarily does make a lot of sense because it is one of the easiest counters in lane to Beatrix, except Valence basically never plays Popol and Koopa.
Well, he doesn't play it as much as he did beforehand. I'm not entirely sure why, or maybe they have a predetermined draft that they want to force out against Team CARACAL. As priorities being held by Orange Esports, do they want to continue focusing down on the EXP laners? Because there's still some good counters against the Esmeralda. Dairoth, for an example, being one of them.
Dairoth is a hero that might have to be prioritized here, but the Masha, actually, I didn't even realize Masha got this far in the draft. Finally going to get banned out by Orange Esports, and I think that is pretty smart. The Dairoth is still very dangerous, but as long as Neo can hold his own in lane, I think it is something that Orange can deal with. As for Team CARACAL, do they want to continue banning things away from Valence? Things like the Irritel, for example.
Well, I think Irritel might be worth banning out here. That's going to force Valence onto something like Brody, arguably Clint as well. But surprisingly enough, when I see Masha specifically getting banned out by Orange Esports this late into the draft, I would assume that Team CARACAL never had the intention of actually picking up the Masha to begin with. Because most of the times, most behaviors of teams would prioritize it or pick it within the first rotation.
An interesting choice from Team CARACAL as well. They're not going to ban the Irritel. Instead, they are banning the Claude. And while we have seen Valence play this hero, I really don't feel like this would be the right time to go for it. Who knows though? I feel like a lot of teams are picking up Claude in situations where I really don't think it's good. So maybe I'm just the one in the wrong right now as we enter the second phase of drafts. Orange Esports, as we mentioned, they're looking for gold, looking for jungle, carry going to be the first pickup.
Okay, fair enough. Carry, you see the Grok, you want to be able to kind of cut through it like butter. Carry is going to be the one to do so. Team CARACAL looking to round out their composition. They are still missing out their jungler and technically their EXP later. Most of the time when we see Grok, it has been shown off is in the support role and less of the EXP role.
Yeah, I agree with you there. And based on Team CARACAL's history as well, this will most likely be a roam Grok. So they're looking for jungle, looking for... Oh, we're actually gonna grab the Selena for themselves there. Pretty good counter to the Franco. And this is most likely gonna be another Benedetta jungle.
Okay, I'm totally fine with Benedetta jungle. It has been working out for a good amount of teams here in MY. However, having the mid lane duo of Grok as well as Selena, very classic. Selena can't clear lanes as fast. Grok is going to do that, but with the final pick being Balmon coming for the side of Orange Esports, I don't think it's too bad here. Neutral objectives should fall into Orange Esports' hands pretty handedly. I can't decide which draft I like more.
I think they're both really balanced drafts overall. Good early, good mid transition, good late game. You could say the same for either side, really. I think they've covered all the bases pretty well. What I am most interested about is on Team CARACAL, which hero is actually going to be the roamer, the Grok or the Selena, because we've already seen Orange switch up the usual stance. But will Team CARACAL do the same? Looking at the lineup for Team CARACAL, lots of damage, lots of mobility, lots of assassins. As for the side of Orange Esports, they're going to be a little bit more durable overall, but they've certainly got a fair bit of scaling for themselves, and that Balmond will help secure the early to mid game by snowballing off of objectives. We're going to be entering the Land of Dawn for the first time in our final series of the day. Will Orange Esports come out on top, or will the Wildcats of CARACAL put a stop to their plans?
Team CARACAL on the blue side and OE on the red side. They're going to kick things off as fast as they can. And oh, wait, hold on. Game pause. I was about to point out that Valence is actually helping out Subway up on the orange side of the map. Bit of a leash there to speed him up.
That's quite interesting, actually, considering that Balmond really doesn't have a lot of problem clearing up the jungle by himself, and he has Demon Slayer. I don't feel like Valence's help is really necessary, but hey, if they're able to accelerate Subway further, why not? Balmond is very strong in the early game, and if they can get that early game lead against the Benedetta, Orange will be in a better spot.
Or, I mean, to be fair, Valence is up against Beatrix, right? And Beatrix naturally is going to be super strong in the earlier stages of the game. So if you're going to be sitting around in lane, you're technically wasting time. So fair enough. I would say that going for the leash is going to help them optimize the time being spent, not just sitting idly by.
I did also end up spying who is the roamer on the side of Team CARACAL. It is confirmed that the Grok is in the roam position. He's got to pull yourself together. And Selena is going to be playing in the mid lane with Impure Rage. So it does look like they want to scale up the Selena a bit more to be a magic DPS.
Magic DPS. I did see Julian mid, and I think he was going towards the purple buff, but I'm not entirely sure there. So Julian could be the jungle pick, and Benedetta is the EXP pick, but we'll wait until we get back into the game to reconfirm. I didn't get too much information since the game pause came up so fast.
We're gonna be troubleshooting some issues right now, ladies and gentlemen, so hopefully you guys can bear with us for just a little while. Gotta make sure that these players are not having issues with their devices as we go into the game to make sure that the competition is upheld in the most fair manner possible. We can seeing some thumbs up as well, so I'm pretty sure we will be able to head back into the Land of Dawn pretty soon.
Yep, can't wait to see how this is going to be playing out. Now, historically speaking, people who have, or players and teams who have been playing from home usually had a bit of an advantage. They feel comfortable in their own skin. They feel comfortable in an environment where it's not a stage with the crowd shouting as you are playing the game. do you think CARACAL is going to get that at-home buff?
It's an interesting question because from last season, yes, definitely we saw teams get the at-home buff, but we also did see some teams get the on-stage buff. So the question is, which one is going to be CARACAL here as we resume the game that is a Julian jungle?
Oh yeah, AIM trying to stop it. Oh, even committing the flicker. I'm not sure about committing the flicker here. I think he was confident he hit the purple buff, but Bad Boy is getting a lot of good damage here onto, but ew! Oh boy, flickering early did cost him his life. Bad Boy finds that first blood as Stormy unable to peel him off. Valens trying to get as much damage in time, but it looks like Sino almost trapping him in. That would have been a second kill had he done so.
Oh, but it forced out the sprint from Valens as well, so that's already 2 battle spells baited out from Orange Esports. And I actually don't think the flicker from AIM was a bad idea. He was hooking the Julian and trying to get away from Bad Boy at the same time. If he didn't flicker, then Bad Boy would have gotten the kill without needing to expend his own. So all things considered, it was an even trade there.
Well, Barash trying to hold his own, but Neo taking some amazing trades against him. Subway forced out of CARACAL's jungle. It looks like Team CARACAL really have a solid rotation plan here to ensure that they don't get invaded.
The early game is going to be very strong for Team CARACAL since they have the Grok-Selena combo, and even if Orange have the Franco and Balman, it's just not going to compare in terms of map vision and damage overall. If we look at the emblems here as well, we can see things are pretty ordinary. I don't think anyone's going for anything too strange. Rash as well going for that Festival of Blood instead of something from the Assassin emblem. So it looks like it is more of a tanky Benedetta once again.
I am slightly interested to... Wait, hold on. Sino, he's taking a bit of damage, but coming back to the topic at hand here, right? In terms of the sub-emblems, I'm curious to know why Stormy likes to take 1 point into getting magic percentile on instead of just maxing out his movement speed. But before we talk any further, Rash now taking some damage for some way is very close to actually taking him out. They lose the turtle, but don't get the kill back, don't get a single trade, and OE having split decisions and split directions.
That was well played by Team CARACAL. Sino especially timing his wall charge at the perfect time when he knew Ken was close to retribution range to make sure that Subway wouldn't be able to jump in and get the steal, securing the first turtle for Team CARACAL. However, when we look at the net worth, it is actually still pretty even. Losing out on that turtle is not going to affect Orange too much for now.
Zed already purchasing the Blade of Heptases. He's going to have more than enough damage if he walks out of a brush. AIM, however, looking for... Oh! What is that hitbox? Enhanced Chain's already getting the knock up onto Valens. AIM forced to flicker away as a wild charge connects, and they find it perfectly for Beatrix to get another kill. Subway, unfortunately, falls victim to it as Team CARACAL looking mighty fine here. Zed has to flicker away from Stormy.
That just happened so quickly. 3 free kills going over to Team CARACAL. We mentioned that the net worth was pretty even. All of a sudden, CARACAL have a 1.5k gold lead. And all of that started because AIM somehow missed the hook. It just brushed past Bad Boy. And honestly, if that were me, I would definitely be complaining as well. What is that hitbox?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like he had it spot on. Neo trying to keep controlling his lane. Finally, they find the suppression, the bloody hunt onto Sino to ensure that kill. They take 1 back for the side of Orange Esports onto Sino. 23 more seconds until the turtle comes up, but Valens taking way too much damage. Zed controls this lane too well. AIM as well as Subway get right on top of Zed. Iron Hook connects and AIM might give the trade back. Subway needs to finish this off. Somebody help him. Bad Boy flickers on top of Valens, unable to secure that kill. This means another falls into the hands of Orange Esports.
An instant rebuttal from Orange. You take out 3 of our members, we take out 2 of yours, and now Ken trying to engage onto Subway, but he's backed up by Stormy, so he can't go in. Lethal counter drops him real low. Wild charge finds him, though, into the enhanced chain, but Stormy picks up Ken, not going to be able to get that kill.
Great setup coming in from Stormy. It was too late to react. He dropped the Shadow Ball first, but he also dropped one just behind the pit, so when he activated with the wave, oh, it procced perfectly, giving no time for Ken to really respond or to know in which order it was going to detonate in his face.
I do always feel like Lilia's abilities are a little bit difficult to keep track of, especially in the chaos of a battle, and good Lilia players can take advantage of that to make sure that enemies are caught off guard. Stormy definitely doing a good job there, as now Sino is providing vision over the turtle. Ken coming in as well. They're not aware. Aim is there. The hook lands unfortunately on the turtle.
Yep, Neo, he's jumping right in with the falling Star Moon. Electro final blow on top. They stop them from going further. Beatrix already finding the turtle. Rash tries to get out. He ends up dying. Sino and Rash pay the price, but they find one kill back. Neo on the run. Oh boy, bad boy. Can he actually finish off Stormy here with a full combination? If he hits it, almost hits the arrow, but doesn't connect. Neo chases him down. Falling Star Moon not going to find its target either.
And it's going to be a 1-for-2 trade in favor of Orange Esports there, but Team CARACAL did secure the turtle thanks to Zed, and he was able to pick up a kill as well. So even though they lost more players, they ended up coming on top in terms of net worth there, especially with the gold funnel over to the Beatrix. Orange right now has the net worth lead, but they have to be a little bit careful. Zed is not having a bad time at all.
Nope, he is, he's farming up, and he's farming up really fast in comparison to Valence, who is a level down. They do a bit of a lane swap to ensure, because Neo is having an okay time, but he can defend himself a little bit better in comparison to Valence. He's on the bottom side. CARACAL look to cut this wave and try to break top tier 1.
An interesting attempt here from Team CARACAL. They want to go for this top lane. Rash taking a lot of damage. Subway tries to go in for the lethal counter, but isn't able to finish. Stormy tanks the Abyssal Arrow, forcing out the black shoes. Now Neo wants to go for Bad Boy, but the flicker from the Selena keeps him alive alongside Wild Charge from Sino. So Orange settles for their purple buff instead.
This is a pretty good trade. They were able to get the mid-tier 1. They were also able to take away the purple buff from Ken. And even though they did sacrifice top tier 1, I think the trade-off is just so much more valuable. Oh, don't tell me they're also going to get bot tier 1 too.
Oh, it looks like they were able to defend that just in time, but it is living on a prayer right now as Aim lands the Iron Hook onto Sino into the Bloody Hunt, forcing him to flicker over the wall to escape from Orange. That's an important battle spell gone from the enemy roamer.
Extremely, but now they're taking advantage of the turtle timing. Zed having to stick on the top side away from the turtle allows Orange Esports to have their full strength here and to secure this neutral objective.
Right now, Neo gonna be continuing to push the bottom lane, setting up space for his team to take the turtle. Looks like Rash isn't going to make an attempt onto this, but he's gonna get caught out by the falling Star Moon, forcing him to back off, meaning this should be a free tower to Orange down here.
Yep, the OE is responding, going up towards that top side, making sure that they're wasting no time because they know that bottom tier 1 was living on a prayer. Now Aim, he sees everything, sidesteps the Abyssal Arrow as Valence. Ooh, actually Valence is going to take that orange buff from the Balmon. They know that Balmon is just slightly ahead of Ken by 1 level as Stormy walks up forward. He still has the black shoes. He can get it all his damage down and still walk away.
Stormy is playing really aggressive these days. You can tell that he's quite comfortable here in Orange. Subway gonna get separated from his team, but he is absolutely fine. They want to take this buff away. Ken getting choked out from his own jungle right now.
Oh, Subway, a team player, just giving these buffs over to his teammates. He has his own jungle to farm, but he just wants to stick with just the neutral camps, the non-buff camps, in a matter of fact. As now they attack topside, they want that tier 1 too.
Indeed. We can see that Rash is going to be playing split push right now. Oh, but the Iron Hook gonna land on Bad Boy. Wild Charge finds 2, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Orange Esports instantly finds 1. Sino gonna take a lot of damage himself. Do Orange want to still invest into this? They're doing a lot of damage. Subway now in the backline taking a lot of damage from Wesker as well, but here comes the Esmeralda. Zed gonna get taken out by the Franco, flickering forward, but not before he shuts down Subway. Neo still 1v2. Rash in the backline getting chased down by Valence as well. Not gonna survive for too long, and that's gonna be a 1-for-2.
That was played very nicely by Valence here. They were able to get 2 for 1, and that's already some mad value. As we look at the items, we can see that Stormy, he's very confident because he's got the Ice Queen's wand already. He didn't go for Genius Wand. He didn't want to greed out for damage, but they will be losing a bottom tier 1 turret in the process.
But trading a bottom tier 1 for a top tier 2 is going to be worth it, especially if you get more kills on top of that as well. We can see now Orange Esports in position to take the Lord. I don't think they'll go for it. They do find the Abyssal Arrow onto aim and even invest a wall charge. That seems a bit wasted.
I think that Team CARACAL wanted to go in on it, but then they realized that the retaliation from Orange Esports was probably going to be worse, and they can't afford to take those sacrifices now that they're behind.
Well, because of that, Stormy should be able to pick up another purple buff, and he does. Ken, once again, losing out on an important buff on his jungle. It does look like Subway is working on the Lord as well. Valen's actually taking the other purple buff. So yeah, Subway continuing to give buffs away to his teammates instead.
Yep, Subway just making sure hovering over the Lord as much as he can as Sino walks right into the face of danger. Rash in the middle of it all. Electo final blow already out, and Neo jumps into the back line. However, Beatrix is able to find the kill onto Franco. However, the retaliation is just too strong as Valens cuts through all the tank damage. Ken stuck in place. A triple for Valens.
Beautiful play from Orange Esports and Team CARACAL. That was definitely a bit desperate there to try and engage on that. While Rash did a good job of splitting up the fight with the Electo final blow, they just all funneled into Orange Esports and allowed them to focus all their damage in one direction, meaning that the Lord now falls into their favor. They're gonna be taking down all of Team CARACAL's external towers.
Yeah, this is great for them. Orange Esports really speeding up this game here. With the help of these minions, CARACAL forced to stay back into base so far. With the 4K gold lead turning into 5, the Lord spawns, and now here we come with the Lord empowered minions.
This is, of course, the first Lord of the game, though it's going to be up to Orange Esports to determine exactly how much damage they can deal with this, as AIM gets caught by the Abyssal Arrow again. Another wall charge into the enhanced chain, and they will take him out, but that's a lot of cooldowns invested. Subway jumping in, lethal counter, only finding Zeno. Not enough damage to finish him off, means Team CARACAL will get off with that scot-free.
They have to play with Stormy because Stormy is so strong right now, and unfortunately for Subway, he's been giving over his buffs to the rest of his team, so he could be at level 15 had he just taken everything. With that being said, no inhibitor turrets will fall into their hands, and Team CARACAL put a successful defense.
A good catch from them. Making sure that AIM would not be able to participate in that push means that they don't have to worry too much about their positioning, and so the first Lord of the game falls without doing much damage to the inhibitors at all. That's basically the best result Team CARACAL could have hoped for.
Yep. Now, with 96 more seconds on the clock, Stormy will be taking the purple buff once again, and the orange buff will go on Subway. They are going to be fighting for control over the enemy buff, though. Team CARACAL, they have to decide where they want to be at.
See that from damage dealt, it is mostly on Neo and Subway, but speaking of Subway, gets caught out 1v3, instantly executed, but the Falling Star Moon finds Zed, monster kill, going over to Valens. Rash now getting caught out, but not before he shuts down Valens himself. In exchange for Sino, Stormy looking for a double kill, going to the Lilia. That is a 2-for-3 trade in favor of Orange.
Well, this 3-for-2 trade in favor of Orange is looking mighty fine, but if they can't crack open an inhibitor, what is the point? First of all, Stormy is going to get into the middle of the fray, using the black shoes to get an extra charges to secure the kill onto Selena with the help of Neo. They're looking to break that inhibitor. Stormy trades aggro as Neo needs to help him out. The inhibitor is down, and now they can just back off.
Orange Esports just using their bodies to force down the middle inhibitor. No Lord needed, and that is again a testament to Stormy's ability to know exactly how strong he is. Picking up a kill, using the black shoes, and even tanking the tower as long as possible to try and allow Neo to pressure Team CARACAL. So far, Lilia 4-0-10.
Yeah, Lilia's looking good. Stormy consistent as ever. And with 9 more seconds here, Team CARACAL need to be able to do their housekeeping and then join for this upcoming Lord fight. It's going to be Luminous real soon, so I think Orange Esports just going to wait it out.
If Orange can secure this Luminous Lord, they might be able to end the game with it straight away, considering they are at a 4.6k net worth lead. Team CARACAL need to be able to win a big fight to even this back up, as the AI shows Orange in a very commanding lead.
78%. That's pretty high here. Team CARACAL has a lot of legwork to get through. If they can get to the 42k mark, that would be ideal. The next item, Power Spike, will put them on par with Orange Esports despite the 4k lead. But here comes the conceal. They walk over the Abyssal Trap. They have the flank. And unfortunately for Neo, he goes down to Beatrix first, but the back line getting attacked as Stormy is going to use that black shoes. The front line, however, getting melted away. Valence still alive. AIM continuing to peel, but now it's up to Subway and as well as Stormy to finish off this fight. Xeno flickers off, and Stormy still healthy, still alive, and preventing Team CARACAL from going any deeper.
That was a 1-for-1 trade, but Orange lose Neo in exchange for Zed, and that is going to be very worth it when they now want to go for the Lord. That was also the first time Neo actually died this game. So even though Esmeralda at this stage of the game would usually be unkillable, walking into all 5 members is definitely quite rough for it.
1-for-2 trade, actually, in a matter of fact. That's why Team CARACAL had to back off. They didn't have that manpower that we were talking about. And honestly, the way that they took that fight was interesting, because Orange Esports looked to go for that big flank, and immediately Team CARACAL is like, okay, split the fight into 2.
Interesting. I actually didn't catch that out. So right now, the game is pretty chaotic, but with the Lord pushing in the mid lane, trying to use the wall, even the Bandit's Rage to delay and do as much damage as possible. Orange, they hopefully want to use this to end the game.
Yep, they're looking to close things out here, but first, they zone off the rest of Orange Esports as they chunk down the Lord super quickly. But now Orange Esports turns their sights on the inhibitors. The wave clear is strong from Team CARACAL, as OE, unfortunately, can't do much about the situation. They're going to try and siege it down a little bit more. One more auto attack would be ideal. Valence will get that in. They break an inhibitor on top side. Bottom side is already gone. And Team CARACAL hopefully will hold on a little bit longer as the second wave comes in. Orange Esports, the enhanced chains hits. Orange Esports looking to finish this off. Xeno, unfortunately, Wild Charge being used. Immortality is popped, and you already see Rash trying to jump into the back line. Neo is the first to fall, and it looks like this defense is successful.
Oh, AIM actually still gets a hold on the Zed of all people. The kill goes over to Orange, and I think AIM is happy sacrificing his life for that. He'll still buy as much time as he can. Not to mention Stormy trying to kill Bad Boy, extending quite far there. AIM finally gets taken out, but Stormy is actually still feeling quite safe to remain. He still has immortality, but he no longer has black shoes, and he is juking them out, forcing the wall charge from Xeno. He's now 1v3. I don't think he's getting out of that.
No, he is not. He got overly confident there. He could have easily just walked away from that fight. AIM had to give up his life, and that's understandable, but Stormy, his movement was looking real good there until he got overwhelmed.
It was a very good defense by Team CARACAL, so Orange thought that they could brute force all the way in, and they were successful in taking 2 inhibitors. But they have to remember they are in Team CARACAL's base. Very easy for these players to just back off, top it back up, and rejoin the fight again.
Yep, now the gold lead doesn't matter. Orange Esports have missed their window of opportunity, and based off of the Lord push advantage, they lost EXP. In terms of gold, not that much, and at this point it doesn't really matter, but with no inhibitors, hopefully Orange Esports makes the correct macro decision making.
Well, 20 seconds until the next Lord is up, and this one could be the final evolution as well, as we are nearing the 18-minute mark. So if Orange pick this up, they can basically guarantee ending the game. Team CARACAL definitely got to make sure to secure it if they want to keep themselves in this series.
Stormy being very careful, making sure he's checking the brushes and doesn't want to get caught out by these random ambushes that CARACAL have been setting up for them. Speaking of which, Orange Esports not even going to bother to chase Rash as they need to rotate down for this upcoming Lord fight.
Right now, Team CARACAL are actually in very good position over the Lord pit. And as long as they can continue to delay Orange, they will be in a better position since Rash is split pushing on the opposite side of the map. But because of that, Neo is charging in, gets caught in the wall charge, and massive damage pops his immortality straight away right into the Nibiru's passion, meaning that Neo is out, and Subway can't quite finish the kill onto Zed, who flickers forward to find Stormy. He's now in shotgun mode. He'll get taken out by Valence, but Rash is here to clean things up. Double kill for Valence, but a shutdown onto Rash, meaning that only AIM survives from Orange.
What a play coming out from Zed, single-handedly getting the most important kills of this game to bring back Team CARACAL into it. And now I wonder what that AI is going to be predicting real soon here as Team CARACAL bounce back from devastation.
I mentioned how important it was for CARACAL to claim this Lord for themselves, but we never would have expected them to take such a handy victory instantly. All the gold lead Orange Esports had transfers over to CARACAL, and while their base is empty, they are looking to do a lot of structural damage with this Lord.
Yep, let's see how much they can get off of this. Orange Esports has to be extremely careful because Zed is willing to make these big plays on these squishy targets. They gotta make sure it's a traditional front-to-front.
What I'm most surprised about is how quickly Neo died as well. He jumps in expecting to be able to buy time and vision for Orange Esports, but instantly melts to the damage from CARACAL. If he was able to survive that, it would have been much better for them.
Well, speaking of which, he ends up dying again to Rash! To Rash? How? The sniper shot didn't even come out from Zed before he even get popped. What? We have to look at the item list. Something doesn't seem right.
I'm pretty sure most of this damage is actually coming from Bad Boy. You have to remember, this is a mid lane Selena, so there's going to be a lot of damage coming out of him. Magic damage as well, which Esmeralda can be fairly vulnerable to. Now all the external towers fall, and Team CARACAL want to push into the base.
Yep, they're looking to synchronize these waves one by one. This Lord is a toughie. As it breaks open this inhibitor, Subway has to be careful because Zed's damage is very, very deadly and very, very dangerous as they take 2 inhibitors for free. They're looking to end this one. The advance chase as well. Small charge. Balance, unfortunately, cannot find an angle into the fight. That's going to be Team CARACAL from the brink of losing to turning this around. GG. Well played.
A massive comeback here from Team CARACAL, and beautifully played as well, taking advantage of mistakes from Orange Esports to turn things around and claim a very handy first victory here. We could indeed be looking at an at-home buff.
Oh boy, that's got to be a bit devastating for Orange Esports, but wow. Who was expecting that? The turnaround right at the end, a single play made by Zed really making the difference.
It really underestimated the amount of damage that Team CARACAL had there, honestly. And that's quite uncharacteristic of Neo. He usually knows exactly how much damage he can tank. So catching him off guard like that is something none of us would have expected.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't have expected it either. I'm curious to see what the item list is going to be, especially for Neo. What did he opt to go for? Did he go for more magic damage? Sorry, not magic damage, but did he opt to go for that magic defense? Did he opt to go for? Clearly not armor to a degree.
Well, I guess we will find out. Right now, we're going to be having the post-game stats, item builds coming up on screen. Neo is actually gone for a greedy build there with the Ice Queen's wand. That explains why he was a lot less tanky than we usually expect.
That's the reason. He rushes the Ice Queen's wand first. I mean, it was working out in the earlier stages of the game, especially throughout mid-game, because that's when you could see Orange Esports just run down their opponents and they could all chase them because of these Ice Queen's wand, but once you don't have that armor, it makes a significant difference.
We also note as well that Zed was having a really good time this game, easily the richest person in the game, having full items already at that point, and that big turnaround really did all come down to him. We can see as well on Bad Boy, that is indeed full magic damage, so the Selena hurts pretty bad as well.
Nasty damage coming out from Bad Boy. Nasty indeed. But look at that. The kill score 19-21. Oh, what a turnaround.
That was very close, and unfortunately Orange Esports, they did a pretty good job. Stormy doing really well with the Lilia, got a little bit overconfident. Valence 10-3 as well, but still wasn't enough. Let's see who's the MVP going to be in for this game. Coming from Team CARACAL is none other than Zed.
I mean, without a doubt in my mind, he deserves this MVP of the game. He turned things around with a match KP of 68% and a match KD of 8, 6, and 5. That one play turned the tables.
And 4,000 match damage per minute is very impressive as well. We did note in the beginning of the game, Zed was having a pretty solid gold lane because Orange Esports was focusing their efforts in the jungle and on the rest of the map. And I do kind of wonder if Subway's choice of just giving buffs away to his teammates ended up costing them a little bit in the end, because yes, the gold was better split between the rest of the team, but it also meant that damage dealers weren't doing as much as they could potentially have been.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they were behind for a large majority of the game. But hey, scaling is a thing, especially when you have Weapon Master. It makes sense. Let's jump into these highlights here to watch that one more time. Because again, the early game was kind of iffy until Orange Esports really found their spunk.
Indeed, the early game was very strong because of Sino as well as Bad Boy, two very strong early game heroes. And this first trade from Orange Esports just ended disastrously for them, giving up 3 kills for basically nothing. But then after that, they started to find their groove again on account of Stormy and Subway doing a lot of DPS and instantly took the fight to the side of Team CARACAL's map, even stealing buffs away from them.
Yeah, I mean, once you lose that flicker from Sino, the Grok really becomes uncomfortable to play here, but this is where things started to get out of hand. I mean, Orange Esports basically had full control over this game, and if Team CARACAL weren't synchronized in the way they played, they usually get punished.
But they were able to catch people out. AIM, unfortunately, being the target of Missile Arrow more times than often. And because of the way that Rash can roam around the battlefield alongside Ken, it means that the backline for Orange is a lot more vulnerable than they would think. And this hook onto Zed was actually great from AIM, but resulted in Stormy being a little bit too greedy there. I'm kind of surprised he went for the Black Shoes so greedily to refill his stacks, and that meant that he didn't have it available again to escape Zed.
Look at this play coming in from Zed. The only thing that saved Valens was that Winds of Nature, but that allowed an opportunity for Rash to just jump on in and finish and clean up the job.
The really good dive by Team CARACAL, recognizing this is their opportunity now. They have to go in, they have to end the game. They're not going to get a better chance than this, and I do really like that. You just got to end the game when you know you can end the game. Orange Esports, they had a genuine chance of being able to come out on top of that one after a pretty bad early game, but Team CARACAL brought it back.
Yeah, they brought it back. And thank you once again to all our viewers out there watching the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 10. We have hit our S-tier share milestone. Please claim your prizes.
We've hit 1,200 shares, and it is all because of all of you watching at home. Thank you very much. We hope you're enjoying, but just because we've hit the final milestone doesn't mean you should stop sharing now. Now that they've been pushed into a corner, I think we're going to be expecting some very interesting things from Orange Esports in the next game.
Well, I hope to see it. Unfortunately for Neo, this was just not his game. From what used to be, oh, this is going great, to, oh no, this has become a mistake. Ooh, that quick turnaround. The turnover was too fast.
Really fast. You have to remember as well that they are from Team CARACAL themselves, so that's gotta sting a little bit, but not as much as it stings when you're going up against our brand new hero joining the Land of Dawn, Fredrin, who is now available.
Yep, on August the 12th, which is today, by the way. As a tanky fighter, Fredrin can restore HP by his damage dealt, with the new skin only costing 51 diamonds for the first 2 weeks. So log in now and claim it while you still can. Make sure you let your friends know that it is a 2-week period.
Indeed. So far, I've been trying out the hero in a few games, and he is pretty fun, pretty solid EXP laner. Honestly, could even work in a roam position. Mostly, I'm gonna be excited to find out how the pro players play with him once he becomes available in a few weeks. So until then, I'm just gonna see if I can figure out his tips and tricks myself.
Well, until then, let's get back and jump back in here as both teams are coming back onto the stage. They have to discuss a little bit what exactly they want to do, but let's recap that previous game. Orange Esports had full control with a composition designed to be really tanky and to run down and look to clean up fights with a front-to-front style of composition. However, CARACAL, on the other hand, they had other plans.
Indeed. We know that Team CARACAL, their heroes are very mobile, have a lot of damage on their own. They don't necessarily need to play a front to back, and that allows individuals like Ken, Rash, and Bad Boy to easily just kind of roam around the map and find pickoffs on the squishier backline of Orange Esports themselves. And even when they weren't going for people like Stormy or Valens, they were actually able to burst down Neo and AIM so quickly when they caught them out of position. And because of that, Orange Esports just weren't aware of how they needed to approach these late game fights.
Well, I mean, considering what the damage distribution looks like in terms of damage dealt, it's pretty even amongst Ken, Rash, and Bad Boy. Zed really topping those charts, but I like how even Ken, Rash, and Bad Boy were able to kind of contribute to these fights, whether it be their CC or the cleanup crew.
Indeed, but on the side of Orange Esports as well, we can see that while Stormy did a lot of damage, the rest of the team were pretty even in regards to how Team CARACAL were doing. So until the very end of that game, it could have gone either way. Orange Esports just let their guard down.
Yep. Hopefully that they do change it and clean it up. Make sure that their play is tight for this upcoming game. We've got a minute left before the drafting phase is going to start. Any ideas for the adaptation stuff?
I think it might be time for Orange Esports to go back to what works best for them, having aim on more of a enchanter slash mage type support, and then having Stormy play more of a physical mid laner. And I think that does adapt to their sort of strengths a little bit more effectively and allows them to be more aggressive as well.
Oh, aggressive. All right. I'm thinking whether or not they want to pick up the Grok for themselves this time around. I mean, ideally, Franco should have been that very big pivotal point for Orange Esports, but you know, CARACAL's defense were very, very good. The rotation seemed to be on point, denying access. They had a very good idea of where aim was at all times, and more importantly, they knew exactly where Subway was.
Yep, and we have to note as well, they did a really incredible defense right at the end there. Otherwise, Orange might have been able to win before their comeback. So hopefully, we get to witness some even more exciting stuff here as the drafting phase for Game 2 will officially commence.
Orange Esports going to be on the blue side with Team CARACAL on the red side. Masha and Valentina being the first two bans for either side. Orange Esports respond with a Fanny.
Okay, so far, interesting bans, but not too out of the ordinary. We already know that Subway doesn't really play these super high mechanic assassins, with maybe the exception of the Ling. So Fanny is already taken off the table by Orange Esports. And the Masha, interestingly enough, will also be a priority, indicating that Orange don't want to pick that up too early for themselves.
Yep, Farmus gets banned out this time as well. Orange Esports could look to follow their same drafting plan, or they could change things up here. Wanwan is still available.
Considering that Orange Esports are on the blue side, they definitely are not going to ban the 1-1. We know that Valens likes playing on it, so they're going to force Team CARACAL to be the ones to ban it out instead. They actually decide to ban out the Diggy themselves, so they're making Team CARACAL choose between 1-1 and Akai.
I like the way that they think. I like the way that Orange Esports is asking these questions during the drafting phase, and they're making it blatantly obvious. It's like, okay, we took away the counter for Akai, so what do you want? It's Team CARACAL going to open the floodgates and say, hey, if you take the 1-1, therefore we're going to take the Akai and we're going to bring other things along with it? Or do they really care about this 1-1? And yes, they do. They ban it out. Orange Esports, I'm expecting the Akai first pick.
Yeah, that has to be their first pick. If they don't go for it here, that would be really weird.
Your team is
wow.
Huh.
They don't.
Huh. Do they have another option? Are they ready to deal with this Akai somehow?
This does seem a little bit risky. Yes, I can understand first picking the Ling. It has worked really well for a lot of teams, but it also doesn't work out if the enemy team has a really tanky composition that can invade your jungle early on. And one of the compositions for that is the Akai, whose natural counter has already been taken off the table.
But Team CARACAL, they're not biting on the bait just yet. They're going to go on the Beatrix and as well as the Esmeralda. They want some form of guarantee before picking up the Akai. The question passed back to Orange Esports, who again, they can take Akai as a support EXP later, I guess?
I feel like Orange aren't really comfortable with taking the Akai as a support, simply because AIM doesn't seem to be very comfortable with these sort of heroes. I could see Neo playing it, but it does also open up the opportunity that maybe Stormy might like the Akai.
I wouldn't put it past him. I'm going to be real. I wouldn't put it past him if he knows how to play the Akai, to be fair. But now, let's see. Orange Esports going to be locking out Franco as well as Lilia. Again, Akai not touched just yet. I guess Team CARACAL take it, right? Or they just let it go to the second phase.
This is very strange here. Why would you prioritize banning the Diggy so early if you don't want to pick up an Akai or something else that has a lot of crowd control here. Like, yes, it does help against the Franco and the Lilia, but Team CARACAL gonna be locking in the Selena yet again, so
strange.
this is weird, yeah.
Is Orange Esports just gonna ban it out in the second phase? Is that the idea here? I mean, technically, like, we've seen Team CARACAL actually go and pick up the Selena in the mid lane. I wouldn't put it past them to let go of the Akai, right?
I'm kind of wondering if this is just evolving into a gentleman's agreement from both these teams to just be like, neither of us are going to play the Akai here today. But I guess we will find out. Team CARACAL will have first ban here in this second phase. Orange, they're still looking for a gold and an EXP laner. Banning out something like the Dira would make a lot of sense since they already have the Esmeralda. And yes, that is going to be their choice.
All right, fair enough. Okay, this is kind of interesting. Orange Esports looking to respond here. The Dairoth already banned out. Team CARACAL technically are still missing their jungler as well as their support, very similarly to the last draft. What is it going to be? Does Orange Esports actually have an answer to this? Or considering that it wasn't really a drafting mistake, game number 1, do they want to just go for the exact same draft with the exception of that link?
Well, it looks like the Grok is going to be respected here. They do ban that out. Looking at AIM, his stats overall, he's taken a lot of damage expected for a roamer, but his average kill participation is around 62%. A little bit low for a roamer, but perfectly respectable. I do feel like AIM still needs a little bit time to really warm up to these tankier heroes here. And I do like that Orange Esports are still willing to give it a try, but hopefully this doesn't come back to bite them in the butt.
Hopefully we see Team CARACAL. They have 17 seconds left until they finish off the banning phase. We gotta talk about Bad Boy Meow because so far he's been having a pretty good game on this Selena, and hopefully he's gonna show it to us one more time.
Well, it's pretty rare for us to see the full magic damage Selena build nowadays, since when teams pick it up, it's usually in the roam position, but Bad Boy showing that it can still work out and does a lot of damage to people who aren't expecting the Abyssal Arrow. With the final ban as well, Team CARACAL get rid of the Popol and Koopa, so again, wanting to give Zed a comfortable lane here. It worked out for them in game 1 after all.
Let's see if it's going to work out in game number 2. EXP laner needs to be decided on. It looks like Cho is going to get banned by Orange Esports. Team CARACAL now have first pick on the red side of this second pick phase.
Orange Esports' bans are heavily focused on Xeno specifically, so I'm curious to see what else he will have in his roster. A long time ago, I do remember watching and enjoying his Ruby, but the Julian is going to be picked up first, and I am actually kind of surprised that it got this far, considering we did see it in the last game. Team CARACAL's draft right now is pretty similar to what they had previously.
Yeah, and they've also swapped sides, so I don't know, I'm surprised it has turned out like this. Orange Esports now having 30 seconds to decide how to finish off their composition. If they want to, they can go for the Khalid. I don't know how much value he's really going to get out of it, even if he does dominate the lane, because in the later stages, I think Team CARACAL have plenty of ways to kind of kite around the Khalid.
Indeed. It comes down to what Neo will be comfortable playing. He can play quite a lot of EXP laners, and it does look like right now they're hovering over the Ruby. So that's going to be being played by Neo here, as well as the Natan from Valence.
Okay. 60% win rate on Ruby, and Natan having 100% win rate for the one time it got picked. I think this is fair enough for Orange Esports. It's not too bad. You have a way to reposition yourself. I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether I like this composition more than the last one. Team CARACAL, however, they're looking to finish off theirs.
Yep, they're still looking for the roamer here if this Selena is going to be reprised in the mid lane, and I'm wondering what is still available. And we do see teams go for a lot of Lolita recently, but I don't think that's the... Wait, so this is Selena roam Julian mid, is it?
I think it is, right? Yeah, Ken's picking... Rash is picking up Bad Boy. Huh?
Esme roam?
Esme roam? What?
Huh? Is that what they're doing?
Is it... I have no real I have no real explanation for this. I really don't. I really have no real explanation. I guess that's their comfort pick, and we're just gonna go with it.
We can only really confirm which positions these heroes are gonna be going on the side of Team CARACAL once we enter the game. And honestly, it's pretty rare for a draft to be able to stump us here like this. Orange Esports, they're gonna have a pretty solid lineup. A good amount of CC, good amount of late game scaling, but they gotta get there first. And Team CARACAL wanna be able to emphasize on their first game victory. They are going with a very unorthodox roam, I would assume here, and we're gonna find out exactly how it is as we now enter the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
Welcome everybody, this is match point for Team CARACAL with a very interesting lineup on the red side versus OE on the blue side.
I do want to confirm this. We see that both Xeno and Bad Boy are in the mid lane, and Bad Boy does have Impure Rage once again, so this is a roam Esmeralda.
What? No. Bad Boy is not getting any EXP, so Xeno technically is going to be playing in that mid lane here.
Interesting.
I guess they're trying to go for early ganks. Like, I'm trying to figure out the thought process.
Yeah, I'm as well wondering why exactly this would be the idea, but it does certainly act as a really good buffer to ensure that Ken isn't going to be disrupted heavily, and even Rash now actually invading into the jungle to disrupt Orange Esports.
I don't get it, because Xeno is even opting to take Avarice as well. Who's he going to trade against? Who is he going to trade against? He's getting kited by Stormy already, who upgrades to tier 2 boots and now completely outspeeds him.
Yeah, this is. I still think this is very weird, but we'll find out whether or not this actually works for Team CARACAL. So far, Bad Boy is going to make it very difficult for AIM to actually roam around and create pressure on the map, simply because Selena just has such a strong early game presence. Because we both roamers focusing on the top side as well. Valence versus Zed is going to be a crucial lane here, especially after what Zed did in the previous game.
Yeah, a lot of focus here. Oh no, they just turned away from the fight on top side. Valence now in some trouble here. He's going to get locked down, but he still sustains pretty well with the Inspire 1 HP Enhanced Chains, and that's going to be a double kill. Oh boy, first blood achieved, and Team CARACAL already in the lead.
Yep, exactly the start that Team CARACAL is looking for. They already know from game 1, if we give Zed a good start, he will carry us with this Beatrix, and giving him first blood of the game as well as an assist is going to be great. He's already taken out basically 30% of the tower gold against Valence, giving Team CARACAL a 1.4k net worth lead.
Yep, quite some value though. I wasn't expecting Valence to survive that long, but I guess he was getting a lot of collaterals with his passive projectiles. On top of the fact that he had Inspire, so he was just getting the heals again and again and again and again, but still to not. As the first turtle is going to be contested for so far, no, it's not going to be contested.
Xeno's actually doing a very good job. He's playing the Esmeralda in a similar way to you would play a hero like Hilda, just jumping in and doing small amounts of poke damage to the enemy jungler, but just enough to make sure they cannot contest objectives while at no real risk to yourself, because he knows that Subway in the early game won't have enough damage to actually threaten an Esmeralda.
Yeah, AIM is here. Is somebody going to help him out? Zed's making his way downtown here. So he has to make a choice. Does he try to look to punish Xeno? He's going to back away, not knowing where the Franco is. And the same goes for Zed. As Subway, again, they have information on where he is going to be. So what are they going to do with that information?
I'm actually kind of surprised they don't try to invade this purple buff here, considering how important it is. Valence popping the ultimate to... Oh, the Iron Hook! Actually gonna land onto Bad Boy into the Bloody Hunt, but the shotgun from Zed going to actually miss its mark. AIM is still alive. Oh, but he gets it! Subway now jumping into the backline, finds the pick onto Bad Boy. Will be able to follow up onto Zed as well before backing off to ensure he's not picked off by Xeno. Here comes Stormy to follow up, but they will be able to pick off the 2 kills.
If I was AIM, I'd be furious. I would be furious at my goal laner there. Valence not blocking the shot, and technically AIM could have just hid behind him. That's also a possibility, but it would have been nice if Valence just took the shot.
I think Valence didn't take the shot because he knew that Subway would be coming in and he needed as much HP as possible to continue the fight. I assume that's what they were thinking, and they were willing to sacrifice AIM for it. Right now though, Team CARACAL continuing their early game advantage. They want to invade once again with Ken and Rash.
Yep, Subway getting punted here as he's forced to use the Tempest of Blades. Gets on out of there. Enhanced Sword coming in from Ken, dealing a good amount of damage to Neo. They take the buff, and now Team CARACAL are in full swing, full control of the game.
Julian and Paquito is a really dangerous early game combo, and you can see the amount of damage that comes out of him. AIM now being forced to retreat again by Bad Boy. This Franco against Selena matchup is not comfortable for him, and Zed, one level up on Subway. He might actually look for the execute. He's
gone. Goodbye. Disappeared from the face of the earth. That is terrible, and even Neo is getting absolute. Oh, he doesn't even get to spell vamp any of it. Sino now controlling the mid lane. Ahead, Stormy taking a bad trade as Neo. Is he gonna die here? Is Ken gonna finish him off? Yes, he does. Finds the kill with his retribution.
Ooh.
And sending Paquito to clean up Stormy in the mid lane. Orange Esports is falling apart.
We were wondering if Team CARACAL has an at-home buff. I think this confirms it. They are playing like madmen right now. Already a 3k network advantage. I don't know how AIM missed that hook there. The hitboxes right now are being very strange, but Team CARACAL perfectly happy with that.
I don't get it. What's going on with Orange Esports? Did that first game really set them off the edge here? Team CARACAL are winning with an interesting, very weird draft, taking all the neutral objectives and pretty much winning every single trade.
It looks like they're just taking a page out of Orange Esports' book. They say, if you can play weird mid, so can we. Rash now in a bit of danger. He might be targeted. Flicker forward with the Bloody Hunt should secure the kill onto the Paquito, and the kill going over to Valence.
You can see how sick of it AIM was. He was chasing him for so long. It's like, all right, I'm gonna flicker Bloody Hunt. Let's take this guy out. This is taking too long. But Zed, having full control over the top side, is going to get a tier 2 for himself.
Zed is going to be terrifying right now. Full level up on Valence, 3 kills and 1 death. Right now, Stormy gonna continue to try and zone them out. They know they want to focus on that bottom tower, and Team CARACAL are actually quite happy to give that over to them. You can see the way they're positioning is specifically to make sure they can't get hooked, but Zed gets caught out, pulled back into the tower. Still alive for a surprisingly long time, but finally taken out. And the rest of Team CARACAL have to back off.
Nicely played by Subway here as he goes back down to the bottom side using his Tempest of Blades to dodge the Abyssal Arrow and still secure the kill. They're looking to fight back, but Team CARACAL are not done with them. The Bloody Hunt has been activated. They made sure that Sino is going to pay the price. Orange Esports now on the offensive. Here comes Rash as he gets into the middle of that fight. Neo holds on for a little bit longer. Ken unfortunately has no angle, and the mid-tier 1 falls into the hands of Orange Esports.
That was a very quick rebuttal from Orange. They were definitely ahead thanks to the aggression from Team CARACAL, but instantly taking advantage of a mistake. Zed getting caught out means that Orange can play a lot more safely and go for structures, already taking 2 away from Team CARACAL and reducing the net worth lead to only a few hundred.
Yeah, this is quite the back and forth here. It looked like Team CARACAL was winning every trade, but now Orange Esports have caught right back up to really close that gap in terms of deficit. Now, they're going to take their time as the turtle is spawning in Team CARACAL. I want to see how they actually enter the fight in this situation.
Yeah, especially considering Orange Esports now have control over the Lord Pit. Definitely feeling a little bit of the impacts of that strange Esmeralda mid right now. They just have no real way to engage and safely do damage, meaning that they're just going to give the Lord away to Orange.
Clear up the mid wave. They're walking in as a unit as AIM clears out the Abyssal Traps one by one, face checking it. Oh, that didn't connect. That's actually so sad. But here comes Rash. He gets the double jab in. The enhanced chains pops, but AIM is out of there. Uses the conceal, looks to chase, but no, they're too fast. They've already made it out.
I just kind of feel like AIM is constantly getting scammed today. The iron hooks really should have hit a lot more than they have been. I don't know what's going on. But right now, we can see he's actually being targeted himself. Abyssal Arrow into the falling Star Moon. Might take out the Franco. Forced to use Bloody Hunt on Zeno, but doesn't survive enough to see the whole duration. Tempest of Blaze jumping in. Neo flickers forward, catching out Ken. Giving the killing spree to Valence as here comes Rash from the side. A nice 2-man knockout strike, chunking Neo and Valence down to half HP. The rest of the team coming in, but no mana on Bad Boy means that they cannot continue.
Okay. I definitely thought that was going to be more kills for Subway, but I don't think he has as much as I would believe him. He's currently at 27 to 27k, so I don't think he has his third item just yet. I would have expected 2 to be enough, but Team CARACAL, they're on even footing with Orange Esports.
I realized that Sino only just now gets his enchanted talisman, so either he went for something else first or he is really poor. I'm leaning more towards the former here. We can see that Orange Esports now actually do have the net worth lead, and things are starting to become a little bit rough for CARACAL because Orange does have pretty good late game scaling in comparison.
Yeah, Subway. There we go. That's the third item, the Endless Battle. Now he should have more than enough damage to press down the squishier targets. I would like to see the item list. I'm curious to know what Sino actually went for, but the Abyssal Arrow lands onto the right targets. Neo manages to walk away as OE punish the engagement as Rash. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Bad Boy lands a full combo, but Rash has to pay the price.
How does Neo even walk out of that alive? A beautiful hook from AIM, finally not getting scammed there. Orange Esports still actually playing quite safely around this Lord. They know that Ken is still alive, so they can't afford to full invest until they're able to secure a more comfortable position for themselves. But with all the waves pushing in, now they can use AIM to zone it out. Looks like, yeah, Team CARACAL, they're just not going to contest for this.
Yep, they can't really do too much about it, and I don't know, man. This has been a rather bizarre game.
Bizarre is to say the least of it, but now the first Lord of the game finally comes out from the base of Orange Esports. Gonna be pushing in the mid lane. We saw in the previous game, Team CARACAL was able to defend this without much damage to the tower at all. Hopefully they'll be able to replicate the same success, as now looks like we're going to be going into a quick pause.
Oh no. Game pause. It's such an important time like this when momentum is really starting to build up for Orange Esports. Well, let's just have a look-see here. 7-7 on both sides. 10 minutes into the game. Oh, that Lord is going to be really important to actually swing the gold lead in either OE's favor or CARACAL.
I feel like this is a good chance for us to just kind of talk about Team CARACAL as well, though. They've been doing a really good job here in this game. Like before this, I think a lot of people were counting them out because their performances in previous week has been less than stellar. And it definitely feels like they had a little bit of problem with their communication, with their synergy, but all of a sudden, they're definitely feeling a lot better. It feels like much more of a team.
I would agree to that. I would think that Team CARACAL looks a lot more put together, even though their drafts can sometimes be weird. When there is a turnaround, the turnaround is quite worthwhile. But stealing that game one from Orange Esports probably put a sour taste in their mouths. And I don't know, looking at the fact that Sino is deciding to play this Esmeralda mid, hopefully he gets to that later stage of the game.
Definitely kind of costing them in terms of utility here, but we're going to be going into an instant replay real quick from that last fight where somehow, even though they get the Abyssal Arrow full combo on Neo, it is Rash who gets pulled back and taken out by Orange Esports instead.
As we saw there, Bad Boy didn't decide to commit to the kill. He wanted to give it over to Ken. But in that small fraction of time, Ruby was actually able to get out of there and not let Ken actually close the distance. So fair enough, it's understandable. You want to be a you want to be a good support. You want to be able to help out your jungler, get a couple of kills.
Yeah, but it definitely has to feel bad where in those sort of situations, you aren't actually able to get the kill because of that decision, and it's gotta sting a little bit, you know. I think a lot of support players will say like, oh, if we get the kill, they say we steal the kill, but if we give the kill to them, they'll say like, oh, why didn't you get the kill, you know?
There's no winning. There's no winning with these junglers. Very real, a little too real actually. But now with the Lord pressing its advance towards the outer turrets, let's see how much Orange Esports is able to get off of this.
They're gonna be able to take the mid here too, but the Lord is nearly dead, so I'm pretty sure they're not going to be able to take the inhibitor here. Team CARACAL should have more than enough to deal with it. But the bottom wave, ooh, a nice pulse from the tower there to make sure that it doesn't take much damage. Team CARACAL should be able to safely defend against this. I wonder if Orange still want to aggressively try.
I don't think Orange Esports is really going to bet their luck here. But oh, they find the hook of the century onto Sino. And now they're trying to get out of there, but it's going to be the chains. Unfortunately for Sino, he still loses his life at the end of the day. And now Orange Esports are on the attack. Top side, the pulse clears off that wave. And that is going to be that. What a hook from AIM.
All things considered, though, trading Xeno instead of Rash is actually going to be pretty worth it for Team CARACAL because the Paquito will contribute a lot more than the Esmeralda to this base defense. But another hook onto Rash, and he's not escaping from it this time. Unstoppable, the orange. Abyssal Arrow finds Subway, but he's fine. Valence is already farmed up, and with 2 members down, Orange can push in. Xeno finally rejoins the fight, but it's a bit too late to save that top inhibitor.
Yep, they've already lost an inhibitor. This is much better compared to the previous game as Orange Esports took 3 Lords. And even then, that very last one, Team CARACAL was able to coin flip them and beat them in a team fight. So hopefully Orange Esports don't make that same mistake.
Rash definitely kind of tunnel vision there. After getting hooked the first time, he was keeping an eye on aim and completely forgot that they have another hook on Orange Esports from Neo as well, and just set himself up for that one. That's just rough.
Yeah, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. But Orange Esports have many different tools to achieve the same thing. I think Team CARACAL, as of yet, need to figure out how they want to engage, because Ken has been landing some really incredible chains, one of which saved Rash's life. So, like, maybe play around cooldowns.
Well, with 20 seconds left on the Lord cooldown, Orange Esports are in a pretty comfortable position to go for this. Team CARACAL are gonna have to spend quite a while to clear up the lanes. Not sure if they're gonna be able to make it in time to respond to this, but they definitely have to. This could be the game-winning ticket for Orange.
Yep, this could be the game-winning ticket right here. Rash is going to be doing the housekeeping, clearing up the bottom wave, but now they already found their pick. There goes Bad Boy, and Zen and Xeno unsure what to do. Xeno might have to run it down and open up some space, because look at how fast the entropy already popped by. Valence switches position. Again, Team CARACAL, they have to let it happen.
Valence is pretty strong right now. Corrosion Scythe as well. I'm wondering if he is full build yet on this Natan. I imagine he's probably like...
Yep.
Oh, he is. He's full build at 14 minutes. That's pretty quick right there and pretty terrifying for CARACAL.
Yeah, and he has Inspire, so all the on-hit effects are really going to hurt. Team CARACAL need to make sure that Valence gets taken out quickly here, so it's going to be up to Ken, Xeno, and as well as Bad Boy to make that happen. They cannot just depend on Zed to make these heroic plays.
But once again, we see the lane wave synchronization from Orange Esports with the Luminous Lord coming up top. They want to get every single inhibitor right now. Bennett's Rage makes sure that the mid tower survives, but not the bottom side. Orange, they might invest for this.
I think it's worthwhile, but can they land that pick here? I'm keeping an eye on Neo and as well as aim on the bottom side as Lord cracks open top. What are they going to do here? They find the suppression onto Rash. He goes down. Xeno jumps in and they both end up dying. A double kill as Valence is way too strong and have completely outscaled Team CARACAL.
The final inhibitor will fall, and with only 2 members of CARACAL to defend, they're not going to do enough. Zed picks up a final shutdown onto Subway, but it's not going to matter when the crystal falls in favor of Orange Esports.
That's what we wanted to see from Orange Esports as they retaliate back, denied their 3 points, bringing it 1-1 and to a game 3. GG, well played to Orange Esports.
Looks like the curse of the game 3 is going to continue plaguing Season 10 for now. And Team CARACAL once again have to go back to the drawing board. We already mentioned Orange, they do some of the darndest things when you push them into a corner, and that fact still holds true.
Unfortunate indeed. But we're moving on to a game 3 here. This is going to be a close one between OE and as well as Team CARACAL. Although I still think it's so strange. Why did they opt to go for her in the mid lane? Like, I can't figure it out. I can't figure out why Esmeralda would be relevant here.
Yeah, sometimes you can come up with sort of strange but logical reasoning for why you would go a hero in a specific lane. In this case, we really just can't think of anything. It's just a very weird decision by CARACAL and makes you wonder if Xeno's hero pool is actually that small.
Yeah, 0-3-2, and his build isn't complete just yet. The lead obtained by OE, ending this game 14-8 against CARACAL. That is just unfortunate.
Yeah, considering that they were actually doing a pretty good job in the initial stages, they weren't able to take full advantage of that momentum simply because having the Franco and Ruby, that is a lot of CC. And Team CARACAL continued to just make mistakes, trying to go in for fights, not realizing that they could be locked down for extended periods of time.
Yeah, I think it's been really tough, but it's good to see Natan being played by Valens. With this full build, he just absolutely melted through anybody in front of him. Rash, Sino absolutely gets obliterated the moment he presses that Inspire.
Subway as well was actually able to hit that final item, so full build on the Ling as well. And while we are more used to Subway playing tankier fighters, Tadal jungles, the Ling still remains that one constant in terms of his assassin hero pool, doing a very good job there of roaming around the map, finding that farm and securing victory for Orange Esports. Let's find out who's going to be the MVP for this game, and it is none other than well, you know, we're gonna
the
keep
team
it.
is just that good. They couldn't, even our computer, a super intelligent AI, could not figure it out. But here we go, we're just kidding. It's Valens, of course, with 86% match KP and a match KDA of 7-1 and 5. Man, it feels good to see Natan hit the Land of Dawn.
Yep, it just took us a moment to be able to actually show the results because Natan went and did some time travel shenanigans once again. Valens, though, definitely deserving that final spot as the MVP. 86% kill participation, as you mentioned. A really solid match GPM as well. We saw what Zed could do last game with Free Farm. This is what Valens can do with Free Farm.
Oh boy, quite a battle between the gold lane. I feel like the gold laners have been the big talk of day number 2, week number 2 of the MPL and why so far.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing a lot of emphasis shift towards the gold laner simply because they are going to be that late game carry, that consistent DPS, not relying on skill cooldowns, just auto attacks is really valuable. Once you hit those final stages of the game, well, let's relive some of these moments here. We're going to be heading into the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
At the beginning of the game, Team CARACAL really took advantage, and they were just getting so much. And you can see Valens trying to block the shot, but it was just a little too late. But immediately, Orange Esports retaliated, and they wanted to retaliate fast for just the continuous deaths happening all across the map.
I do like that Team CARACAL were upping the tempo once they realized they were in the lead. They have a really strong early to mid-game composition with the Julian, with the Paquito, but I do feel like they started biting off a bit more than they can chew once Orange Esports started roaming together, using the Bloody Hunt to secure important kills, and core members of Team CARACAL standing way too far in front, allowing them to get caught out easily by AIM.
Yep, and once the scamming had stopped, finally AIM was hitting some really good iron hooks, ones that even saved his teammates to initiate these bigger fights that Team CARACAL just fell into. This was the big save.
I still cannot believe that Neo was able to survive that and trade for a kill. And then here, Rash, despite everything, was still able to survive thanks to Sino sacrificing himself to keep him alive, just to throw himself into range of the I'm offended right afterwards. Team CARACAL definitely got a little bit sloppy in those last few minutes.
Yeah, you can't be sloppy here at the MPL. They will get punished. Oh, look at that. Absolutely just shredding through a full build Natan is scary.
Absolutely. And then they just went in, broke down all the inhibitors, broke down the crystal. A clean victory going to the side of Orange Esports. So far at Season 10 here, there's actually been a trend. The team that wins the first game loses the series. And while the previous series today did not quite meet that trend, we could be on track of doing it again.
I don't want to make that a constant. I really don't, because again, these teams really need these 2-0s to really set themselves above the rest when it comes down to the group rankings and those aggregate points. Speaking of which, both these teams are probably exhausted from that game, and we're gonna go on for a very short break. But when we come back, it's going to be match point, game 3 between these two awesome teams.
Reporting for duty. Orders received.
Prepare to be faced with.
Orders received. Time for a high caliber shot. I've spotted the fugitive. Time for a high caliber shot.
There is no more Monkey King. No good deeds goes unpunished. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool. Your doom doubles. Cool.
Ladies and gentlemen, aren't you glad we're going to a game 3 here? Perhaps one could CARACAL this fate as we enter the final game of our final series of Week 2, Day 2. Gideon is extremely disappointed in me. Welcome back to the stream.
How long were you sitting on that one? How long were you sitting on that one exactly?
Would you believe me if I just came up with it?
Not really. We had a 5-minute break technically.
I actually just came up with it.
God damn it. God damn it. All right, welcome back to game number 3 here. Our final game here of the final series of today. So far, it's been a lot of back and forth. We've seen some really weird picks, really interesting picks, and one of the biggest turnarounds we've seen as of yet. But who is going to finish off this game as winners for the rest of today? Is it going to be Orange Esports or is it going to be Team CARACAL?
Well, going into this series, I think a lot of us were hoping that Team CARACAL were able to buckle up and make it a good show. And honestly, they've already surpassed expectations here, claiming that game number 1. But Orange Esports instantly bit back against the Wildcats right here, securing that Game 2 victory, mostly thanks to the damage coming out of this Natan on Valence.
Yep, absolutely devastating when you have Inspire and a full build. And honestly, in the comments, don't bother asking about what's up with Sino's pick with the Esmeralda. I don't know. I hate to admit it, but I truly do not know why.
Yeah, all of us have no idea. If someone out there genuinely can give us an answer for why this Esmeralda was picked up, we would love to know the answer. But for now, we're just gonna have to sit on it here. Going into game number 3, what is going to be the big sort of modification that Team CARACAL needs to make to their comp? And what do Orange Esports need to do to kind of respond to it?
Personally, I think we need to get some confirmation whether or not this is because Sino is limited on his hero pool. Because if that is the case, then Orange Esports, with their bans so far, are doing a really good job at just shutting him down.
But it does feel like it would be really bad, right? If Sino can only really play 3 heroes.
I mean,
that doesn't seem right.
I mean, to be fair, the last time we saw Sino playing in professional play, he was playing the EXP lane. So, you know, it kind of makes sense. The Esmeralda, out of all the picks that he could have gone for.
But it's been so long.
It's been so very long. It's been so very, very long. However, this isn't the end for Team CARACAL just yet. They still have a lot of good options, and more importantly so, 33 seconds to finally come to a discussion of what exactly their draft is going to look like. At the very least, maybe they can get Masha in, maybe not. We'll see which side they opt to go for.
What I'm most curious about is that so far in this match, we haven't actually seen Stormy play on anything particularly strange. And I personally want to see more of that. It's so fun to see more of that because unlike Sino, which is kind of mean to say, he actually makes it work. So we're going into... Yeah, it's pretty harsh. Ooh. Please do not lynch me, Sino fans. But sometimes reality is cruel. We're going into game number 3 here. Let's see how the draft turns out.
All right, it's going to be the Lilia ban coming out for the side of Team CARACAL. They are done with Stormy on this comfort pick, followed up by the Valentina from Orange Esports.
The Valentina is obviously expected on the red side, but the Lilia ban from Team CARACAL looks like they're realizing, okay, giving this to Stormy might be a bad idea, but this just makes it more likely that he'll actually bring out something weird, and I am all for that.
Hey man, there's still a lot of mages here up on the table. Let's not forget that if you're banning out Lilia, you're going to lose a priority pick. Wan is banned out. Well, I don't want to mention Akai too much because it feels like both teams don't really want to touch it in a sense. Maybe it's a gentleman's agreement. Maybe it's not. No clue there. Orange Esports, on the other hand, they usually go for Masha.
I'm still kind of marinating a little bit on the fact that Akai was just completely ignored that last game when Diggy was banned. Like, why couldn't Team CARACAL just give Sino the Akai? It would have worked perfectly fine.
And look, I'm just taking it in at this point. I'm really just taking it in. I cannot be bothered trying to rack my brain around that. We're not going to see it too often, and people do get punished for it, but let's see how far it's going to really go. Fanny gets banned out for the side of Orange Esports. Farmis, still a big question mark here. Julian, still a big question mark as well.
Yep, those are the obviously big choices for both these teams right now, and they do still have enough bans to get rid of them, but that does make me feel like something's missing. You know, something is slipping through my grasp here. The Eve is actually going to be prioritized by Team CARACAL, and that's understandable since they are on the blue side. If either Fermis or Julian get let through, they have first priority pick.
Masha is wide open, by the way.
Ooh, true.
There's so much open for either side. Orange Esports could just let go of the reins a little bit and see what else comes by.
But is Masha worth giving up? That's like such a dangerous hero. I think we've seen Rash play on it before, and it definitely, well, I'm pretty sure in any EXP laner's hands, that hero is going to make the world of difference for their backline. Orange Esports, what is going to be the priority? Oh, yeah, they're gonna just open up the gates, ban the Ling instead.
Okay, Ling is a safe ban. I can't fault them for that, but Team CARACAL, where do they lean towards here? What is going to be their very first pick?
Well, typically a lot of teams will grab the Faramis at this point, considering it's very rare for the hero to get led through the draft, but Masha is also very valuable. Looks like the Cult Altar is going to be the priority.
Okay, so Farmers gets locked in for the side of Team CARACAL. Masha is probably going to get picked up by Orange Esports one way or another. Because, I mean, we've seen the Masha into Esmeralda matchup all the time. Half the time, nothing happens in lane. Most of the time. But once we start to get the first few items down and running, that's when we see Masha and even Esmeralda start to swing it into their own favors with some outside influence.
Yeah, I think the Masha is definitely a hero that Orange would want to pick up, but it's also a very solo target hero when you have to deal with something like the Cult Altar. So grabbing the Akai here is actually something I quite like. It's a lot more effective at dealing with the Cult Altar in comparison. Esmeralda going to be the follow-up pick, meaning that Masha is still open.
Team CARACAL, do they want to take it? Do they want to take it? Gotta think about this. Okay, so if they do take the Masha, it's highly unlikely it's going to be that great, especially when you're up against like an Esmeralda. Sure, nothing's going to really happen, but more of a deterrent is going to be the Akai with that heavy spin. It's a little annoying because it will knock you out of the way, and it will knock you out of animation as well, might I add. So Team CARACAL are going to go with the Grok carry. I mean, Dicky is up for grabs too, but there's also Farmis, but Farmis can technically go mid. I mean, Team CARACAL just prefer this particular flavor.
I think this is alright though from Team CARACAL. The carry is a pretty obvious choice when the Akai and Esme have already been shown by Orange Esports, and Sino did do a pretty good job with this Grok earlier, not to mention denying it away from Stormy once again. This is gonna be a pretty strong team fight if Bad Boy and Sino can combo together.
Yeah, that is true. Although I would like to see Orange Esports Stormy pick up the Julian. That'd be pretty exciting to see him just go, you know, balls to the walls, just absolutely going for these big engages here. Irithel being covered over and locked in for the side of Orange Esports.
Alright, I quite like this as well. The Irithel pick once again going to Valence, a very good hero in the fact that Irithel can just run around the battlefield shooting you, and this will make it difficult for even heroes like Faramis and Grok to catch up and CC on this marksman.
I think more importantly so, actually having the Queen's Roar is going to be a really powerful tool because, oh, drop down the Cult Altar, Team CARACAL is running at you, boom, Queen's Roar, slow you down, back away, take your time with the fight until the Cult Altar times out or completely disengage from the fight.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me, not to mention the armor shred as well. So if they go for another physical carry, it would work out in a big team fight situation if Team CARACAL group up together. Orange Esports is going to be starting off the second round of bans by getting rid of Uranus. Again, actually not hard focusing the Dirov here.
Yeah, I mean, Masha's still available. Let's just keep that, you know, the idea afloat here, unless it's another gentleman's agreement. Like, hey, we're going to play Hero Roulette, and we're going to make sure we're going to get rid of some of these S-tier picks.
Sometimes I wonder if when these really strong hero picks get led through the bans, teams just completely forget about them because they're so used to not thinking about picking them up.
I mean, us here at the table already forget about a lot of these top-tier picks as the draft goes by, but it's weirder once we point it out. But Karina, going to be the follow-up ban from Orange Esports. Team CARACAL now have the last ban.
Okay, I can understand the Karina here because that is a hero that's going to be pretty strong in the early game, combos well with the Faramis, does counter the Irithel as well simply because auto attacks won't damage it, so I can understand that. But if Dirov is picked up, if Masha is picked up, then Neo is not going to have as comfortable a lane, and the Kadita ban from Team CARACAL as well. I understand why they would go for it since we know AIM likes the hero, but when you have Cult Altar, do you really need to ban that out?
Yeah, that's the thing. Also, what would be really interesting here for the side of Orange Esports, what if Stormy actually picked up the Esmeralda and Orange Esports locked in the Masha?
Oh my. Really?
Think about it.
If they actually do that, it would just straight up be flexing. That's just a straight up letter of challenge to CARACAL saying, here's how you play mid Esme. I don't really think so.
It'd be so funny,
like, certain heroes work as a weird pick in the mid lane. I don't think this is one of them. The Diggy is going to be picked up by Orange Esports.
Okay, fair enough. They have some clear disengage. They want to make sure that Team CARACAL doesn't have the counter pick on top of everything else. They still can play flexible. Orange Esports don't want to take any chances.
So this is going to be a jungle Akai, roam Diggy, so AIM's going to be playing on that. It does look like there's an opportunity here for Stormy to play a physical mid lane again, because you already have two sources of magic damage in the Diggy and the Esme.
Well, I mean, am I reliably going to depend on Diggy for the magic damage? Not really. I don't see that happening. The Esme does take a little bit of time to get to that point, so I guess the question is, at which phase do they want to kind of put their focus and attention on, right?
If Grok wasn't locked in already, I think this would be a great Stormy Grok game, but Team CARACAL are going to be finishing off their draft. A really powerful combo here, the Julian and the Benedetta. These were heroes that secured their victory in game number 1 and will be dishing out a lot of damage while having the mobility that might be needed to actually catch up with Valence.
I think it's pretty fair here. Sicilian may not necessarily be a good pick against a team like this, a team composition like this, so I don't know. It's Stormy. He'll play what he feels comfortable with.
I'm personally a little sad because I was hoping Stormy would pull something weird out of his pocket again, but the Sicilian is definitely a hero he's comfortable with. It is, however, does mean that Orange Esports is going to be lacking in damage for most of the mid game. So that means Team CARACAL wants to up the tempo. They're going to want to play aggressive here.
Yeah, they're going to play as aggressive as possible. Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. The drafting between OE and Team CARACAL is going to be something that I don't think anybody can really predict that well. But for you guys at home, this is for your viewing pleasure. This is going to be the final game here for match point. Going to be Orange Esports against Team CARACAL. Team CARACAL with a strong team fighting composition, looking to engage, looking to use that called Altar to buy that extra bit of time, while Orange Esports looks to scale, slow down these fights, and then re-engage with a bigger punch. It's time to be jumping in to the Land of Dawn for the deciding match.
This is going to be an exciting one to watch out for here, as it is the final game of Week 2, day number 2. So keep your eyes peeled, everyone. You're not going to want to miss a single moment. To start things off, I feel like I have to highlight just how uncommon it is to see a Diggy and an Akai on the same team.
Yeah, you don't get to see that very often here, but hey, after the patches, after the tank patches, I mean, anything is possible. Tanks in the jungle, that was just the beginning.
And AIM has Impure Rage on this Diggy. He is gonna be spamming the auto alarm bombs. We mentioned Diggy, not really a solid source of magic DPS. AIM says no. He is.
He is. He will be, and he must be. I want to see what his build is going to be by the end of this match, so let's keep an eye out on that. For now, it's all about that mid control, but more importantly, AIM is switching between mid control and running down bottom side to make sure that Zed is not going to have a comfortable time here, as AIM will look to harass. However, Sino is moving into enemy territory, as well as Farmis, making sure that the Akai is always going to be checked.
We know that since Stormy is playing on the Sicilian, he's definitely going to be losing out on mid control as compared to a Grok and a Ferris Mist, which means that it's much easier for Team CARACAL to invade the enemy jungle. Luckily, Subway is on an Akai, so he's not usually at risk of being chased out of his own jungle.
For now, let's see when level 4 comes by for Orange Esports, whether they want to make a move, because I don't think this is going to be a very eventful early game, unless, however, bottom side Farmis and Grok are starting to walk up here. AIM might be in some trouble. Does he have Flicker? Oh boy, he already used it. AIM should be giving that first blood over, and nicely from Team CARACAL, they pass it straight to Zed.
That was perfect timing as well. Right before AIM hit that level 4, Time Journey could have gotten him out of there. And now we can see Rash even cutting out the lane. He wants to secure top lane advantage, make sure that Neo can't roam over to disrupt this turtle being taken by Ken.
Oh, Rash taking way too much damage over there. Stormy just building up those stacks. He's running out of mana. Falling Star Moon already come down, but unfortunately for Neo, doesn't secure the kill. Call Altar is going to keep them alive. Subway tries, but it's going to be Julian who takes it away, and Subway gives his life for the cult.
That was a huge mistake from Subway, and now Neo is in danger. Another 3-man Sanguine Claws might actually be enough to allow the Esmeralda to walk away, so well played to Stormy there. But usually the heavy spin is enough to guarantee any turtle, but Subway actually missed his retribution. He used it just a bit too early, allowing Ken to secure that for Team CARACAL.
Yeah, that's a little bit awkward there, but let's have a look at the sub emblems to see if anything is out of the order. Yeah, he does it again. Like Stormy, he doesn't completely max out the movement speed and does want to go for a little bit of that magic percentile.
I guess he's just confident in his positioning enough that a little bit of damage in exchange for movement speed is always going to be worth it in his eyes. Sometimes these sub-emblems do come down very much to personal preference because it really doesn't make that much of an impact on a grand scale. Right now, though, Team CARACAL do have the lead, 1k net worth lead, so that's a pretty comfortable start for them.
Well, yep, it is a pretty comfortable start for now. We've seen CARACAL take control of the early game and then slowly get hit by that rebuttal from Orange Esports time and time again. Valens playing this matchup pretty well here, but they're still dead even. But with the extra external factors, Team CARACAL are going to force Valens to back under his turret.
There's a lot of players in this bottom lane right now. Time reversal onto Sino, but here comes Bad Boy. Gonna be pulling them back with the Shadow Stampede. A lot of damage onto Subway, but Time Journey makes sure he's alive, forces out the heavy spin as well. That's pretty satisfactory from Team CARACAL.
It was a little bit late from aim, but he wanted to ensure that Subway is going to live there as they look to try and get the plating here. They find it! Gronk able to get the kill off of his barrier. He quickly flickers away so he doesn't die to Cecilia, but the call altar is going to ensure that everybody stays nice and healthy.
That was well played by Bad Boy, though. Jumping in with the flicker, Shadow Stampede, the pull Valens back into range. I just can't believe that Sino got the kill with his wall projectile out of all the damage coming out there. Subway, he wants this turtle, and it goes to Zed. It goes to CARACAL again. Orange now want to re-engage. They're looking for a wild charge onto Subway. They're buying a lot of time back there, but Rash already picking up aim in the back line. Neo by himself. He does actually pick off Zed, so that's already going to be worth it. And he's actually doing a lot of damage here, but gets caught out by the chain, securing the kill for CARACAL.
Oh, it's smart. He threw the chain, but he also threw the scythe to ensure that he has to walk through it to ensure that guaranteed damage onto Neo. A nice play coming out of Ken so far, and now he's going to go back to his purple buff, and bottom side still going to be okay. Gold ranking in favor of Team CARACAL as they are 2k ahead.
Yep, Neo is the richest person on Orange Esports right now. Valens catching up very close as well. Honestly, these gold rankings are really close to each other. And it's all coming down to the fact that Subway is actually really far behind in farm. That's making all the difference.
Yeah, you hate to see it so far. Ken currently at level 8, Subway currently at level 7. He's a level down, and he's a little under-farmed, but he'll eventually catch back up.
Well, hopefully they do so pretty soon. Orange Esports wants to re-secure this. Stormy actually nearly dying there, but now he's threatening Rash. Oh, he gets it! Stormy does it again.
Wow! The move, you can see exactly what Stormy is thinking there. He moves back just in case that the Phantom Slash was coming, guarantees the Phantom Slash wasn't coming, moves forward to close the distance, thinks about whether he's going to use Electo to close the distance again, and then ensures the kill with the Sanguine Claw and Bat Impact. But here comes Bad Boy once again with the Shadow Stampede, pulls back one, but he might be giving up his life. He has to force the call altar. He's stuck out of position. They lose the tier 1, but at what cost? His life. They find one, but can Orange Esports find a second? Queen's Roar is going to slow them down, but it's too late. A 1-for-1 tower trade.
Trading for the tower there is not the best because Bad Boy is playing in the mid lane. He wants to be able to survive and scale up. Now being threatened by Neo, but I don't think they're going to go for the kill here. We do have to remember, Fairmace does still have the passive that allows him to respawn very quickly. So even though he just died there, he's actually back on the field again.
Yep, it's just maintaining that pressure. Right now, Turtle, this time going to be uncontested, and Ken is not going to steal it. Zeno, unfortunately, has to flicker away as Neo drops down with the falling Star Moon here. And it looks like they're holding on to their own for now. Top side is getting completely under-farmed. And Zeno, he's in so much trouble. He tries to wall charge out of there. He manages to survive as the rest of the team comes running on through. Diggy ends up dying through his ult. Sanguine Claw does not connect on Rash as he dashes away.
I don't know, that kind of felt weird. That kind of felt weird to me from Sino. He walked in like he was looking for a big engage, and he had like 3 members of Orange Esports against that wall there. He could have wall charged against the wall. Yes, he would have died, but that would have been a huge setup. I don't know Like, was it really necessary to run away there?
Well, I'm not sure because mainly because AIM already had the time journey popped as they were running by.
That's
so you're trying to get that timing down. You might die before you even collide with the wall. So I think it was safe. And the fact is, Sino made it out miraculously still at like 0.1% HP.
Okay, that's true. I did kind of forget about the time journey there for a moment because it is still kind of weird to see both the Akai and the Diggy on one team. But yeah, that does make it difficult for Cena to engage. So you're right. The fact that he got out of that despite everything is still very impressive for this Grok right now. Team CARACAL, they're still in the lead in terms of gold, but not by much. Orange Esports definitely upping the tempo here in the mid game.
Yep, with 32 more seconds on the clock until the Lord spawns. Orange Esports, I'm not entirely sure who is going to win a team fight here. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you.
What I am terrified of is Stormy. He's currently 1-0 and he's been free farming. They're even giving him the purple buff because they know that Stormy is going to make things happen with it. They want to funnel all of their gold into the Sicilian, into this Iritel, because Orange Esports are now playing for that late game where they know they outscale Team CARACAL.
All right, the proxy's coming out from both EXP laners right now, but here's where it's going to get a little dicey. Subway uses his body stun to get a little bit of a shield. The Ghostbuster comes out, and Bad Boy taking a lot of damage. But Rash, he ends up dying to Irithel. It's not good because now Orange Esports have the green light to collapse down on this Lord. Team CARACAL now in some trouble, looking to turn this fight, but the time journey is going to buy them more than enough time as the Cult Altar trying to protect them. Ooh. It's too late. They've taken all the damage. Neo jumps in, and they've taken them down. Irithel gets the free hit. Everybody else as Cecilia takes out the back line.
Beautifully played by Orange Esports. Unfortunately, Rash just underestimating the damage out of the Iritel. Getting himself caught out means go time for Orange. They wait for the Cult Altar. They plan out the time journey to be used at the very last second. And a very nice falling Star Moon from Neo, catching out two people, immediately erasing all of their temporary HP.
Yep, he sent them back into their graves. Bad Boy now picking up that Lightning Truncheon is going to be a huge, huge pick, especially if he gets his hands anywhere close near Valence. A single touch is really going to put him in the red. The question is whether or not he wants to do that, right? Because he still has to play for the team. He cannot afford to lose his Cult Altar so early on in a fight.
It's going to be difficult though. Right now, Orange Esports are actually in a very comfortable spot. They have enough consistent damage that they can break through the temp HP and still get the kill on top of that. And now Rash might be in danger. He gets away with the Electro Final Blow, but he's in their base. And I think he already knows there's not much he can do about this. Mega kill going to Valence. The Lord secured by Subway with the heavy spin. Cult Altar not quite enough. They're now retreating from the Cult Altar, but it's now popping. Xeno dropping real low. Unstoppable going over to Valence. He's going for Bad Boy now, but the Flicker gets the fair miss to safety.
What a quick turnaround for the side of Orange Esports, despite being a distraction, pulling the two main damage dealers away from that Lord fight. Somehow, Subway has been sick of it. He is done with Team CARACAL stealing away his neutral objectives.
Yep, looks like he's going to be quite comfortable right now. He already has the Radiant Armor and the Blade Armor, so covers all the bases from magic and physical damage. Valence already 3 items completed. Zed only 2 so far.
Yep. Oh boy, this is looking real tight here. It's anybody's game so far. The Lord is going to swing into the favor of Orange Esports. They're going to increase their goal lead, and ideally, they're able to break open mid.
Yeah, this mid lane has been undamaged so far, but they finally lose the tier 1. Top tier 2 falls to the Lord as well. Orange going to clear up the entire mid lane and allow the Lord to distract Team CARACAL. They're actually going to try and go for the top inhibitor now, but the Lord is already dead, and the Pulse clears up the minion wave. So Team CARACAL will survive, but they only have 1 external tower left.
Let's not forget the second wave that decides to come on through. They still managed to protect the bottom tier 1 with the help of Rash, who went ahead of the rest of the team to actually clear that up for himself, as Orange Esports put a lot of their eggs in top as well as mid.
But they are in a comfortable spot. Again, 2.4k net worth lead. 12 minutes in, this actually isn't that big, but considering that Orange Esports has better late game scaling than Team CARACAL, this does mean a lot more. And with the Divine Glaive now on Stormy as well, I am very curious how much damage this Sicilian actually does.
Yeah.
Okay, there's my answer.
Oh, bad boy. Almost getting 100-0 there. But now, oh no, Rash once again getting caught out here. Neo is going to chase him down. Wait, Rash still alive? Does he actually survive this? It looks like he will. He ends up dying to aim so far. And they might be able to pick up Cino at the same time. With the amount of damage coming out from Stormy, it seems doable. But he walks away.
Ooh, that's just unfortunate. Rash now is having a lot of difficulty. I'm curious about what build he's going on the Benedetta, because compared to a lot of other Benedettas we've seen today, he's not nearly as tanky. So something tells me he's actually gone for a bit of damage.
I mean, the last time we did see Rash build on the Benedetta in game number 2, if I remember correctly, he did opt to go for the Bloodlust Axe into the Hunter Strike. So, and then the rest is going to be tank items. But until that point, well, I don't know. He should have one item, one defensive item at the very least.
That damage from Balance though, Cino half his HP gone in just a couple of shots, and he's supposed to be the main tank for Team CARACAL. They now basically have no way of really initiating in because the Grok is going to die so quickly as well. They have to use the Cult Altar perfectly against Orange Esports to take a big team fight.
Yeah, I think Orange Esports is going to try and coin flip this. Benedetta already cleaned up that top side, is rushing to get into position for this fight, but Orange Esports, they can just back away as they look for the flank. Yo finds it. He's looking for Cino. He sees him first, jumps on towards Zed side. No call altar just yet as they pop Sicilian. I'll call altar now activated. They're trying to get into the middle of the fight. Lecto final ball comes through, but it's too late. Valence has done way too much damage, getting a double kill already. Make it a triple, but Stormy takes it for the killing spree.
Well played to Orange, taking out 3 members of Team CARACAL. Bad Boy will be up very soon thanks to the passive of Faramis. So this is going to be a 3v5 defense. Hopefully they'll be able to hold on. They are doing a fair bit of damage with the Ghost Burst. The Subway has to be careful right now. But the Cult Altar is losing a lot of effectiveness. It's very strong against burst damage, but right now with the Sicilian and Iritel, Orange have a lot of consistent DPS.
Yeah, and not to mention the AoE that comes out from the Bat Impact and those explosive arrows. If they're too close together, all of the temp HP gets chunked away, not one by one.
This is a pretty good counter to the Faramis Cult Altar here. I'm quite glad that Orange Esports were able to find a good way to respond to this without relying on an obvious choice like the Atlas. Right now, they've been able to grow their lead to 6k. The next Lord is already up on the map. Interestingly enough, they're not actually like focusing heavily on gaining control over the pit. They might actually want to bait Team CARACAL in.
Yeah, I think they want to take out CARACAL in a straight-on fight. They don't want to coin flip this, and they cannot guarantee that unless Ken dies. So, knowing that Cino is going to face check, they're just going to keep on harassing, keep on trying to take position here. You can see Neo is already in position to rotate down. He's going to leave one siege minion left and go for this flank.
He runs into Bad Boy first. Cino might be out of position here, but Orange aren't going to chase them too far. Instead, now that they've zoned them out, they're going to get started on the Lord straight away. Team CARACAL, they want to respond to this, but it's going to take a while before Rash joins them.
Yep, it's taken too long. They've already taken this Lord. No coin flip being had. Cino trying to wall charge, trying to flickers over the wall. Stormy now with the sprint run and gets hit by the enhanced chains. But the Winter Truncheon keeps Julian alive, but it's too late. Cino is dead. A mega kill onto the Julian as well. They found there too, and now they're looking to end this.
Rash needs to recall very quickly to defend against this, but Orange Esports only has 1 minion away, so Team CARACAL just needs to be able to clear this up. They are, however, 3v5, and instantly Rash dies. The Legendary going over to Valence. Cult Altar pops down, but it's instantly taken out. Instantly dropping the Faramis. Zed follows soon. Unstoppable going over to Stormy as Orange Esports cleans up the series 2-1.
And that's what we were expecting to see coming out from OE. A good game coming out from these boys as they bounce back after a devastating loss in game number 1.
Just really well done to them, recognizing that consistent late game damage would be the solution to the Cult Altar. They were able to take advantage of that. And Stormy once again showing us why he is the new master of the mid lane here. Excellently played on that Sicilian. Team CARACAL, a good attempt, but once again, unable to claim their first victory of Season 10.
Truly excellent, I would agree here. This has been a very nice game, but Orange Esports still come up on a top here, 2-1 against Team CARACAL. They don't get the full 3 points, but they only will get 2.
Yep, and it looks like Orange Esports going to be able to greet the fans right now. Again, for those of you who don't know, there is a live venue happening. Hopefully you guys can grab some tickets to join us next time about as well to appreciate the support from all of you. Let's see what the host has to say in their interview with them.
Ya, itulah dia. Reverse sweep sumpahan yang masih lagi berterusan. Wah, Orange Esports sangat gah dan bergaya mendapatkan kemenangan sebentar tadi, di mana mereka telah berjaya untuk menang tipis 2-1 ke atas pasukan CARACAL. Dan di sini bersama dengan saya ada Stormy, mid laner untuk pasukan Orange Esports. Apa khabar Stormy?
Khabar baik.
Khabar baik. Nampak macam okey tak?
Okey.
Okey, rasa gembira?
Ya.
Okey, kita akan teruskan kepada soalan yang pertama terlebih dahulu. Alright, menang tipis ke atas 2-1 ke atas CARACAL. Okey. Dengan macam ada sorakan kuat dekat belakang tadi, macam ada something yang boleh bagi spirit untuk pasukan Orange Esports comeback semula. Apa rahsia?
It was our cheer that buat kita orang semangat balik. Jadi, ya itu dah.
Oh, bagi semangat terus menang 2-1
Ya.
Oh, reverse sweep. Wah, berikan tepukan kepada Stormy. Dan okey, soalan yang kedua. Kita tengok tadi persembahan Stormy sangat memukau ah. Nak tanya sikit tips. Macam mana nak jadi seorang mid laner yang kuat?
To be honest, there's no tip. I'll just play.
Just play?
Ya.
Just play. Untuk penonton di rumah, apa lagi yang menjadi mid laner? Just play with the game. Dan terus dapatkan kemenangan macam Stormy kita kali ini. Okey, terima kasih Stormy. Okey, last sekali. Ada apa ucapan tak untuk peminat-peminat Orange Esports yang hadir di QC Timur?
For Orange Esports fans, we would like to thank you yang siapa yang datang. And kat rumah, thanks for watching. And we will do our best for next week. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Itulah dia ucapan daripada seorang Stormy kepada fans-fans Orange Esports. Ramai juga yang datang ni, kan?
Ya.
Alright, tapi apa pun kita akan dengar celoteh pasukan Orange Esports di dalam perlawanan sebentar tadi 2-1 menentang dengan CARACAL. Silakan.
Nice aim.
Atas ni bahaya tau.
Nice. Nice. Dah flip. Nice.
Sabar.
Cari
Cari balik.
Nice.
Sekejap.
Aku tak ada buff.
Okay, santai.
Nice. Nice.
Dapat.
Dah skip. Dah disiplin. Bet. Okay, sorry tu. Minta maaf tau. Mati.
Nice bro.
Dah one. Terima kasih.
Nice Tom.
Nice Tom. Tak ada sikit.
Tengok sorang.
Miss.
Sorang.
Tengok Storm. Hai mati tau.
Grow tak ada ulti.
Sudah mati. Nice. Sino no flicker.
Nice bro.
Jap. Tak ada flicker. Jom.
Okay, grow ada ulti.
Jangan masuk. Jaga.
Kiting. Sorang. Target sorang. Nice. Ni apa benda?
Ada orang.
Mana?
Ni. Nice. Bantai.
Bantai.
I think that has to be one of the few calm, collected games coming out from a lot of mic checks we've heard today.
That's definitely one of the most polite mic checks I have heard here. And considering that how chaotic Orange Esports' gameplay is sometimes, it is really surprising to hear the voices behind the game right here. But you can definitely see that there's a good sense of communication. I'm not sure who it was, but someone even apologized after being told that, oh, you went too far. Oh, I'm sorry about that. It's
Sorry about that.
Who does that?
In a video game, in esports no less. Good to see that there are standards here by Orange Esports. Very well done by them in their 2-1 victory against Team CARACAL. But let's have a look at that item build we've been very curious about. Let's see. Coming in from Rash and as well as AIM, what did they build?
So it did look like Rash once again went for that Bloodlust Axe or Hunter Strike. That's why he ended up dying so early on. We can have a look as well as aim. He did end up going for that Athena shield, but after that, Enchanted Talisman, Divine Glaive, that's why he was chunking out even the Grok so much towards that mid game.
This guy opted to go for a Holy Glaive. All right, fair enough. I'll give it to him. But speaking of which, even when we're talking about Sino, his build so far, unfortunately, he wasn't able to get to that third item. So I question whether or not he needed to go for the Radiant Armor on top of the Athena shield. I mean, again, the gold deficit that he accumulated for himself, unfortunately, wasn't enough to get to that 3 to maybe even 4 items where he could be a little bit more comfortable in tanking. But you could tell that if he was building an Athena shield, immediately Valens was chunking him out like he was nothing.
I can understand why he would go for the Radiant Armor, though, when you consider that 3 members of Orange Esports are doing magic damage, and Grok does have inbuilt physical defense, so he was focusing more on making sure that he could tank the magic DPS. It just unfortunately took a little bit too long, and then by the time that he actually got those, Valens came online, and it just wasn't really fun.
Yeah, it's just bad timing, right? It's just bad timing. I mean, you can see as the Sandbags, was taking over 154,000 damage, but Orange Esports, look at those numbers.
Indeed, you can see that they ended up doing a lot more damage, a whole 120,000 more damage dealt as compared to Team CARACAL, and they took 150,000 less damage as well, probably because they just killed the members of Team CARACAL before they could really do anything, resulting in more damage to towers and much more total heals as well, even when CARACAL has a Cult Altar.
I'm still not 100% sure whether Cult Altar is considered a heal and will be calculated into it rather than just damage taken, right? I can understand damage taken here because of the numbers we are seeing from the damage being dealt by OE. But fair enough, I mean, when we're looking at the banned heroes as well, it's been a big repeat and adaptations between each of these games. But now, for the MVP of this game, coming in from Orange Esports, it's going to go over to Valens once again.
A really good showing on the Irritel. While the early game was a little bit spotty, he otherwise was able to free farm the gold lane for most of the game, and that allowed him to gain a 768 match GPM, and then ending the game with 10 kills and only 1 death. Already maxed out on items towards that end of that game. And as we highlighted during the game, the explosive arrows from the heavy crossbow working really well against the group up under the Cult Altar.
Yeah, no, it is so much value because it forces whoever is affected by the Cult Altar not to group together. And if they decide to push forward, the one person who gets caught out, they end up just being splash damage out of the game.
We can see here in the highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series that in the early game, Team CARACAL wanted to maintain the same sort of aggressive tempo that we saw from them in games 1 and 2. And it did actually work out for them during the initial stages. They got some really good pickoffs. They were able to catch out Orange Esports. They stole the first 2 turtles away from Subway, but then something shifted in the mid game.
Yeah, I mean, during the mid-game, that's when you see Orange Esports come with their items, but more importantly so, some very big plays here. Stormy being one of them, able to make sure that Rash was not able to get too far in a split push, and the failed attempted dive here that enabled them. These small picks, one by one, they were able to itch their way back into the game.
And the time journey once again proving to be a really good team fight ability. The Diggy definitely getting a lot more time in the spotlight thanks to how well it allows teams to just engage without a care in the world. Honestly, I feel like you can compare time journey to Cult Altar.
Well, to a degree, to a certain degree. Yes, you do get shields and you can't be CC'd, but Cult Altar, there's just so much health you actually have to get through. But unfortunately, you can see that when you are very clumped up, that's perfect for Orange Esports. They have so much AoE damage, so much team fighting strength.
It can be a little bit risky to pick up a hero like a Sicilian when you're against a much more aggressive team composition like CARACAL. But when it's Stormy, you know that he's going to make things happen. Let's find out how the standings have shifted after that victory. And Orange Esports now sits comfortably at the top of Group B.
Yeah, it looks like Group B is going to be a little bit more competitive here as Orange Esports top the standings. With the exact same score as Red Esports, Team Lunatics unfortunately get bumped down to third place as Team CARACAL. We're still able to get a little bit off of that with 2 points in the region. They are just above the Homeboys.
But we also have to note that they have played one more match than the Homeboys, so right now they're not in a very good shape. Again, this is only week 2 of the regular season. There's still 6 weeks to go before we really lock in these standings and determine who goes on into the playoffs. But a strong foundation really makes a difference here. These teams need to really focus up.
Yeah, it has been. Man, what an interesting game this has been. I mean, it's been an interesting day for week number 2, day number 2. I'm not entirely sure what day 3 is going to really bring out, if this is the quality of games. So ranging from really weird drafts to, I don't know, basically just fighting the hardest bots in the world.
We're only 2 weeks in, but it feels like we've already seen everything here. Before we continue with that conversation, though, let's talk about how these teams were able to follow up on the keys to victory we mentioned before the game. Mid lane domination. We just look at the KDA from Stormy, and we could say, enough said.
Enough said. Truly enough said. And not only that, being aggressive, and it's about the timings of being aggressive. We've seen in these team fights that during their wins, it's really, I mean, when they have 5 wins, drawn 1 and lost 3, it's all about just snowballing out of control and making sure you can get these neutral objectives. And that's when you come straight down to control as well as conquer, right? You're looking for these neutral objectives. You're looking for turrets specifically to speed and accelerate this snowball.
And of course, we had to mention that these teams need to be aggressive. Controlling that early game momentum does make a big difference. And I do like what Team CARACAL specifically were attempting to do in this game. They definitely changed up their style a little bit, went more aggressive, and it worked out for them. A lot of these early games actually went in their favor. Now, they just need to work on maintaining that and not getting a little bit too aggressive. They need to know their limits, and once they have the experience to recognize those situations, I think they will be in a much better state throughout the regular season.
I mean, that's the name of the game. It's all about experience here. Team CARACAL currently lacking it, and it does show and reflect in their gameplay. We'll see more of them throughout the season, and hopefully they're able to adapt and grow. I have no doubt about it, because these players, they've got the mechanical skill already. Now it's just adjusting to the pro play setting.
It's just really incredible to see as well, because when you really put it into context, any one of these players on stage could probably wreck any of us in the Land of Dawn. But when they're up against one another, it really does feel like such a big difference here. So your support means a lot to these players up on stage, and we are seeing on screen right now the winners for They Need You.
Bask in all of its glory. As we mentioned before, your supportive comments will be debuted here on the live stream itself, and all you have to do is to have a really creative comment. The best ones are going to be selected, but we can only see them if you pair it up with the hashtag 10Bersama, as well as giving your game ID and server ID, so we can reward you patrons for participating.
Now, for those of you who don't know, the people listed up here on screen, I do believe are going to be getting some special gifts as the winners. So if you guys want to stand a chance of winning some stuff for yourself and to allow the teams to witness your support up here on the stream itself, make sure you guys participate the next time. It's just really exciting. Lots of stuff for you guys to participate in this season, including our Guess Who segment.
Oh, we can finally breathe a little bit. Our favorite segment is already back and up and running. Let's check out the hobbies and trivia. Washing plates and doing house chores? Okay, that's what
like
I expect.
The dream of every Asian mom.
Alright, let's talk about the feature. I'm moving on from that one. I can't make eye contact with you right now. Feature heroes: Claude, Brody, and Carrie. Birthplace: Ipo, Para. Okay, so Claude, Brody, and Carrie. This is gold laners here, which really limits it down. Really limits down the options.
Yeah, we have Zed Meow, Subway, as well as Naz. I do believe only one of these players is a gold laner. And I personally am very surprised at any person that would say their hobby is doing house chores. But let us have a look at the reveal, and it is going to be Zed.
I don't get it. What? You literally could have put, you know, my favorite hobby is playing Mobile Legends. That could have been like the thing to go to, but washing dishes? Ladies, you heard it here. Man likes to wash dishes.
That's just really impressive to me, right? Like, I can understand some people out there, they might have a hobby of doing house chores. They like doing house chores, but you rarely see that intersect with being a professional esports player.
It's a little uncanny, I'm not gonna lie, but hey, you know, to each their own, and we respect it. And hopefully, I mean, the lucky someone who gets to be with Zed doesn't have to do any of those things.
Indeed, you can imagine that the household is going to have a very good time because they can just leave all the plates to Zed. When they finish eating, like, Zed will just take it. It's like, I want to do it. Let me wash the plate.
Let me have this. Shakes them down a little bit. But let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule to keep you guys up to date with the upcoming games happening on Sunday. Kicking things off, it's going to be RSG up against Team Hawk, SMG up against Todak, and the Homeboys versus Team Lunatics.
Ooh, we got a spicy Sunday once again, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't think we want to miss any of these games. Team Hawk, they've been doing such a good job. Will RSG be able to overcome it? SMG versus Todak, a repeat of our Season 8 Grand Finals. And Team Lunatics, right now, one of the most promising new teams against the Homeboys. Woo, this is gonna be a day to watch out for.
Honestly, I'm exhausted by today alone. I cannot imagine what it's gonna be like tomorrow. It's... the games are gonna be so nuts.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the chance to experience that, and hopefully I won't be a husk of the man I used to be at the end of Sunday. You'll be able to take a break. I believe LaFille is going to be joining us on the English desk again tomorrow, so if you guys want to catch that, make sure to tune in tomorrow. For today, we're gonna be signing off. Thanks for joining us. We hope to see you tomorrow on Sunday.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
I'm a rock star.